Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 4 Eats. Chapter 151 The Prophecy of Disaster. Will the Kamui Pirates be the leader of the slaughter? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Mrs. Shaw Lee didn't care about the words of the people around her. Today, she is still immersed in the results of the divination just now, the divination screen just now. She was breathing heavily, her face covered in cold sweat overflowing with fear. If you don't hurry up and think of a way, things will go badly. They're coming. The surrounding mermaids and fish people listen to Mrs. Charlie's self-talking words. I only feel a fog, and my heart is full of doubts. Hey, madam, what's the matter with you? Mrs. Charlie slowly raised her head, her expression full of fear. I didn't want to see it. In the future, it's better not to know than to know. However, I seem to feel something today. Accidentally peeked into the future. The Fishman Island will face a disaster. Mrs. Charlie said this. The merman and fish people present were all stunned. Hey, could it be that? Is it Mrs. Charlie's divination? What the hell did you see? Please tell us, ma'am. In the 843 calls of the people around, the picture of the future that Shaw Lee saw through divination reappeared in her mind. And this also made her fall into the ice cave, and her body trembled uncontrollably. I saw the flag. A pirate flag engraved with a blindfolded skull on wings. There is a human who leads another group of human beings to slaughter wanton on the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island. The Fishman Island turned into a sea of fire. Countless murlocs will be decapitated and hang off the Fishman Island. Meanwhile, outside the Fishman Island. Advertisement. The ship of the Kamui Pirates was hovering in the sea not far from the Fishman Island. Looking at the huge bubble shield, Gojo Satoru came to Kronos' side. Asked with some doubts. It looks like there is no way to get in here. 1. Are we going to break through? Captain. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Kronos looked at the bubble shield around the Fishman Island. Fell into thought. If you push hard, you can pass DAAA, but at the same time, the coating on the ship will be peeled off. At this time, their location is the outermost of the Fishman Island. There is only air here, nothing else, and the ship will fall. Moving forward, there is also a layer of bubble shield, which is turbulent seawater. It is also through this layer of bubble shield to reach the turbulent seawater area. Kronos and others have really arrived at the Fishman Island. As for the location, it is the bottom of the Fishman Island. This is the environment that must be exposed to hard braking. As for the right way, Rao is Kronos not too sure. His eyes subconsciously looked at the dark place at the bottom of the Fishman Island. That's where Fishman Street is located. Is landing from Fishman Island the correct way to reach the Fishman Island? 1. Kronos whispered to himself. Murloc Street, that is the base of the new Murloc Pirates. It can also be said to be the lawless place of the Fishman Island. Where are most of the human pirates and various outsiders? And that's why Kronos thinks the right way to get to the Fishman Island is to land on Fishman Island. Only, Kronos thought about it. The thought of landing from Fishman Street was wiped away. Advertisement. Too much trouble. Still go for it. Then give it to the shipyard model. With that in mind, Kronos spoke softly. Come in. Hear what Kronos has to say. Wujo also smiled slightly. Learn. Soon the ship moved. Just like that, he slammed into the bubble shield of the Fishman Island. Boom. Under the crash of the ship. Soon, the bow broke through the bubble shield. But the coating on the boat was also peeled off by the bubble shield. When the boat passes completely through the bubble shield, the ship also began to fall. However, the ship has just begun to fall. Kronos unfolded his abilities and lifted the ship. Boom. The ship trembled. Kronos also turned to look at the crew and reminded. After passing through a layer of bubble shield, it is turbulent sea water. You pay attention to defense, don't be swept away by the sea. Listening to Kronos' reminder, the crew responded with a smile. Don't worry, Captain. Kronos nodded. The fruit ability unfolds. The black mist overflowed from his body, forming a pair of black mist armor, covering his whole body. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Kronos took the ship and broke into the last layer of bubble shield. Boom. Inside the Fishman Island, Coral Continent. In the Mermaid Bay where mermaids live, there are more than a dozen mermaids with good-looking faces and plump upper circumferences. At this time, as usual, they were playing on the sea surface. And in places they can't see, or in places they don't find. 6 human pirates were hiding behind the coral stone, watching their every move. Shout out, the mermaid is really cute. And every one of them is beautiful. If you take them all back, will they be able to sell for a lot of money? As soon as the words came out, a scar-faced pirate in front of these pirates immediately poured cold water on their fantasy. Don't think about it, it's impossible to capture them all. There are only 6 of us, but there are more than 10 of them. 1. If we accidentally let them leak the news, we will be in big trouble. Listening to the words of the scar-faced pirates, the other 5 pirates also laughed embarrassingly. Hey, we know, that's what we said. The scar-faced pirate glanced at them and did not continue the topic. Be careful, as soon as they have 1 or 2, we'll do it. This time, the pirates suddenly became excited. Some excitement responded to the scar-faced pirate. Clear. It is also this time. Above the originally calm sea, a sudden change occurred. A huge bubble, with the currents rising rapidly from the bottom of the sea. With the impact of inertia, a huge surge was provoked on the sea. Boom. Chapter 152 The identity is recognized, the terrified pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This sudden loud noise suddenly startled the mermaids who were playing on the sea. Without exception, the mermaids turned their heads in unison. He looked at the sea where there was a loud noise and was still bubbling at the moment. What's the matter? What's going on? This loud noise, the sea. There is a situation on the sea. Something is coming up. As they spoke, a hint of fear appeared on the faces of the mermaids. That is the fear of the unknown. Moreover, the Fishman Island has not been peaceful all the time. Some time ago, there were cases where people and fish disappeared. Isn't there a pirate who entered the country illegally and forced his way into the Fishman Island? A mermaid complexion, pale guessing. And her guesses immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding companions. Immediately afterwards, the faces of the other mermaids also turned pale and subconsciously retreated. Not far from the mermaid. Behind the coral stone. After seeing this sudden scene, the 6 pirates who had been hiding all along. His pupils shrank involuntarily. What it is? Hey, isn't this some big guy coming up? Damn, why is it at this time? The mermaids are alert, our plan is going to fail. The pirates whispered angrily. It was also at this time. A ship with a pirate flag rushed out of the sea. Boom. In an instant, huge waves were stirred up. The sea water rushed into the sky, like a rainstorm. Crash. Boom. With a loud bang spread. The pirate ship fell heavily on the sea. Aroused layers of waves. Advertisement. The mermaids also clearly saw the double-winged blindfolded skull hanging on the main pole of the ship at this time. This is a skull logo that belongs to pirates. Seeing this scene, everyone's mermaid's face showed a look of horror. Is this a pirate ship? Pirates. They broke in. Although it is located on the edge of the Fishman Island, it is a corner of the enemy law. However, the pirate ship cannot reach here by the right path. Right now, a pirate ship suddenly appeared. Then there is only one explanation. They are illegal pirates. They broke in by force. Not far behind the coral stone. The 6 pirates looked at the pirate ship that appeared out of nowhere. He also widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. See, pirate ship, isn't there a layer of air on the periphery of the Fishman Island? If you push hard, their ship should fall down, right? How did they break in? Meanwhile, on the other side. Dragon Palace City, in the palace. Blublu. The sound of the phone bug rang in the quiet hall. After a while, a male mermaid with long blue wavy hair and a trident slowly came to the phone bug. What's the matter? The mermaid asked in a low voice after connecting to the phone. 0. Soon, a voice came from the phone bug. King. His Royal Highness. Yeah, the blue long-haired male mermaid responded in a deep voice. And he is also the eldest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. The next king of the Fishman Island, Shark. That's it. News came from the border guard that a boat illegally entered the Fishman Island. 1. The direction is in Mermaid Bay. The voice of the report came from the phone bug. And this news also caused Xiaoxing to frown, and murmured in a low voice with an ugly face. Illegal entry of ships. Advertisement. Could it be a pirate ship? These guys. Are getting more and more unscrupulous. At the end of the sentence, Sharkstar was obviously a little angry. Then he turned to the phone bug and said, I see. I will personally take someone to investigate this matter. Mermaid Bay. As the turbulence of the ship slowed down, there was a clear sound of footsteps on the ship. Immediately afterwards, a person was wrapped in black fog armor. He came to the side of the boat and caught the eyes of mermaids and pirates. Afterwards, more than a dozen people with indifferent expressions appeared. Rustle. A soft sound echoed. The black fog armor began to gradually dissipate. Inside the armor, the figure of Kronos also appeared. He glanced around and looked at the mermaids below. Kronos quickly determined the current location. Is this the Fishmen Island? Such a beautiful place. Behind Kronos, Artoria's voice came lingeringly. Hearing that, Kronos also showed a slight smile. A beautiful place indeed. It was also at the moment when Kronos' voice fell. On the side of the boat, where the mermaids shrank and gathered, a cowardly voice suddenly came. Zero ask for flowers. People. Humans. You entered the Fishmen Island illegally, and the border guards will be here soon. 1. Listen to this. The crew of the Kamui pirates also looked at the group of mermaids subconsciously. Everyone understands the meaning of these words, and the reminder and the threat are half and half. Speaking of which, the mermaids were afraid of Kronos and they would attack them. Without going any further, it was the mermaids who were afraid of angering Kronos and his party, causing them to shoot at themselves. It's just something that the fish never thought of. Kronos didn't care about this at all, just replied calmly. Then we'll just wait here for a while. Advertisement. After speaking, his eyes fell on the coral stone on the other side, and he smiled lightly. I don't like the feeling of being watched. Are you going to hide for a long time? Kronos said that. The scar-faced pirates hiding behind the coral stones were also surprised. Not good. I was discovered. Get out of here. I don't want to be implicated by these guys and face off against the Neptune army from the Fishmen Island. With that said, he turned around and was about to leave with the pirate beside him. It's just that they have only just taken a few steps. It was found that one of the pirates froze in place and did not move. And his body was still shaking slightly. This scene immediately made the scar-faced pirate frown and questioned. What are you still doing? Are you going to face off against the Fishmen Island Neptune army? The Scarface pirate had just finished speaking. The pirate, who was stunned in place, his body still shaking, said softly. You look up. The pirate flag hanging on that ship. As soon as this word comes out, the pirates present were all stunned. Immediately afterwards, they raised their heads subconsciously. He looked at the flag hanging on the main pole of the ship. When they saw the flying pirate flag, when I saw the pattern of the pirate flag, it turned out to be a double-winged blindfolded skull symbol. Their pupils suddenly contracted sharply, uncontrollably. They recognized it. This pattern. This logo. Not exactly the other day, destroyed Marineford and severely damaged Marine and the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard pirates. Called the most vicious Kamui pirates. No. Is that a lie? How did they show up here? Between the words, the pupils of the Scarface pirate and the others could not help but tremble violently. An unbelievable look of horror also appeared on his face. 0. Chapter 153. The mermaid of the Fishmen Island is not under my protection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After looking at his own hello. The other party was still hiding behind the coral stone and had no intention of coming out. Kronos also narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke again lightly. Don't want to come out. As soon as this word comes out. The 6 pirates behind the coral stone suddenly shuddered. Immediately afterwards, I saw the scarred-faced man with a panicked expression, walking out from behind the coral stone with a terrified look on his face. No. We're out here. While speaking, the 5 pirates walked out slowly under the leadership of the scar-faced pirates. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. At this moment, the bodies of the 6 people are still trembling slightly. They knew very well that the group of people in front of them was definitely not something they could defy. This group of 847 guys, but the existence of all members offering a reward of over 100 million. Among them, Captain Kronos' bounty is as high as 3.355 billion berry. Just pick a random person out of them. The bounty is much higher than his current self. On the Kamui pirates' ship, Kronos, who watched the 6 come out, didn't say much. Just glanced at the 6 pirates with cold eyes, and ignored them. He was waiting, but not waiting for the next move of the 6 pirates. Advertisement. Instead, wait for the Fishmen Islands' response. Wait for the border guards that the mermaids called to arrive. The Fishmen Island inland is nowhere to be found for Kronos. Only that Dragon Palace City still needs to take such a trip. It was not long after the Scarface pirates left. Among the shrinking mermaid group, a mermaid with long black wavy hair suddenly recognized the scar-faced pirate. "It's him," she exclaimed. Immediately attracted the attention of his companions, even Kronos and others. He couldn't help but cast curious glances in their direction. Just listening to the mermaid with long black wavy hair, he opened his mouth at this moment. "I saw them some time ago. After they left, Lily Chan disappeared, it was them. They kidnapped Lily Chan." As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of exclamations in the mermaid group. What? Lily Chan was kidnapped by them. This time, the mermaids cast angry glances at the Scarface pirates and the others. And Kronos and the others also turned their attention back to the Scarface pirates with great interest. Only, what Kronos didn't expect was, the moment his eyes met the Scarface pirates, the 6 pirates all fell to the ground in unison. Plop, 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 plop. It didn't take long for Kronos to realize what was going on. Advertisement. He only heard the voice of the scar-faced pirate trembling and said, 10. I'm so sorry. It was we who acted maliciously and kidnapped that mermaid. 1. But, we swear to God, we didn't do anything to hurt her. 1 inch. She's on Fishman Street now. We can go and bring her back right away. Please, please forgive us. Let us go. As soon as the scar-faced pirate said this, the other 5 pirates immediately responded. That's right. That's right. As long as you speak, we'll go to Fishman Street and bring her back intact. I just ask you to forgive us, let us make up for our faults, let us go. The 6 pirates fell to their knees, their bodies trembling like a sieve, their voices trembling and pleading to Kronos. The other side. Those shivering mermaids looked at the sudden scene in front of them. All froze in place. The pupils shrank slightly, and their faces were full of unbelievable shock. What happened? These damn Eudemons, why are they all kneeling down? They are asking for forgiveness from that person. Those guys, who are they? How could these guys be so scared? You know, these damn Eudeman pirates. 0. But not even the patrol army of the Fishmen Island is afraid. Even with the patrols and vigilance of the army, they still dare to make trouble in the interior of the Fishmen Island. They even kidnapped the mermaid when they were not prepared. Even if they are accidentally discovered by the army, they will rise up to resist, fight against the patrolling army of the Murlocs, and then take the opportunity to escape. Advertisement. But right now, this group of illegal immigrants has not done anything. Those guys who don't even pay attention to the Fishmen Island Patrol Army on weekdays, they were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy. How big of a hand and how big a name does this have to be able to do this? The mermaids were horrified. The gaze that looked at Kronos and the others couldn't help but feel a little more fearful. However, Kronos didn't care about it. Looking at the pirates who were kneeling, Kronos said lightly, "This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The mermaids are protected by the Whitebeard pirates, but not me." Speaking of which, Kronos paused, then added with a smile. "At least. For now." Hearing this, the 6 pirates raised their heads in unison. There was a look of surprise on his face. 0. But they didn't stand up in complacency when they arrived, but said to Kronos gratefully, Thank you so much." The other side. The mermaids heard that Kronos, who could intimidate the 6 pirates to kneel by doing nothing, actually wanted to let go of it. His face suddenly turned pale. At this time, one of the mermaids started talking to Kronos anxiously. Wait a minute. They have promised that as long as you let them go, they will send Lily Sauce back. We don't ask you to discipline them. But at least, please let them send our partner, Lily Sauce, back. Chapter 154. This is the correct line of sight between you and me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When the mermaid's voice fell, Albedo, who was standing beside Kronos, was instantly angry. Boom. A terrifying breath rushed out of her. Albedo looked at the talking mermaid angrily and said, "Just a mermaid. Don't get too carried away. Who do you think you're talking to? Lord Kronos, are you scumbags able to point fingers?" In an instant, a terrifying coercion descended. The mermaids felt as heavy as a boulder being pressed against their bodies. Boom. The mermaids all bowed their heads, gritted their teeth in pain, and even had difficulty breathing. The other side. The 6 pirates were also covered by coercion and implicated. Their bodies stiffly knelt on the ground, gritted their teeth and endured the powerful sense of oppression. Although he did not dare to protest. But in their hearts, they greeted all the talking mermaid ancestors. Damn. Don't drag us if you want to die. The labor and management are not enough. Also at this time, Kronos slowly raised his hand and rubbed Albedo's head with a smile. There's no need to be so angry, Albedo. Kronos' gentle voice spreads. 30. Albedo's anger dissipated in an instant. A blush appeared on his cheeks. Changed the previous angry expression. Albedo looked at Kronos, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and she said with some excitement, "Yes, Lord Kronos. Feel the pressure dissipate." The mermaids and pirates below let out a long sigh of relief. After experiencing the strength of the other party in person. Advertisement. Scarface and the other pirates wanted to escape even more at this moment. If there is no way to escape, what will happen next? If one accidentally provokes these dreadful fellows, it would be life-threatening. On the vessel, Kronos had just calmed Albedo's anger. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the other side. At the same moment, Albedo, Gojo Satoru, Madara, Hashirama and others also turned their heads. Looking in the same direction. And line of sight shots in the direction Kronos et al. A big fish wrapped in bubble circles is carrying a boat. Fly in the direction of Kronos. Watching the ship that was carried by the big fish fly over, a smile appeared on Kronos' face. It seems that you don't have to wait too long. Also note that it's not just Kronos et al. The mermaids and pirates below also noticed the approach of the ship. Surprised faces appeared on the faces of the mermaids. The 6 pirates, on the contrary, showed a worried look. Hey, isn't it? That ship is Neptune's army. This style is not like an ordinary patrol team. The pirates saw the difference in that ship, but couldn't confirm what it was. But the mermaids who have been living here all the time recognize it at a glance. It's the royal family's cruise ship. This time, will it be the royal family? It's very likely that the Fishman Island has not been peaceful during this time. His Royal Highnesses have not been out of the city to visit the sea. Just as the mermen say. This ship is a royal cruise ship from Ryugu Castle. Because 3 big characters are clearly written on the ship. Dragon or. Soon after, the excursion boat hovered diagonally above Kronos et al. Then, there was the sound of a horn blowing. The 3 princes of Neptune are here. Accompanied by a loud announcement resounded. Advertisement. The figures of 3 male mermaids slowly emerged from the excursion boat. At the same moment, Neptune's eldest son, Shaoxing, the great prince of Ryugu Kingdom, spread his sexy and rich voice. "Fear not, girls of the bay. We're here now, which means you're safe. Let us handle the rest." Shark Star's words fell. The mermaids below couldn't help cheering in surprise. It's really His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness is here in person. At this moment, the eyes of the mermaid girls were full of admiration. But at this moment, Shark Star did not continue to chat with the mermaid girls. Because at the moment more important things are not resolved. His gaze turned to the Kamui pirates below. Shark Star looked down at Kronos coldly, and shouted solemnly. "Is it you? A legal entry of humans?" With a low voice from the great prince Shark Star. Aside, the second prince Huang Xing also said coldly. "You damn it human pirates. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, protected by the 4 emperors Whitebeard. 1. Aren't you really afraid that the Whitebeard pirates will settle accounts with you? The third prince Rolling Star also said coldly at this moment. You are getting more and more presumptuous. The Whitebeard pirates are just a little traumatized. Do you really think they can't help you? Listen to the words of the three Ryugu princes. Madara below suddenly showed a playful smile. He spoke softly in a slightly lazy voice. Do you want to guess who traumatized them like this? 1. The three princes did not wait for an answer. Located at the bow, Kronos glanced up at the cruise ship hovering above. Looking at the Shark Star, the King Star and the Rollover Star standing on the cruise ship overlooking him, he said in a calm tone. The sight is wrong. I don't have the habit of looking up at people talking. 1 inch. Advertisement. As he spoke, Kronos raised his hand slowly. The three princes, however, frowned upon hearing Kronos' words. As the line of sight wrong. You illegal immigrants, what are you talking about? 847. Before the three princes finished speaking, Kronos' voice came out again. Get down. A deafening humming sound exploded, and the Kronos fruit powers unfolded. Powerful coercion and gravity suddenly descended on the three princes and the entire cruise ship. Boom. Feel the pressure of the powerful breath and the terrifying gravity that cannot be resisted. The faces of the three princes, Shark Star, King Star and Rollover Star changed drastically. This terrible power. This feeling of oppression is like suffocation. How can that be? The pupils are shrinking sharply, and the faces of the three princes are full of unbelievable horror. Next second, just heard a loud bang. Boom. The whole cruise ship fell heavily on the sea. Huge waves were stirred up. Boom. Crash. The agitated sea waves poured down like a torrential rain. The slightly embarrassed figure of the three princes. It also appeared on the sea a moment later. As they looked up, they saw the Kronos standing on the bow overlooking them. The position has changed, and so has the height of the line of sight. Before sharks could make a sound, Kronos looked down at them coldly, and said calmly. This is the correct line of sight between you and me. Chapter 155. He is the most vicious sea emperor on this sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the sea, Shark stared at Kronos with the indifferent eyes that looked down on him. He gritted his teeth and felt angry. This is the Fishmen Island. It's mermaid territory. Mere humans, mere pirates. How dare you to offend the Fishmen Island again and again, and offend yourself as a royal family? Damn it. Don't get too complacent, human. Here, but the Fishmen Island. It's our mermaid's territory. After all, Shark Star waved his trident and shouted loudly. Nautilus troops. With a shout from Shark Star, a neat and loud voice came from the cruise ship. Yes, His Royal Highness Prince. A response sounded. Soldiers with Nautilus helmets and spears jumped out of the cruise ship one after another. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. After a while, dozens of soldiers appeared in front of Kronos and others. Just face these soldiers. Kronos didn't take them seriously at all, just stared at them coldly. Also at this time, all the members of the Kamui pirates also slowly came to the side of the boat and came to Kronos' side, overlooking the three princes of the mermaid below, as well as the Nautilus troops. A faint smile appeared on Wudiao's face, and he spread his hands in a playful manner. Are you trying to fight us? Advertisement. Beside Kronos, Albedo looked at Sharksing and the others. Full of disgust and disdain. Dare to draw a knife against Lord Kronos, it's really beyond our own power. At this time, Kronos also smiled when he saw the merman looking like they were about to go to war. If I kill you, your father will be very angry, right? It's a bit of a hassle though. Well, I don't mind the complete disappearance of the Fishmen Island from this world. Saying that, Kronos raised his hand slowly. The smile on his face gradually turned cold. Immediately afterwards, seeing his hand drop, he said coldly. Kill him all. Kronos wasn't finished yet. That is, when the Kamui pirates' crew was about to leave, and Kronos' voice was about to fall. Above the sky, suddenly there was a hurried shout. And many more. Please wait. This sudden sound. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and looked up subconsciously. But I saw a huge male mermaid with an orange beard like a waterfall. Riding a black whale, it quickly fell from the sky. The moment he saw the mermaid, Kronos narrowed his eyes slightly. Because he recognized someone at a glance. king of Ryugu Kingdom, sea god, Neptune. At this time, looking at the appearance of King Neptune, the mermaid girls huddled on the side of the bay suddenly widened their eyes and looked shocked. Look, that's the king. That lord actually came down from the Dragon Palace. It's the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Advertisement. What's the matter? That lord didn't even bring a guard. Why did that person come here? Is it because of these illegal pirates? Impossible, right? That lord suddenly descended into the sea alone, must be something big happened in the palace. If that's not the case, he wouldn't come here in person, would he? The mermaids guessed in surprise. On the other side, the 6 pirates had already been shocked by Neptune's sudden arrival. Hey, Neptune. Why did he come down in person? At the same moment, watching Neptune come, the faces of the 3 princes, Shark Star, King Star and Rollover Star, were also full of disbelief. Father, how did you come down? Just, for the son's inquiry. Neptune didn't respond right away, but looked at Kronos. He bowed slightly to him and said, terribly sorry. It was my son's rude behavior that offended you. And hope you can forgive them. 1. As soon as this word comes out, the faces of the mermaids present changed dramatically. The faces of all the fishes showed a look of unbelievable shock. No, King, Your Majesty, are you actually apologizing to that human being? Am I dreaming? Who the hell is that human? The mermaid girls stared at Kronos, their pupils trembling, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even Shark Star and other 3 princes. After hearing that his father, the king of Ryugu Kingdom, apologized to a human being. Advertisement. It was also involuntarily that his pupils contracted sharply, and he called out in disbelief. Father. Rao is Kronos, after seeing Neptune come up and apologizing to himself. There was a look of surprise on his face. It was also at this time that Neptune came to Shark Star and the others and said in a deep voice, apologize to your lord. Hearing this, Shaoxing and the others looked a little surprised. But under Neptune's watch, the 3 of them bowed their heads to Kronos. Sorry. Please forgive our previous rude behavior. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Kronos' face again. Looks like you know us, Neptune. Neptune turned around and said calmly. Of course, the prestige of Qian Li's adults has long been spread all over the world. It's just that my sons were ignorant and didn't recognize the presence of the adults for a while, so they offended the adults. Listening to the words of the king, looking at the humble attitude of the king, the heads of all the fishes around became blank. They can't imagine how. You are the king of Ryugu Kingdom, and at this time, in front of this human pirate, his attitude is so humble. It was also at this time that the 3rd prince overturned Xingzai couldn't help but feel relaxed in his heart. He asked Neptune in a low voice. Lord Father, this human, no, what kind of person is this lord? Neptune turned his head to look at Rollover Star, and looked at the curious and puzzled eyes of his 3 sons. After a long while, he sighed softly. Wang Ko said, he is the most vicious sea emperor on this sea, Kronos. Chapter 156 Arrive at Dragon Palace, the beginning of the banquet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the answer revealed. The pupils of the 3 mermaid princes, Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Rollover Star, shrank suddenly. A look of unbelievable horror appeared on his face. The Emperor of the Sea. Kronos. They are the Kamui pirates. The mermaids not far away were hearing the human in front of them. Turned out to be the Emperor of the Sea. He also covered his mouth in surprise and exclaimed in disbelief looking at Kronos. The Emperor of the Sea. There is no explanation for this. Neptune just nodded, and then returned his gaze to Kronos. I have prepared a banquet for the adults. I also hope that you can move to Dragon Palace as a guest. Hearing this, Kronos didn't refuse either, but nodded and agreed with a smile. Watching Kronos agree, Neptune was also slightly relieved. Soon, the cruise ship flew again from the sea. And Kronos didn't show the slightest politeness. Led all the crew to board the cruise ship. Soon after, Neptune led Kronos and others in the cruise ship 850 to fly up to the Dragon Palace castle above. And the mermaids below have not been able to come back to their senses. They stared blankly at Kronos and the others leaving. After a while, the mermaid spoke up. Go. Yes. Yes. They were actually invited by that adult to be a guest at Dragon Palace City. Advertisement. As the Emperor of the Sea, it is natural to be invited by the king, right? That's right. The Emperor of the Sea, this person is on the same level as the Whitebeard pirates. 1. On the other side, the 6 pirates took advantage of the mermaid not to pay attention. Immediately, I smeared oil on the soles of my feet. Quick. Get out of here. No. Not only get out of here, but get out of the Fishmen Island, away from the Fishmen Island. The scar-faced pirate was sweating profusely. Behind him, the rest of the pirates looked puzzled. Why can't we leave the inland and go to Fishman Street to avoid the limelight? That's right, he can't possibly go back to places like Fishman Street, right? 1. The 5 pirates are talking about each other. But the face of the scar-faced pirate was still ugly. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, the Scarface pirate said, I always have a bad feeling. The arrival of the 5th Emperor is probably not just as simple as passing by. Anyway, I'm leaving the Fishmen Island. If you don't want to leave with me, and you want to stay in Fishman Street, then let's go with you. After all, the Scarface pirate ignored the pirates behind him. Speed up the pace of leaving a little. Come to the entrance of Dragon Palace. Neptune thoughtfully sent a piece of bubble coral to everyone in the Kamui pirates. And explained, because the castle is almost immersed in sea water, humans need to wear bubbles. You have bubble coral, you can easily make simple bubbles. Kronos on the excursion boat nodded. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Neptune, everyone followed the passage of the ocean current to the palace of the Dragon Palace City. Advertisement. Come to Dragon Palace. Kronos et al. Used bubble coral to create simple bubbles covering the whole body. Walking up the stairs, everyone passed through a golden gate. Came to the castle of the palace. As soon as they entered the door, 2 rows of people greeted each other. Welcome home, Your Majesty the King. The soldiers' voices were loud, echoing in the huge castle. This is a very vast hall filled with sea water. There are many kinds of fish, and even a huge whale swims above the main hall. Kronos and the rest of the crew were not impressed. Asak and others who followed at the back of the team were shocked by the vastness of the palace. But because of face, they also seemed very calm. I don't even take a look at the palace. Follow the pace of the team. This is the palace, my castle. The banquet hall is in the back. It was also at this time that a dissatisfied complaint came from one side. Really, Your Majesty, you have gone out of the city without disregarding your position. And coming down without guards, it's totally outrageous. The right minister, the seahorse mermaid said loudly to Neptune. Unexpectedly, instead of blaming the right minister, Neptune apologized with a guilty conscience. Sorry, isn't this a special case? I didn't have time to wait for you. I'll pay attention later. However, Neptune Chen's apology did not make the minister of the right relieved. Advertisement. It's too late if something happens. What is the situation in the country now, do you understand? This time, but chaos is constantly happening. Neptune continued to apologize. Not far away, Kronos and others just watched this scene calmly. On the contrary, Gojo Satoru laughed with great interest. How strange. Is that uncle a king? Can anyone else scold him? At this time, Neptune pointed to Kronos and others behind him and said to the seahorse mermaid. Look, I brought back the Kamui pirates. Neptune said this. The right minister, the seahorse mermaid, and the left minister, the catfish mermaid next to him, remembered the real purpose of His Majesty's descent into the sea. Noticing the Kronos group not far away. The next second, the expressions of the 2 ministers changed as they saluted Kronos. Sorry, we were rude. Hearing this, Kronos just waved his hand casually and said lightly. It's okay. As soon as these words came out, the 2 ministers were a little embarrassed. Instinctively, the 2 ministers looked sideways at Neptune Road at the same time. His Majesty. However, Neptune obviously failed to understand their consciousness. He looked back at the Shark Star, King Star and Roller Star, and then looked around. Neptune turned to look at Minister Road on the right. Where's the princess? What is Princess Shirahoshi doing? Listening to Neptune's question, Yuda hesitated and said. This, Lord King. In fact, another attack fell on the hard shell tower just now. Chapter 157 Make the Fishmen Island my territory. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As soon as Minister Wright said this, Neptune frowned and said angrily, "What? Didn't I order you to strengthen your guards to prevent the attack from falling on the hard shell tower again, making the princess uneasy? You can't even do this thing. A bunch of idiots." After being scolded by Neptune, the Right Minister suddenly became angry. "It's not because your Majesty's sudden disappearance has made the already uneasy city even more uneasy, don't you understand?" Unexpectedly, Neptune not only did not push back. Instead, there are some honest nods and a sincere apology. Sorry. I'll really pay attention in the future. Compared to this, let's hurry up and entertain the guests." After speaking, Neptune turned to look at Kronos and the others who were waiting beside him. This time, Neptune's proposal was immediately agreed by the two ministers. That's right. Enter guests first." With that said, the two ministers walked towards Kronos under the leadership of Neptune. It was also at this time that Neptune spoke again. "Oh, by the way, let's invite the princess out to this banquet too." 1. Minister Wright, go in person. Hearing this, Minister Wright was also stunned for a moment. After looking at Neptune for a moment, he still nodded. "Yes, I'll go right now." Watching the seahorse mermaid turn and leave, Neptune looked at the left minister with a serious look. "This banquet, there must be no accident. Advertisement. Let people mobilize all the soldiers to guard the periphery of the banquet hall, including those on the hard shell tower." The left minister, who was holding a cane, nodded solemnly. "I will arrange it properly, don't worry, Your Majesty." Shortly after, Neptune, Kronos and others came to the banquet place under the escort of a group of soldiers. The mermaids in charge of serving dishes push a variety of delicacies and wines to the table. As Kronos took his seat, Neptune's voice spread. "Banquet. Begin." Then, the music sounded. On both sides of the banquet hall, a graceful mermaid walked out and danced to the music. Then appeared the first female singer under the sea that the Fishmen Island is proud of. Maria Napoleon. Her singing echoed in the banquet hall, but the mermaids didn't pay attention to it because of Kronos' presence. As for Kronos, I don't appreciate it, and I'm not interested in it at all. After a while, a notification came into the banquet hall. Princess Shirahoshi is here. Following this announcement, everyone in the banquet hall also looked sideways. What caught everyone's eyes was a man with flowing pink long curly hair and a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory on his head. Wearing a pair of shell-shaped earrings on her ears, she has a beautiful appearance, a pair of blue eyes, a plump upper circumference, and the lower body is a mermaid with a pink fishtail in different shades. And she is also the king of Ryugu Kingdom, the youngest and most beloved daughter of Neptune, the god of the sea. 82. Looking at the strangers in the banquet hall, Shirahoshi looked a little scared. Looking at his father for help, Shirahoshi called out timidly, "Father! Father!" Seeing Shirahoshi coming, Neptune also showed a smile on his face, and greeted Shirahoshi. Advertisement. "Shirahoshi, you're here." Coming to Shirahoshi's side, Neptune leaned closer to Shirahoshi and explained in a low voice. "I'm sorry, Shirahoshi. This time the guests have a special status, and there is no accident in Dragon Palace City, so I took away the guards on the hard shell tower. I don't feel relieved to let you stay in the hard shell tower alone, I can only aggrieve you to follow me first." Listening to Neptune's explanation, Shirahoshi shook his head and smiled. "Father, I'm not wronged." It was also at this time that Wujowu floated up curiously and got closer to observe. "As this Princess Shirahoshi, it's very bright." Gojo Satoru smiled and praised. However, his sudden words startled Shirahoshi. It made him retreat a little in fear. Shirahoshi's bright blue eyes stared at Gojo Satoru, who suddenly appeared, his expression full of fear. "Zero ask for flowers 00. Wutiao Wu was also slightly taken aback when he heard the words. At this moment, Albedo slowly walked to Kronos' side and asked in a sweet voice. Turning his head and seeing that it was Albedo, he also smiled and said. On one side, Hashirama, Madara, Bangu and Asok et al. Madara on the side seemed a little less interested. Thinking of this, Kronos suddenly smiled and shook his head, muttering to himself. Sorry, didn't expect to scare you. The food here is really good. Hashirama praised. But there is still a long way to go from the top of the mountain. Looking back, leaving Erica's tavern seems like it was yesterday. Advertisement. Even his pirate group is stronger than any four emperors group. Hearing this, Kronos recovered from his distraction. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. From today, the Fishman Island is planned as my territory. 0. But for a moment, tears welled up in Shirahoshi's eyes. I don't have anything on my mind, I just suddenly remembered some things from the past. Lord Kronos, is there something on your mind? Point 0. While enjoying food and wine, chatting and laughing at the same time. And this, obviously, was scared to cry by Wuho Satoru. I don't know if I fell into contemplation or simply lost my mind. The wine is also very good. Bang Ji-yu said with a gentle smile as he lifted the glass with a smile. Now, he is already the emperor of the sea. And the other side. I don't know if they need to worry and fear after the bandits are gone, and their life will be better. You have to have enough prestige. Gojo Satoru, you scared her. Seeing this scene, Artoria immediately reminded Wuho Satoru. When he saw the tears in Shirahoshi's eyes, he smiled a little embarrassedly. In terms of status and prestige, it is far inferior to the original four emperors. He was more concerned about when Hashirama could fight him than the wine in front of him. Kronos sat in his seat and looked at the crew with a smile on his face. It's albedo. After going to sea, I have experienced so many things. Advertisement. Chapter 158 The Means of the Kamui Pirates, Hordy Jones. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kronos said that. Neptune and the others were stunned for a moment. The next second, they all turned their heads to look at Kronos. Unstoppable, the pupils of Neptune and the others shrank suddenly, and an unbelievable expression appeared on their faces. What did you say? Meanwhile, Fishman Street. Haven't Dothan and the others hunted down the escaped humans yet? Hordy Jones, the captain of the new Murloc pirates, asked in a low voice. On the side, there are many black and white stripes on the body of the bearded shark. Gio heard the words and responded softly. It is estimated that a lot of time has been spent on torturing humans, and I have already sent people to call them back. Hearing this, Jones chuckled softly. Shout, these guys are really cruel. 1. Jo glanced at Jones, and then said, 850. There is news from the inland that the Kamui pirates have come to the Fishman Island. Jones' laughter came to an abrupt end. Turning his head slightly wrinkled, Jones looked at Jo and asked. The Kamui pirates. The fifth emperor who made a scene at Marine headquarters. Jay nodded. Well, it's them. How many are they? Jones asked. Jo thought for a moment and said, about 20 people. As soon as the answer came out, a hideous smile appeared on Jones' face. 20 people. He. It's just a gang of only 20 people who can become emperors of the sea. Just because they are human. Our new Fishman pirate group has 70,000 people. Saying that, Jones suddenly looked at Jo and asked in a cold voice. Advertisement. Hey, Jay, you said if we annexed the Kamui pirates. 1. Before Jones had finished speaking, a Murloc suddenly broke in and shouted. Not good. Not good, boss. This sudden interruption made all the officials of the new Murloc pirates frown. Displeased snorted. And Jones also frowned and questioned. What happened? The intruding Murloc eased his emotions. But he still couldn't hide the frightened look on his face. Dothan, they are dead. As soon as this news comes out. The Cadres present all shrank their pupils and stood up from their positions in a flash. What did you say? Dothan is dead. That group of humans killed. Impossible. A mere human, how could it be the opponent of our Murlocs? The report Fishman swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a trembling voice. Yes, it's true. I saw their bodies. They all seem to have committed suicide. When I heard Dothan turned out to be suicide. Short in stature and with sharp fangs, Dharma, the leader of the new Murloc pirates, immediately said angrily. What are you kidding? It's just chasing a group of human pirates who escaped. How could Dothan and the others commit suicide? Even if you die, you will only die in battle. However, they are carrying the medicine. Even if Dothan doesn't take the medicine, that group of weak humans will never be their opponents. The Murloc who reported it looked at Jones with a hint of help. Advertisement. It's true. What I'm saying is true, boss. Come and see it with me. Hearing that, Jones was silent for a moment, and then spoke coldly. Take me. Soon, Jones and his party left Fishman Street. He ran at full speed in the direction of Dothan's death. Not long after, Jones and his party finally arrived at the place where Dothan died, the human pirate ship. When they saw their companions, they were all kneeling on the ground. When the long knife in his hand pierced his heart and died. Rao is the captain of the new Murloc pirates, and the boss of 70,000 people, Hordy Jones, is also shaking uncontrollably at the moment. There was a look of unbelievable horror on his face. How is this possible? On the side, Gio and Dharma both had their pupils trembling, and their faces were incredulous. Really? Suicide? What the hell did they encounter that made them degenerate to the point where they didn't even have the courage to fight and chose to commit suicide? As Bodhidharma's voice fell, Jones suddenly thought of something. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head sideways and looked angrily in the direction of the Fishmen Island. Could it be that they did it? Kamui pirates. Dragon Palace. Point 0. The prestige of the Whitebeard pirates has been greatly diminished today, to the point where they cannot protect the Fishmen Island from other pirates. At the Battle of Marineford, the Marine and Whitebeard pirates have been hit hard by us. So, the only one who can protect them is our Kamui pirates. Protect. What does it mean? Arturia blinked a little puzzled and asked back. Subconsciously, Kronos looked at Albedo beside him. Albedo bowed her head respectfully towards Kronos and asked. When Albedo heard the words, she couldn't help sneering. Advertisement. If they don't appreciate it, let them fend for themselves. Besides, Lord Kronos is doing this to protect them. On the way, even Kronos was stunned when he heard Albedo's words. Fight and chaos are brewing in this country. What if you don't want to? It's just a mere mermaid. Not just the crew. It is not difficult to see from the arrival of the Fishmen Island to Ryugu Castle that the Fishmen Island is now facing a huge dilemma. Kronos was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Lord Kronos. The other 3 Sea Emperors, it is impossible for them to declare war with the Whitebeard pirates for the sake of the Fishmen Island. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. After the banquet was over, soldiers led Kronos and the others to the resting room. They don't seem to want to let the Fishmen Island become our territory. Bangu said leisurely. Tell them. As she spoke, Albedo suddenly became a little angry. If they want to disobey Lord Kronos, they are 10,000 years early. Are you going to tell them your real purpose for doing this? When Albedo said these words, the surrounding crew members were all stunned. With permission, Albedo also smiled. Only we can make them. After all, I also want to know. No, it is to let the island return to peace. And this phenomenon is the beginning of a country's imminent demise. Haven't waited for Kronos to say anything. Turning his head to look at the crew members beside him, Albedo 0.0 said solemnly. Advertisement. Chapter 159 System Rewards, Possessions, Angel of Redemption. 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After listening to what Albedo said, Kronos was silent. Before he could regain his senses, Albedo turned to look at Kronos and asked. Am I right, Lord Kronos? After a moment of hesitation, Kronos nodded and responded. Well, it's pretty much what I thought. With Kronos' affirmation, a smile appeared on Albedo's face. At the same time as a blush appeared, he looked at Kronos excitedly and said. Yes, Lord Kronos. After the episode, everyone came to the rooms arranged by Neptune. All night. The next morning, Kronos had just woken up from his sleep. The system's prompt sound then echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully occupying the Fishmen Island, prestige value plus 10000. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for owning the territory and obtaining the possession Angel of Redemption Katakana middle dot ship. Close black lens bracket. With the 2 beeps, Kronos couldn't help but startled slightly. Immediately afterwards, he abruptly sat up from the bed and looked at his attribute panel in disbelief. Open black lens bracket host close black lens bracket. Kronos. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 44,200. Abilities: Renren Fruit, Observation Hockey, Top, Armament Hockey, Top, Conquerors Hockey, Top. Open black lens bracket, convened members, close black lens bracket. Conan, Wuho Go, Jiguyueni, Tiandao Pain, Beast Dao Pain. The Way of the Earth Pain, The Way of Hell Pain, Shira Way Pain, Hungry Kido Pain. Uchiha Madara, Arturia, Bangu, Albedo, Senju Hashirama. Open black lens bracket, possession, close black lens bracket. Angel of Redemption, Katakana middle dot ship. Open black lens bracket, entrance to prize pool, close black lens bracket, close double angle bracket, close double angle bracket, close black lens bracket. Look at the skyrocketing prestige value, as well as the possessions that were obtained for the first time. Advertisement. Kronos sighed, holding his forehead a little annoyed. Damn, it turns out that occupying a place can not only gain a lot of prestige, but also get possessions. Saying that, Kronos rubbed his face vigorously. Looking back on the past, full of chagrin and regret. If all the places that I passed by before were occupied. So the number of members gathered now, I am afraid there are not 100 or 80, right? On an uninhabited island, I have encountered many along the way. Even if you don't occupy those towns and countries or something. Just by occupying those small islands with no one, there should be more than 100,000 in total, right? With that in mind, Kronos glanced at the panel again. But this is it. But it caused Kronos' pupils to shrink slightly. Because he found that the prestige value was growing slowly. And no system prompts. You must know that there will be a prompt no matter how much you gain after you accidentally gain prestige. Even if it's only 3 or 5 o'clock. But now, it is a fact that the prestige value is increasing, but there is no system prompt. Could it be that having a territory can generate prestige on your own? Bold guesses came to Kronos' mind. It made Kronos' mind restless. What followed was the endless annoyance. If you take over all the places that you have passed before. How much prestige does this give me? Oh, why didn't I think of it? Kronos let out a long sigh, looking out the window and muttering to himself. Stayed in the room for a while. Kronos just came out and came to the outside of the room, on the platform next to the window. Advertisement. Looking up, a black flag was flying high above. It was originally the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. Today, the pattern on it has changed, and it has become a blindfolded skull with wings. And this is the banner of the Kamui pirates. It was also at this time that there was a knock on the door of Kronos' room. Boom, boom, boom. What followed was a low voice. Lord Kronos, it's ready sooner. Hearing this, Kronos turned his head slightly and looked back, and responded. I see. Meanwhile, somewhere in the deep sea, a huge, human, sea monster, is dragging a huge and dilapidated ship forward in the deep sea. It was also at this time that a hoarse shout suddenly came from inside the boat. Poseidon. The giant sea monster pulling the boat turned back. What? A hoarse voice came from inside the boat again. No reply yet. Letter from Princess Shirahoshi. 1 inch. Hearing this, Mionjinjian responded. Not yet, Captain Decken. Inside the ship, the captain of the flying pirates, Vander Decken Ix, sighed involuntarily. Ah, how many years have I waited? It's been 8 years, and I haven't replied yet. Mionjinjian thought about it and said. It had been 8 years since he heard this, and Decken was instantly furious, and slammed a punch on the table in front of him. Boom. It must have been damn it's Neptune doing it. Advertisement. He wants to get Princess Shirahoshi into a political marriage. Speaking of which, Decken's eyes twitched, as if he had insight into everything. I saw him stand up, and while walking towards the outside, he said to himself. It must be so. Princess Shirahoshi lived in the hard shell tower for 8 years as evidence. It's really heartbreaking. We obviously love each other so much. Princess 100 stars. I have always loved you deeply. I love you. I love you. No matter how wandering and searching in this deep seabed. There will be no woman as noble and beautiful as you. Speaking of which, Decken's face suddenly turned gloomy. You must never be with another man. If there is that time, then you die. Shirahoshi. Your life is either to marry me or to die. Saying that, Decken took out a huge axe. Today I also give you an axe with a rose printed on it. 1. Got it, Shirahoshi. This is proof of marriage. With that said, Decken held a giant axe, and after taking 2 steps in a row, he threw it violently. Shish. Dragon Palace City. In the hall. A large dining table is placed in the center. It was full of good food and wine. At that time, the entire Kamui seashells had arrived and took their seats. On the Dragon Palace side, Neptune, Shark Star, King Star, Rollover Star and Shirahoshi are also here at the moment. They also sat down in their seats and had breakfast with Kronos and the others. Chapter 160 The Angry Albedo, The Horror of the Mermaids. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's just that Shirahoshi pays more attention than the food in his hand. But in Kronos et al. Looking at Kronos and the others, Shirahoshi's eyes were full of curiosity, but also timid. She wanted to ask Kronos and others what the land looked like. Have you ever seen the sun, and what does the sun look like? Will there be stars in the sky at night? And whether there are all kinds of flowers and animals with hair all over the land. However, despite the endless questions in mind, Shirahoshi didn't dare to ask. Shiraushi. It was also when Shirahoshi pondered in a daze. Shark Star on the side cast a concerned look towards her and called out softly. Recovering from his stupor, Shirahoshi looked at Shark Star in panic. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Shark Star asked. On the side, King Star, Rollover Star and Neptune also turned their heads to look at Shirahoshi when they heard the words. Seeing this, Shirahoshi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. No, I'm fine. Really, if you are uncomfortable, you have to say it. Shark Star thought and reminded. And Kronos sitting opposite Shirahoshi. At this moment, he raised his head slightly and glanced at Shirahoshi. Being watched by Shirahoshi all the time, it was impossible for Kronos not to know. He could probably guess what Shirahoshi was thinking. Only, Kronos didn't say much about it. After taking a look at Shirahoshi, he continued to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Advertisement. As for the surrounding Kamui pirates, they didn't care about Shirahoshi's actions at all. Suddenly, an abnormal sound erupted. Shoo. The dull sound of breaking the air echoed from behind. The sound has changed from small to loud, from far to near. Almost in the blink of an eye. An axe with a rose pattern flew in from outside the hall. Aim for Shirahoshi. Shish. Faced with this sudden scene, Neptune, Shark Star, King Star, and Rollover Star who were present all changed their expressions. Exclaimed in alarm. Shirahoshi. Be careful. While speaking, Shark Star jumped up. However, the speed of the axe that suddenly attacked was too fast. Wait for the shark to jump in front of Shirahoshi. That axe had already fallen on Shirahoshi. That's too late. Shark Star clenched his teeth and secretly said unwillingly. It's just, when the mermaids are caught in the tension of intersection. When I was at a loss for this sudden attack, an abrupt and crisp sound suddenly resounded throughout the hall. When that axe with a rose pattern on it. When he was about to pass by Kronos, Kronos raised his right hand and stopped it with 2 fingers on his back. It was also the moment Kronos stopped the attacking axe. The whole hall fell silent. It was so quiet that you could hear needles falling, and it was a little weird. Advertisement. Shark Star and the others looked at the stopped axe, and their eyes widened at this moment. Unbelievable face. Block. This was blocked so easily. He didn't even need to turn his head to look, he just raised it and stopped the axe. The 3 mermaid princes looked at Kronos with a lot of surprise in their hearts. And Neptune was the first to notice the rose pattern on the axe. At a glance, you know who is attacking. Anger surged in my heart. Neptune was about to get angry. But before he could vent his temper, someone was furious before him. Boom. Albedo slammed the table and stood up. The huge dining table collapsed in response to this roar. Boom. I haven't waited for Neptune to react. Albedo's angry voice resounded throughout the hall. Who is it? It was also the moment Albedo's voice sounded. Gojo Satoru, Madara, Bangu, Artoria and the rest of the crew suddenly burst out. Boom. Kacha. Even the hard floor can't withstand the coercion caused by their burst of power. Because of the impact of this scene in front of him, a storm was already set off in his heart. His body and eyes were trembling uncontrollably. His whole body was as heavy as a mountain on his back. How powerful is the man in front of him? Albedo muttered angrily. Advertisement. Shark Star and the others murmured in horror. At this moment, they only had the unbelievable horror on their faces. It rules a group of crew members that are as strong as monsters. Under the protection of Kronos. The faces of Arturia and the others on the side were so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping water. How dare to attack Lord Kronos? Huge force oppression filled the entire hall. Look at the man called the Emperor of the Sea. Boom rumble. As this, still human. How charismatic does he have to be to make these monsters so convinced of him? Just the moment when the breath, Qian Li's, was exposed, we almost fainted. 1. Unforgivable. 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 Kronos shot in time for them to block the pressure of Albedo, Gojo Satoru, Madara and others. The blood on his face also disappeared in an instant. There was no blood on his face, and his body was wet with cold sweat. What terrifying power is this? If it wasn't for his shot, I'm afraid I would have passed out just now, right? Instinctively, Neptune and the others looked at Kronos. Neptune, Shark Star, King Star, and Rollover Star, after witnessing the scene in front of them. Even the hard floor collapsed and cracked at this moment, with terrifying cracks like cobwebs all over it. Even their voices were trembling. I'm going to kill him. Breathtaking. Fortunately, just when they were about to faint, a terrifying and strong murderous aura descended. Is this the strength of being a companion of the fifth emperor? At the same instant, Neptune and the others bent down under the pressure of this powerful force. Chapter 161 The Slaughter Begins, The Cleaning of the Fishmen Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Shirahoshi also reacted from this sudden accident. Fear took over her body and mind, so that she couldn't help but burst into tears. Ooh. At this time, Gojo Satoru also set his eyes on Neptune and said coldly. Hey, big man, don't you explain. At this moment, the cold eyes of everyone in the Kamui pirates turned to Neptune. It made Neptune shudder, even protected by Kronos space. They could also clearly feel the terrifying coercion and killing intent emanating from Wuho Wu and the others. After swallowing hard, Neptune looked at the axe with a rose pattern. After a while, he spoke slowly. The culprit who did this, I know. That's a man named Vander Decken. He is a person with the ability to target the fruit. A long time ago, he once proposed to my daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, but Shirahoshi rejected him. It's just that he didn't give up. In the beginning, he just sent love letters to the Dragon Palace Kingdom, but then he began to intensify his efforts, changing from letters to 850 parcels. It's even turned into a marriage proposal that threatens to intimidate. Just like what you saw just now. His intimidation scared Shirahoshi, so that Shirahoshi wouldn't feel uneasy. I built a hard shell tower in Ryugu Castle to prevent Vanderdecken's intimidation attack. At the same time, I also asked my 3 sons, Shark Star, King Star, and Roller Star to lead the army to hunt down Vanderdecken, but so far they have not been able to capture him successfully. So, before Neptune had finished speaking, Gojo Satoru said in a cold voice. Where is he? Neptune was stunned for a moment when asked by Gojo Satoru, at a loss for words. Advertisement. Because he doesn't know where Vanderdecken is now. It was also at this time that Kronos made a soothing voice. It's just a small matter. It's not worth your anger. Calm down a little bit. However, even Kronos says it's just a small thing. But the crew didn't think so. Albedo said even more with anger in her heart. But, Lord Kronos, that guy, DAAA. It's just that Albedo hasn't finished speaking yet. Kronos stood up and smiled reassuringly on her head. I know you're mad at me. But it's not worth it to get angry because of a scum. Also, I didn't intend to let this matter go. With that, Kronos turned his head to look at Neptune and asked. You should have a portrait of Vanderdecken. Bring it to me. As he spoke, Kronos threw the axe on the ground. Dang clang. The crisp collision sound echoed. Neptune, who had reacted, nodded in response. Yes, I'll get it. It wasn't long before Neptune brought Vanderdecken's wanted warrant. Kronos glanced at the appearance on the portrait, then turned to look at the 5 enlightenment paths. Gojo Satoru, please go for a run this time. Gojo Satoru changed his unruly appearance and strode to Kronos' side. Very happy. Handing the portrait to Gojo Satoru, Kronos spoke again. Advertisement. Pay attention. If you see a humanoid sea monster dragging a ship in the deep sea, it means you have found him. No accident. Vander Decken was in the boat being pulled by the humanoid sea monster. Gojo Satoru, who took the portrait, nodded and was about to leave. Kronos suddenly remembered something. He couldn't help but ask again. By the way, try to bring him back alive. Hearing this, Wujogo hesitated for a moment, then smiled and responded. I understand. The voice fell, and Wuju's figure also disappeared in the hall. Looking at the direction where the axe was flying for a while, Kronos turned his gaze back to Neptune. There are a lot of pirates and criminals making trouble recently, kidnapping mermaids, right? Listen to Kronos. After a moment of silence, Neptune nodded in discouragement. Well, the Fishman Island has been restless since the Marineford incident. It's just that most of them gather on Fishman Street. 1. There are mixed fish and dragons, there are human pirates, there are mermaids and murlocs, there are hundreds of thousands of people, even the army of Dragon Palace City can't do anything about them. After listening to Neptune's story, Kronos' expression was nonchalant. Even when he heard that hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Fishman Street, his expression was so calm. Speaking of which, the Fishman Island is now my territory. I should also shelter you, the Fishman Island, shelter you mermaids. It's fine now. Let us help you clean up. With that, Kronos turned to look at the crew behind him. Purge the inland of the Fishman Island and all the pirates and criminals in the Fishman Street. Hang their heads outside the Fishman Island. Advertisement. Kronos this to order as soon as it comes out. Neptune, who was present, as well as Sharkstar and other princes, all shrank their pupils. He looked at Kronos in disbelief. The faces of Neptune and the others were full of fearful expressions of horror. What did you hear? All clear. There are tens of thousands of outlaws and pirates inside and outside the Fishman Island. Kill them all. Thinking of it, Neptune and the others were like falling into an ice cave. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. It was also at this moment that Neptune suddenly remembered the situation in Fishman Street, and couldn't help but say. Wait, Lord Kronos. There are many fish and dragons in Fishman Street, and there are certainly many pirates and criminals. But among them, there are also many abducted mermaids and murlocs, as well as civilians who have been living in the murlocs. It's hard to tell them apart from the criminals. Neptune wasn't finished yet. He suddenly stopped, and the voice stopped abruptly. Kronos watched him calmly, and Neptune also saw the indifferent expression on Kronos' face. Also at this moment, Neptune suddenly understood what Kronos was going to do. I want to separate out all the civilians and outlaws in Fishman Street. This is simply an impossible thing. And he still has to do it. Then there is only one final result. That is, indiscriminate slaughter. Chapter 162 found you, Vander Decken. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ignore Neptune. The crew of the Kamui pirates turned around at this moment and walked out of the hall. At this time, the faces of everyone still put on a chilling face. Rao is a handyman such as a sock, and his face is full of killing intent at this moment. Outlaws. Since we didn't get a chance to piss off the guy who shot the captain, then I'll have to put my anger on you. Get ready to die. You guys who dare to run wild in the captain's land. The Fishman Island is inland and is called the Land of the Sea by the Dragon Palace. Over time, Mrs. Charlie foresaw the foreseeable future and began to ferment among the mermaids. The faces of many mermaids are full of worry and fear. What shall we do? If Mrs. Charlie's divination is true, then we are in danger. This is no longer if. Mrs. Charlie's prophecy has never been missed. Does His Majesty know this prophecy? Now the human beings have become more and more reckless, we should expel all humans and pirates. 1. That's right. They should be expelled. The anti-human emotions are becoming more and more intense among the murlocs. And in an alley not far from the fish crowd, the 3 human pirates gritted their teeth and stared viciously at the mermaids and cursed. Damn, these damn murlocs, I'll have to kill them if I get a chance. It's just a fish, what's the arrogance? If we catch you, we will make your life worse than death. Advertisement. The 3 human pirates cursed in a low voice. That is, at this time, a sudden voice suddenly came out from behind them. Hey, you 3. Daughter pirates. As soon as the words came out, The three humans were suddenly startled and turned their heads sharply. What caught their eyes were 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, armed with weapons. And these 4 men and 1 woman. It is also the handyman and navigator of the Kamui pirates. Asak, Vians, Kent, Poprun and Ilya. When the 3 pirates saw that the person who came was neither a mermaid nor a murloc. But the 3 pirates breathed a sigh of relief when they were human beings like themselves. Who scared me to death. I thought it was the murlocs who found us. Hey, you guys. It's just that they haven't finished speaking yet. Standing at the forefront, Asak, Vians, and Cantor all shot at the same time and slashed at their heads. Shoo. PFF'd. Dark red blood splashed out. The 3 human pirates haven't reacted yet. This is what happened. The head was chopped off. This sudden scene made Populin and Ilya, who had not yet reacted, stunned on the spot. Hey, why did you guys act so suddenly? Populin asked with a bewildered face. Ilya on the side also said with a surprised expression. You haven't figured out their identities yet. Didn't the captain say to clear out lawbreakers and pirates? What if they don't? Hearing this, Asak, Vians and Cantor looked at each other. Advertisement. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he said indifferently. It doesn't matter. We say he is. We know what human beings are like. 1. Even if neither of them are, that's still the top half of the lawbreakers, just kill them. While speaking, the 3 of them picked up the 3 heads and hung them on their waists. Speaking of which, the Fishman Island is so big, how can there be time to talk nonsense with them? Okay, let's go to the next party. We have a lot of work. Remember to put your head on, they're hanging outside the Fishman Island. Saying that, Asak, Vians, and Cantor took the lead and walked out towards the alley. Populin, who was still in a dazed state, heard this translation. I learned from my heart. Next time, you have to be quicker with your hands and feet, otherwise the credit will be taken away by Asak and the others. With this in mind, Populin and Ilya also followed Asak's pace. 0 for flowers 00. However, when they came out of the alley and onto the street, the fish people immediately noticed them. It's human. Damn, they dare to show up. Expel them. Get them off the island. Perceiving this, Wujo Wu did not hesitate at all. Puu. Finally, Gojo Satoru's figure moved quickly in the deep sea. You big guy. 0. A red ball of light suddenly appeared. It seems that you are also outlaws. Haven't waited for Asak and others to make a move. Advertisement. Expel us. In the deep sea. At the same time, it is also sensing all the movements around it. And then to respond to the murlocs, only Populin's cold words. Without any nonsense, Populin slashed with his sword. While speaking, there was a murloc walking towards Asak and the others. PFF'd. Humanity. Axe-throwing guy. Populin took the lead in pulling out the long knife around his waist and rushed forward with a vigorous step. Looking at the huge humanoid sea monster in front of him, looking at the boat dragging behind him. A smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's face, and he said with a hint of excitement. Immediately adjust the direction and rush towards the sensed place. When Gojo Satoru passed through a trench. Immediately after that, Wuho Satoru's indifferent voice. Got you. Don't get in the way. The other side. Soon after, the figure of Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in front of Oshindo, Matsumi. Blood poured out like a fountain. Hearing Wuho Satoru's words, Matsumi, who was pulling the boat, was also stunned for a moment. Shish. It's just the moment when Mionjin saw the voice. A huge humanoid creature suddenly appeared on the edge of his perception range. The head of the mermaid who was walking in the front, who had not yet been able to react, was chopped off on the spot. Advertisement. Chapter 163. The Kamui pirates arrive and destroy the entire Fishman Street. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I haven't waited for Matsumoto to respond. I saw a flash of red light, and me and Jinjian's head exploded directly. Boom. A dull sound echoed. The dark red blood spread as Mionjinjian's head exploded. In a wrecked ship, Vander Decken couldn't help frowning when he heard the sudden movement outside the ship. He asked in a low and hoarse voice. Poseidon. What's going on outside? 1. What was that movement just now? However, as the voice of Vander Decken fell, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. 0. Didn't get any response. This sudden anomaly made Van der Decken instinctively feel uneasy, and shouted again. Poseidon. This time. After Van der Decken's voice fell. 853. There was finally movement outside. But that was not Matsumi's response, but a clear sound of footsteps. Da da da. This time, Van der Decken's pupils shrank suddenly, he stood up abruptly, and shouted. Who is it? When his shouts fell, the figure of Gojo Satoru. It also slowly walked down the wooden stairs leading to the deck of the ship. Looking at Van der Decken's appearance, Gojo Satoru spoke softly. So you're hiding here. Looking at Wuho Satoru who suddenly appeared, Decken was shocked. He couldn't understand how the other party found him. Instinctively, Decken took a step back and said with a gloomy expression. Advertisement. Who are you and what do you want me to do? Hearing this, Wutiaowu was slightly taken aback, and then smiled. What's the matter with you? What did you do just now? Won't you forget it so soon? You threw that axe with a rose pattern. Hearing this, Decken's face changed greatly. Immediately guessed the identity of the other party. This is the man Neptune sent to catch him. Is the enemy. Knowing this, Decken did not hesitate at all, and immediately shouted and rushed towards Gojo Satoru. Since you found it, then go to die. Only, in the face of Decken's bashing. Wutiaowu was not afraid of rejoicing. What I'm waiting for, it's your shot. While whispering softly, Wutiaowu's figure flashed. The next second, only to hear the sound of, chuck. One of Decken's arms was torn off by Wujo. Dark red blood splashed out. Decken lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. What followed was his shrill scream. Thump. Throwing Decken's severed arm aside at will. Gojo Satoru slowly walked towards Decken with an indifferent expression. From the moment you attacked our captain, you should have thought about the consequences. 1. Hearing this, Decken, who was still wailing in pain, was taken aback for a moment. Captain. Wasn't he sent by Neptune to catch him? Is this a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, Decken hurriedly looked back at Gojo Satoru and waved his hands hastily. Wait. Is there any misunderstanding in this? 1. I've never attacked anyone. Advertisement. I never attacked your captain. Looking down at Decken indifferently, Wuho Wuyu opened his mouth and said. Haven't attacked anyone. You threw that axe with a rose pattern. 1. Hearing this, Decken's pupils shrank suddenly. An axe with a rose pattern. Isn't this given to Shirahoshi by myself? Why became the captain who attacked them? I haven't waited for Decken to make a sound. Looking at Decken's expression, Gojo Satoru knew that he had found the wrong person. Looks like it's you. There are 3 more arms, so let's talk about it now. 1. Which hand did you throw the axe with? Fish Street. The base of the new Murloc pirates. Boss. What shall we do now? The people who killed Dothan were definitely the damned humans of the Kamui pirates. 1. We have to avenge Dothan. Dharma, the leader of the new Fishman pirates, said, thinking of Hordy Jones. And Jones responded in a deep voice after listening to Bodhidharma's words. We will definitely avenge Dothan's revenge. I will make those humans pay the price. But now is not the time, we need an opportunity. With that said, Jones turned his head to look at Jiao. Has Icarus been found? Jay shook his head. No, not only Icarus, but also several Murlocs went missing that day. I had people search the neighborhood for a day, but they couldn't find any traces of them. I'm afraid it's already a lot of bad luck. While the 3 of them were talking, a huge roar suddenly remembered. Boss, there's an intruder. Da. Advertisement. Boom. He didn't even know what happened. Everyone, they were all killed by those guys, woo. 0.0 inches. What did you say? A sudden and clear footsteps suddenly remembered. One of the mermaids endured the excruciating pain. What are you kidding? Jones drank loudly. Immediately afterwards, the entire room began to vibrate violently. What's going on outside? Boom. The 3 Murlocs who were seriously injured cried out in pain on the ground. Turning his head to look at Jones, who was beside him, he said with tears in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a pair of purple eyes appeared in the dim corridor ahead. The people under his command told himself that all the people outside were killed. At this moment, his face was full of unbelievable horror. This movement. Boom. Jones, Dharma and Jiao were shocked. The pupils contracted sharply uncontrollably. Doom. The person with the red auspicious cloud pattern embroidered on the windbreaker also walked out of the dark corridor. Equals body Shui 1, a murloc with several black sticks stuck through his body. One was wearing a long black trench coat. Jones' voice just fell. Outside. Outside. It was also when Jones was horrified. Even the door and people flew upside down to the center of the room, and fell heavily to the ground. Hearing this news, Jones, Dharma and Jiao all trembled. The door of the room was violently smashed open. Advertisement. Chapter 164 instantly kills Jones, the wailing of Fishman Street. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The person who came was exactly Pen 6 Paths. The pair of purple Rinnegan, like an abyss, stared at Jones, at Dharma and Jay. I saw the appearance of the person coming. Jiao's pupils immediately shrank uncontrollably. They're the Kamui pirates. Jones was also surprised when he heard this. The Kamui pirates. Jiao nodded solemnly, and there was a hint of fear on his face. The bounty of 970 million berries Pen Tiandao. Pen Beast Road of Berry with a bounty of 965 million. The bounty of 730 million berries Pen Human Road. Pain Shura Road of 515 million berry. 520 million berries Pen Hungry Keto. 1. The bounty of 1.03 billion berries Pen Hell Road. All 30 of the 6 pens are here. Listening to Jiao's announcement of the other party's bounty amount, Dharma on the side was so frightened that his pupils trembled, with a look of disbelief. What are you kidding? The lowest bounty is more than 500 million. All the Cadres are here. However, even in the face of Pain 6 Paths, whose bounties are all over 500 million. There was still a grim smile on Jones' face. 6 vs 3. Just in time. When I solve you, I'm going to clean up your other companions. After all, Jones grabbed a handful of the murderous medicine and threw it into his mouth. Gollum. A clear swallowing sound came out. Advertisement. Bodhidharma on the side could not help but make a sound when he saw this. It's another one-time intake of so many poisonous drugs. Jones let out a low laugh, his eyes gradually congested and turned blood red. This is the Sea Emperor's crew. We have to entertain them properly. While speaking, the veins on Jones' body burst out. However, Pen's 6 Paths, placed directly in front of them, turned a deaf ear to Jones's words. Looking around in a circle. Confirmed the room, except for the few lying on the ground. Only Jones, Jiao, and Dharma are behind. There is no verbal communication whatsoever. Hell Road, Animal Road and Hungry Keto Pain turned around and walked out of the room. Seeing this scene, Jones, who would be wrong, immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, are you scared? Humans. However, it's too late to leave now. Before Jones had finished speaking, Tiandao Pain, Shura Dao Pain and Human Dao Pain immediately acted. But in the blink of an eye, Tiandao Pain instantly appeared in front of Jones. Seeing this, Jones was shocked and his nerves were beating violently. This guy. However, Jones has not been able to make any counterattacks. Tiandao Pain stabbed Jones in the throat with a knife. The next second, only to hear the sound of PFF'd. Dark red blood spurted from Jones' neck. And his head has been lifted by Tiandao Pain. Bodhidharma and Jiao, who were on the side, froze in place after seeing this scene. The pupils contracted unconsciously. Advertisement. Unbelievable horrified expressions also appeared on their faces. What happened? Boss's head was taken off. Are you kidding me? 38. At this moment, Dharma and Jia's expressions were full of horror. And this became the last expression they showed after they died. Almost immediately after they were horrified that Jones' head had been taken off. Their heads were also taken off by Shura Dao Pain and Human Dao Pain at the same time. PFF'd. Even in death, Jones, Jiao, and Dharma's eyes are still open. Their expressions seemed to be frightened, as if in despair. The eyes that looked at Tiandao Pain were even more astonished. Without the slightest sloppiness, the Heavenly Dao, Shura Dao, and Human Dao Pain grabbed the enemy's head. Just walked out of the room. Meanwhile, Murloc Street outside the new Murloc Pirates. At this time, The streets were full of corpses, and the red blood was all over the street. The strong bloody smell is pungent. In the original Fishman Street, you can still hear some laughter and some angry scolding. And now Fishman Street. Only the cry of despair, the cry of grief. They could have led a large army to hunt down Decken, Neptune, and the three princes of Shark Star, King Star, and Rollover Star are all in the hall. Conan's countless paper clones swept across the streets and alleys. As for Decken, the same goes for the many avatars of Madara and the many avatars of Hashirama. And Decken has been wandering in the deep sea all the year round. Where is it so easy to find? Whether it's human, murloc, or mermaid. Advertisement. To be honest, Neptune and others are not at all hopeful. Just like them. However, at this time, Neptune and the others looked a little bad. After a while, the limelight has passed. The other side. Albedo did not go to the task of clearing the Murloc 853rd Street. Kronos sat calmly in his chair, waiting for news and results from the crew. And the screeching sound of flesh being torn apart. This matter will never end. Dragon Palace. As the owner of the Fishmen Island, the king of Ryugu Kingdom. Big enough for the Fishmen Island and nowhere near Littlefinger. The other Kamui pirates were not idle either. Besides, this time the Kamui pirates only sent one person to capture them. But even so, they still failed to catch Decken. Except for the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, who was frightened by the previous attack and went to rest. Wherever you go, no one is left alive. He knew very well that the Kamui pirates would never waste too much time on this. Neptune still couldn't bear the death of innocent civilians. Instead, he stayed beside Kronos, waiting by his side. Inside a hall. They swept the entire Fishman Street like that. As long as it's in the Fishman Street, it doesn't matter if it's civilians, lawbreakers, or pirates. Their world is huge. But they couldn't stop it, they could only watch the massacre take place. We'll welcome the butcher knife of the Kamui pirates. Because what Kronos did, was a massacre. Advertisement. Chapter 165 The Head Forest Outside the Fishmen Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's just that Neptune would never have thought of that. He didn't report anything he hoped for, and at this time there was already a result. A result that he couldn't believe, but was reasonable. Today's Gojo Satoru is carrying Decken, who was covered in blood, across the deep sea and returning to Dragon Palace City. Damn, what the hell is this human? Decken, whose consciousness was somewhat blurred, cursed inwardly as he looked at Wuho Satoru's figure. I don't know how long it took to travel in the deep sea. Light gradually appeared in front of Wuho Satoru. And Wuho Satoru also showed a smile. The place where the light came out was the Fishmen Island. Seeing that he was about to reach his destination, Wuho Satoru's speed on the road also accelerated. Felt different. Decken also raised his head. The Fishmen Island also came into his sight. This is the Fishmen Island. Decken's eyes were a little lost. He almost forgot how long it had been since he returned to the Fishmen Island. And this made him unable to help but sigh, and muttered. Ah, the Fishmen Island, still as beautiful as ever. It's just that Decken hasn't finished speaking yet. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the outside of the Fishmen Island. There is a large area of black with red, something like a coral cluster. This scene made Decken slightly startled. I haven't come back for so long. Has such a large piece of coral grown outside the Fishmen Island? Between Decken's murmurs. They are getting closer and closer to the Fishmen Island. And Decken also saw clearly that piece of coral in his mouth. Advertisement. Also at the moment of seeing clearly, Decken's pupils shrank rapidly and uncontrollably. The body is also like a sieve, trembling violently. No, isn't it? Are you kidding me? 1. What the hell happened in the Fishmen Island? Decken's voice trembled. When he saw that piece of coral clearly on his face, he showed an unprecedented look of panic. Where is the coral outside the Fishmen Island? He couldn't see clearly from a distance. But now he sees it clearly. Those things are bloody heads. It is a forest of human heads erected by bloody heads. Looking around at a huge area of dense blackness. Not to mention, there must be tens of thousands of heads. Have you caught someone so soon? Outside the forest of human heads, a deep voice came. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look. I saw Bang Ji was looking at himself with a smile. Glancing at the forest of human heads, Wu Tiaowu smiled slightly. You guys seem to be done too. Bang Ji smiled genially. Getting ready to go back. It took a lot of time to clean up these guys. Soon, Conan, Madara and others also slowly walked towards this side. Is that the guy who attacked the captain? Conan looked at Decken, his eyes slightly cold. Gojo Satoru nodded and did not explain much. If it wasn't for the captain saying to bring the live ones back, Decken would never have survived now. After some conversation, everyone returned to Dragon Palace City together. Advertisement. Decken, on the other hand, was unable to recover from the forest of human heads for a long time. It was also at this moment that Decken had a profound meaning. I seem to have provoked a monster that I will never provoked. Soon after, the crew returned to Ryugu Castle. Decken was also brought before Kronos. Boom. The body fell weakly to the ground. Feeling the imminent death, Decken was shaking all over. On the other side, Neptune and the others stared at Decken with wide-eyed eyes. His expression was full of incredible horror. It's less than a day before Decken is really caught. He has been wandering in the deep sea area where there is no light. Row is that the Fishmen Island dispatched a large army to pursue them but failed to catch them. And the other party, with just one person, captured Decken in less than a day. Glancing at the surprised Neptune and others, Kronos picked up the axe with the rose on it and stood up. You are familiar with this axe, aren't you? Put the axe in front of Decken. Kronos looked down at him coldly and said indifferently. This should be a misunderstanding. I never thought of attacking you. Decken burst into tears, looking at Kronos with horror on his face. Albedo, Gojo Satoru, Madara and the others stared at him with cold eyes. Decken is like being in a pack of beasts. It seems that the next second, it will be torn to pieces. Looking at Decken's appearance, Kronos smiled. Are you scared? Advertisement. Decken nodded frantically when he heard this. But what he greeted was Kronos' grin. Fear is right. After all, Kronos used the axe with the rose pattern on it. Slowly cut off Decken's head. PFF'd. Dark red blood spurted out. Rao Neptune, who is the lord of a country, also turned his head and couldn't bear to watch. Also at this moment, never go against the idea of Kronos and the Kamui pirates. It was deeply imprinted in the minds of Neptune and others, and even in the bone marrow. Qian Lihao, everything today is telling them. There is only one end to the Kamui pirates. Die. And a tragic death. The next day, what happened in the Fishmen Island was spread. The cruel forest of human heads outside the Fishmen Island. And the changed territory flag in the Fishmen Island was printed in the newspaper. Through the hand of the delivery gull, it is sent to all parts of the world. Announced to the world. From now on, the Fishmen Island will be his Kronos territory. Who dares to make trouble on the Fishmen Island? The bloody human head forest outside the Fishmen Island is the end. New World, a certain sea area. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard stared at the news in the newspaper in his hand, blue veins bulging on his forehead. You jerk kid. Advertisement. Chapter 166 News spreading around the world, the rise of Bangu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dad, this guy is declaring war on us. This bastard is so blatant to do such a thing on the Fishmen Island. 1. What do they think of our Whitebeard pirates? Dad, let's go and teach this guy a lesson. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, who also saw the news in the newspaper, couldn't help showing anger. Angrily, he spoke to Whitebeard, who was sitting in the main seat. Whitebeard, who was covered in bandages, threw away the newspaper, his face gloomy. Listen to me. We, the Whitebeard pirates, have written down this hatred. New hatred, old hatred, we will definitely get it back with the Kamui pirates. But now is not the time. Without my orders, none of you can act rashly. Hearing Whitebeard's angry words, the crew on board fell silent. But there are also people who don't understand Whitebeard's order, and want to apply for something to tell them to go to the Kamui pirates to settle accounts. But Whitebeard ignored these stupid guys. After the Summit War, although they successfully rescued Ace, they also suffered heavy losses in this battle. Even First Team Captain Marco lost his life because of this fight. So what they need 853 now is self-cultivation adjustment. Instead of taking the initiative to seek revenge for the Kamui pirates in such a hurry. What's more, the guys from the Kamui pirates are not weak. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's anger towards the Kamui pirates could not help but grow even more. Advertisement. All the Conqueror's hockey broke out uncontrollably, and the crew also felt Whitebeard's anger at this time. Eyes wide open, looking into the distance to the sea, and that is the direction of the Fishman Island. Another deserted island in the New World. Kronos. This guy who came out of nowhere, exudes a dangerous aura. I made a big noise at Summit War and became the 5th Emperor, and the reward amount was as high as 3.355 billion. This guy has taken Whitebeard's turf. Is this going to declare war on him? On the island at this time, the Red Hair Pirates group was resting here. They also saw the news in the newspapers, and they were also discussing the Kronos thing. The captain, the red-haired Shanks, was sitting in front of the bonfire, holding a newspaper in one hand, looking solemnly at the news of Kronos on the newspaper, frowning and saying to himself, "Does this guy want to break the balance of the current world? What exactly does he want to do?" Looking at the report in the newspaper, the red-haired Shanks sighed and frowned. "I don't know what will happen next. But the redhead Shanks has already made up his mind. Okay, brothers, we're sailing now. I'm going somewhere." What Kronos and his party did on the Fishman Island was quickly reported by the seagulls all over the world. At this moment, not only Whitebeard, Redhair and other 4 Emperors' powerhouses, but ordinary people are also paying attention to this matter. After all, what was done on the Fishman Island is not a trivial matter, and it may even be an opportunity to change the whole world pattern. As Marine, the justice enforcer of this world, he is also paying attention to this news. Kronos. Won't this guy stop for a while? Advertisement. Inside the Marine headquarters, Akainu, half covered with bandages, slapped the newspaper on the table with his palm. And the position of the palm shot is exactly the report on Kronos and his party. The current Akainu temporarily became the acting marshal of Marine headquarters. Because of Sengoku's retirement, the position of marshal was suddenly vacant. And the 3 Admiral, Kizaru, who could quickly replace him, had no intention of being the marshal. Aokiji is also temporarily away from the headquarters due to a mission. The rest was left with Akainu, who was not so seriously injured and still able to move, to take over as the marshal. Sakazuki. After the first battle, we should know that the DAAA of the Kamui pirates are not the ones who can stop. Sengoku, who was sitting beside him who had already retired, spoke to Akainu calmly while eating senbei. So it's not surprising what they do. Now you have to decide what to do, you are the marshal. Akainu glanced at Sengoku beside him, his face gloomy. The old guy who has retired should go back to the back to rest. You are not needed here. HMPH, Sakazuki, even if it's a headache, you can't get mad at me. Sengoku continued eating senbei while looking at Akainu lightly and continued. However, what Kronos did on the Fishman Island this time is not particularly important to us, but it may cause turmoil in the world. In the end, this is also a battle between the Kamui pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. The Fishman Island is not under our control, so we don't have to do anything more. I know. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. It took a few days from the Murloc's liquidation. Advertisement. The Fishman Island has completely belonged to the Kamui pirates' territory. And now, there is nothing left to do on the Fishman Island. The supplies on the ship have also been replenished, and now there is no point in staying on the Fishman Island. So Kronos decided it was time to leave. The boat was recoded, and the Kamui pirates left the Fishman Island. King Neptune and others in Ryugu Castle finally breathed a sigh of relief because Kronos and others had left. After all, it was a very scary time because Kronos and the others were here. After all, the strength of Kronos and theirs is there, and it is far from what they can compete with. It didn't take long for the Kamui pirates to cross the deep sea and return to the sun. Ah, it's so nice to be in the real sun. That's right, I'm tired of staying at the bottom of the sea for this period of time. Asak, Vians and others stood on the deck basking in the sun and said comfortably. Bangu, who had just been summoned to the ship by Kronos, also walked out of the cabin. Looking at Asak, Vians and others on the deck, he squinted slightly and stroked his beard. These little guys seem to have good physical fitness. They are good materials for learning boxing. Would you like this old man to train them? 1. After taking a look, Bang Ji-yu walked slowly to the deck, quietly stood behind a sack, Vians and the others, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Do you guys want to learn boxing with me? This old man's flowing water and rock-shattering boxing is very strong." Asak, Vians and others, who were unaware of Bangu's approach, suddenly heard Bangu's voice and couldn't help but startled. Advertisement. Chapter 167 Discovering the Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mr. Bangu, you said you want us to learn boxing. When Asak turned around, he realized that it was Bangu. As for what Bang Ji-yu had just said, Asak couldn't react at once. Yeah, don't tell me you guys aren't interested. Bang Ji-yu looked at Asak and the others with a smile, said softly. In this regard, Asak, Vians, Ilya and others all looked at each other. However, they soon made a decision. Although since the old man got on the ship, he has never shown his true strength, and he has always shown a peaceful and incompetent appearance. But after all, it was called by Captain Kronos, and certainly not a weak chicken. What's more, there are many master examples of Pen Six Paths, Conan, and Gojo Satoru who are really strong. Mr. Bangu in front of him will definitely not be too bad. And now that he has also offered to teach them to learn boxing, Asak is naturally willing. After all, this might be an opportunity to make them stronger. Mr. Bangu, you are willing to teach us, of course we are willing to learn. Asak, who wanted to understand this, was excited, and nodded quickly and said to Bang Ji-yu. Ha ha ha, that's good, I thought no one would like to learn the old man's methods. Bang Ji-yu hunched his hands and laughed, then looked up at the 5 Asaks in front of him and said. Let me now take a look at your foundation first, let's go up and play against me together. Hearing Bangu's words, Asak couldn't help showing a hint of embarrassment. Bang Ji-yu also keenly captured the expression on Asak's face, touched the Whitebeard and said with a smile. What's the matter? What are you worried about? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Advertisement. Hearing Bangu's words, the embarrassment on Asak's face suddenly became strange. Because Asak just thought that Bang Ji-yu looked too old, it would not be very good for the 5 of them to fight against Bang Ji-yu alone. Who knew Bang Ji-yu actually said that he wouldn't kill them? No, Mr. Bangu, I'm actually worried about your health. You are so old, will the 5 of us be a little bit? After listening to Asak's words, Bangu finally understood what Asak meant. Bang Ji-yu couldn't help but froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, and immediately ripped off his clothes. An extremely strong muscle is shown in Bangu. And this directly stunned the 5 of Asak and Vians. Because Bangu's body is so solid and strong, it's really shocking. After all, who would have thought that a nice-looking old man could have such muscles? Vians couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and said with a smack. Well, I'm afraid that Mr. Bangu will kill me with one punch. I also feel that way. Can such old people really have such muscles? We can't train them. Poplarn and Conte also nodded in agreement with Vian's words. Okay, don't be long-winded. Let the 5 of you go together. The old man is not old enough to need you to worry. 1. Bang Ji-yu immediately put on the posture of flowing water and rock-shattering fist, and shouted to Asak and others. Seeing such a scene, Asak and others no longer have any concerns. Glancing at each other, the 5 of them scattered and rushed towards Bangu. However, within 2 breaths of time, Asak, Populin and Vians all fell to the ground with their stomachs or chests covered in wailing. Advertisement. They couldn't even see Bangu's movements clearly, they just saw Bang Ji-yu suddenly disappear from the spot, and a figure flashed before their eyes. They've all fallen to the ground. Looking at the 5 people wailing on the ground, Bang Ji-yu had already put away his posture, shaking his head with the back of his hand behind him. Although they are all good materials, the basics are still a bit poor. As for the 5 Asaks, after this discussion with Bangu, they are also deeply aware of the power of Bang Ji-yu, and they are more determined to learn boxing with Bang Ji-yu. Mr. Bangu, you must teach us. We want to be as strong as you too. Resisting the pain, Asak got up from the ground and said to Bangu with a sincere expression. Anvians and Populan were also the same as Asak, and they said the same thing as Bangu. That is to say, from this day on, Asak and the other 5 people basically trained under Bangu, except for chores and other necessary work on the ship. In this regard, Kronos is also aware of this, and he thinks it is a good thing. Although they are just handymen on their own ship, it is not a bad thing for them to be super strong. What's more, Bangu is also willing to teach, and some of them are also motivated and want to learn. 0 for flowers 00. So go with them. A few months later, the Kamui pirates have been sailing the sea for a long time. Apart from encountering a few unnamed islands along the way, I didn't encounter anything special. In the past few months, Sark, Populan, Weiss and other 5 people also trained in Bangu a lot. Hey, found the island. It looks like a very prosperous island. Poplarn, who was on the observation deck, was the first to discover the island that appeared in the sea, and immediately shouted. Then let's go and see the boat. Advertisement. Hearing Poplar's voice, Kronos directly ordered them to drive the boat over. In the past few months, the Kamui pirates have not encountered any decent islands. The long voyage made Kronos feel a little boring. Soon, under the control of Asak and others, the Kamui pirates' ships approached the island. People on the island also found Kamui pirates' ships from the sea. On the tall city wall, a leather-armored soldier who first noticed the approach of the ship quickly dialed the phone to contact his superior. Sir Dosi, we found a suspicious pirate ship approaching. After a woman's laughter came from the other end of the phone bug, a man's voice said leisurely. Then just blast them down as usual. Don't bother me with such a trivial matter as a mere pirate. You can solve it. Is it possible that the cannons of our Bliss Kingdom are vegetarians? After saying that, the other end of the phone worm hung up the phone, and the soldier didn't say anything more. It seems that the attitude of the other end of the phone bug is not surprising. Then he immediately began to order the soldiers stationed on the city wall to aim their cannons at the pirate ship that suddenly appeared. For the pirate ship that suddenly appeared, they have not been surprised. After all, this is a world where pirates are rampant. At the same time, they didn't take this pirate ship that suddenly appeared at all. After all, they have already seen quite a few pirate groups trying to approach this place. But without exception, the previous pirate groups were easily sunk by them if they could get close to the coast. So this time, they didn't take this sudden pirate group seriously. Start. Attack. Sink that pirate ship. And the order to attack also began to be issued at this time. 0. Advertisement. Chapter 168. Do you call this the ultimate weapon? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yo, boss, how do you sell your beef? This, 8,000 Baileys and a half caddy. In the market of Bliss Kingdom, a man is asking about the price of meat in front of a meat stall. Hearing the price mentioned by the boss, the man couldn't help frowning, with a displeased look on his face. Why is your meat so expensive? Was it only over 1,000 Baileys a few days ago? The meat stall owner sat on a chair and waved his hand to the man indifferently. Brother, the world has changed now. Do you know the current situation at sea? The Summit War some time ago, and the incident of the Fishmen Island not long ago, all caused a lot of uproar. The sea is now very chaotic, and the transportation of materials between kingdoms has become a lot more difficult. Isn't it normal to be expensive? Our kingdom of bliss is relatively safe, and the price is not so serious. If you don't believe me, you can go to neighboring countries to see if you have the opportunity. They still sell 10,000 Baileys in the 857. After listening to the boss's words, the man had nothing to say. After all, the situation on the sea is indeed the same. In this regard, he could only secretly mumble and complain and leave. Watching the man complain about leaving, the meat stall owner seemed to take it easy. This did not affect the liveliness of the market at all. People are still buzzing about purchasing what they need. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening continuous cannon shot broke the lively scene. What happened? It seems to be coming from the other side of the city wall. 1. Is it an attack from the kingdom's army? I guess there are pirates coming again. Advertisement. The sudden sound of gunfire made people stop what they were doing for a while. Following the reputation of the cannon, he looked towards the gunpowder smoke on the city wall. Just when everyone thought it would be fine as before. The residents of the market were shocked to find that a huge dark green strange bird suddenly appeared on the city wall. There seemed to be a figure in a black robe standing on the back of the strange bird. As several egg-shaped objects fell from the strange bird, they fell onto the city wall. A violent explosion followed, blowing a hole in the city wall. Seeing such a scene, the people inside the fence panicked for a while. They started screaming and fleeing, and some people even fished in troubled waters to get some benefits. And the strange bird and figure that suddenly appeared on the city wall were Payne's animal Tao and the 8 Chinooks it summoned. Off the coast of the Kingdom of Brisbane, the Kamui pirates' ship was hit by a shell and smoked out from the left side of the ship. Kronos stood on the deck, looking out at the wall that had been destroyed by the beast road. You blew up my ship with cannonballs, so I'll give you a courtesy exchange, it's very appropriate. Albedo was also leaning behind Kronos at this time, blushing. Lord Kronos, this is what they deserve, who let these untouchables attack Lord Kronos so boldly. Wujo Satoru on the side put his hands in his pockets and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. But since the other party has already made the decision to launch an attack, naturally they should also be prepared to be counterattacked. It didn't take long, under the bombardment of Payne's Animal Road, the 8 Chinooks. The tall city wall that seemed to be incomparably strong was quickly breached. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound from the space in front of Kronos and the others. A dark void passage just opened, and Kronos walked in first, followed by Conan and Gojo Satoru. Advertisement. The 5 Asaks were as usual, carrying the banner of the Kamui pirates. With his head held high, he followed behind and walked into the void passage together. King Bryce. The pirates have breached the city wall. What about the defense forces? What is that bastard doing? As the leader of the defense forces, how could the enemy break through to this level? In the palace of the Kingdom of Brisbane, the King Brisbane who was sitting on the throne was furious. Tell Dosi, if you let me know and let the pirates act so recklessly in my kingdom, he won't have to see the sun tomorrow. Yes. The soldiers who came to report, shivered and withdrew, and hurriedly exited the palace. What's the matter? Are these pirates so strong? Dosi just got the news from his subordinates at this time, and hurried out of the room with his pants up. The order given to him by King Bryce also arrived immediately. Hearing King Bryce's summons, Duosi didn't seem too flustered. In Dosi's heart, he didn't have much vigilance against this pirate group that suddenly appeared and broke through the city wall. Because Dosi still has a whole card, he can now have such a calm confidence. Sir Dosi, do you want to check the origin of this pirate group? The adjutant who followed Dosi made a suggestion to Dosi. Point 0. But it was interrupted by Dosi. Then Duosi didn't care, and said contemptuously. What bastard pirates, they just broke through our city walls, and in front of our bliss cannons, they're just a bunch of ants. What do you need to know about them? Under our Bryce cannon, it's just a wisp of remnant soul. Go, order to go down and pull out the bliss cannon. Advertisement. Seeing Dosi like this, the adjutant stopped talking too much, and went to execute the order that Dosi gave. And this so-called bliss cannon is a weapon made by the Bliss Kingdom after spending a lot of money and material resources. Most importantly, the blueprints for this bliss cannon were obtained from Marine's Scientific Research Department at great cost. This is also the reason for thinking too much without fear. After all, when this cannon was built for trial use, he had seen the power of this cannon. It only takes one shot to destroy an entire warship. What's more, it's just a small pirate group. Soon Duosi had come to the destroyed city wall. The bliss gun has also been pulled out and deployed. However, by the time they finished all this arrangement, the city wall had already been completely flattened by the savage beasts. Now Yatagarata has been taken back by the animal realm, and Kronos is waiting there. You group of pirates. 0.0 really doesn't know how to live or die. How dare you be unrestrained in our Bliss Kingdom? This will let you see our ultimate weapon. Bliss Cannon. When I came to the scene, I saw that the number of the other party was only a mere dozen or so, and I despised it a little in my heart. The volume of the speech was raised a few degrees, and he shouted proudly at Kronos and the others. After all, behind him, there is his biggest support, the huge Brisbane Cannon. Seeing the so-called ultimate weapon in front of him, Kronos couldn't help but be taken aback. Using observation hockey, he had already sensed the movement of the opposing kingdom's army. When I was thinking of seeing what the opponent had in the cards, I didn't expect that the opponent just pulled out a slightly larger cannon. Kronos shook his head slightly disappointed, and smacked his lips. Hey, you just call this the ultimate weapon. Advertisement. Chapter 169, a cannon that will self-explode. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Are you afraid? Dosi didn't hear the disappointment in Kronos's mouth at all, and couldn't help but sneer. But now your fear is over. I tell you, pirates, you are over. With a smug smile, he glared at Kronos and the others with a fierce look on his face. Humph. Untouchables. How dare you be so disrespectful to Lord Kronos? Although Kronos didn't feel much for Death's attitude. But Albedo, who was beside him, couldn't hear this, and he was about to start to end this time of thinking. But he was stopped by Kronos. Albedo, wait a minute. Hearing Kronos' words, Albedo could only be obedient, and with a hum, she retreated behind Kronos. Just now Albedo mentioned Kronos, and Dosi couldn't help but feel that the name seemed familiar to him before. However, Duosi didn't care about these things, so he didn't continue to investigate. On the other hand, the adjutant on the side kept a little bit of attention. 30. Secretly ordered another man to check on Kronos. Dosi was a little unhappy about Albedo's threatening words. You stinky woman. So arrogant. When I catch you alive on the bed, let me teach you a good lesson. Adjutant. Shoot me. Kill this group of pirates. Let them experience the shock of the bliss cannon. Yes. Hearing Dosi's order, the soldiers under his command were not at all ambiguous. Special shells were quickly pushed into the barrel. Looking at the movements of the soldiers in front of him, Kronos was not in a hurry. Advertisement. The captain was so calm, and Conan, Gojo Satoru, Pain and the others behind him naturally did not make any movement. He didn't pay any attention to the opponent's actions. Seeing that the cannonball was about to be fired, Kronos waved his hand lightly. An invisible space boundary wall directly covered the so-called bliss cannon. However, Dith and the soldiers did not notice this. Seeing that Kronos and the others did not move, Dosi thought that these stinky pirates had been scared stupid. Dosi laughed wildly and pointedly pointed at Kronos and the others. Ha 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 ha. Die to death you pirates of damn it. Ha 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 ha. The firing button of the cannon is pressed by the soldier. But the scene where they imagined that all Kronos and others would be destroyed in one shot did not appear. Boom. All I heard was a loud bang that burst my eardrums. The so-called Brisbane Cannon exploded directly on the spot. The smoke and impact from the explosion formed an eerie rectangular shape. It boiled and turned inside, as if the smoke and shock were trapped by something. The expected scene did not happen as expected, and this situation happened to the bliss cannon. Dosi's arrogant laughter also stopped abruptly. The face that was arrogant and proud suddenly turned pale, and he muttered in disbelief. What's the matter? How did the Brisbane gun become like this? What they don't know is that Kronos is responsible for it all. The cannon was indeed successfully fired, but it was a pity that there was a space boundary wall. Advertisement. As soon as the shell left the barrel, it collided with the invisible space boundary wall, and then exploded. It all looked as if the cannon had exploded. Hey, your ultimate weapon is a bit interesting. I thought the attack method was no different from an ordinary cannon, but I didn't expect it to attack by self-destruction. Wuho Satoru, who was blindfolded, couldn't help but look like he couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. I admit, your way of attack really shocked me mentally. Asak and Populin, who were carrying the banner, heard Gojo Satoru's sarcastic words, and they all burst into laughter. Okay, let's do it. As long as the civilians don't resist, they don't need to worry about it. Half of the royal family and officials and soldiers are enough. The playful scenes were enough, and Kronos didn't bother to mess with these guys any longer. He immediately commanded. As for why only half are left, it is because Kronos still needs someone to run the kingdom. What Kronos needs is expansion and acquisition of territory, not slaughter. Otherwise, it took so much effort to take over the territory, but there was no one in it. How to increase prestige. Hearing Kronos' orders, Conan, Gojo Satoru, Pen Six Paths, Bangu, Uchiha Madara and others behind him disappeared directly in place. They each ran to various places in the kingdom and launched an offensive against the kingdom. At that time, Sis Adjutant finally got the confirmation of the information from his subordinates. Information about the owner of the name Kronos mentioned by Albedo just now. The one who appears here at the moment is all the members of the Kamui pirates, and Kronos, who is the leader, is its captain. 3.355 million Baileys Kronos. The crazy pirates who subverted Summit War not long ago. Or the ruthless character who made a bloodbath on Mermaid Island recently and created the forest of human heads. Why didn't I remember? This guy is, it's been rumored recently. Advertisement. The lieutenant's legs were already a little weak. On the side, Duo C had already turned pale, and could not stand up at all, and even had yellow liquid flowing from his crotch. Untouchables. Weren't you arrogant to Lord Kronos just now? At this time, Albedo had already appeared in front of Dosi. 857's face was gloomy, and his red eyes stared at Dosi. This Duo C couldn't speak at all, just shivered and struggled back. A cold light flashed in Albedo's eyes, and her pure white arm gently waved. The leader of the guards of the Bliss Kingdom lost his life just like that. The adjutant who was barely standing behind Dosi saw that his former chief had died like this. You don't even know what kind of tactics the other party is using. And now in the Kingdom of Brisbane, soldiers continue to lose their lives under each other's hands. Not even a chance to resist. It can't be called a battle at all. This is a one-sided slaughter. This is not someone they can resist. Looking at Albedo, who is getting closer, the adjutant's breathing has become rapid, and the threat of death has made his heart beat even more violently. Without further thinking, the adjutant immediately knelt down to Albedo. I hereby surrender and declare my allegiance to Lord Kronos of the Kamui pirates. However, Albedo didn't care what the adjutant said at all. Anyway, this is just a human being who is dispensable to him. Just when Albedo was about to kill the adjutant, Kronos happened to appear behind Albedo. He put his hand on Albedo's shoulder. Advertisement. Chapter 170 The Panic King Briss. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The adjutant who was kneeling on the ground felt Albedo's strong killing intent. A strong sense of suffocation also permeated the adjutant's entire being. Surrender was the last thing he could do. If this is of no use, then the only option to greet the adjutant is death. Lord Kronos. Realizing that the warm hand on her shoulder belonged to Kronos, Albedo couldn't help but flush her cheeks. The strong killing intent just now vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared at all. Instead, Albedo's shyness burst. The killing intent on his body dissipated from the adjutant's body, which made the nearly suffocated adjutant gasp for breath. But the inner fear still haunts the adjutant. Albedo, we didn't kill the city. Since this guy has already surrendered, then this guy doesn't need to be killed, maybe it can be used later. 1. Kronos patted Albedo on the shoulder and said softly. He heard exactly what Kronos said to let him go. The adjutant's originally fearful mood eased for the most part. After the catastrophe, the rest of his life swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly swore to Kronos to thank him. Thank you, Lord Kronos, for not killing me. From now on, Mobley will only be loyal to you. Hearing the words of the adjutant who claimed to be Mobley, Kronos just glanced at him lightly. There was no turbulence on his face. Advertisement. It was not Kronos' whim to save the lieutenant. It's just what Kronos thinks this adjutant looks good. Thinking that he might be able to leave this guy behind and occupy the island later. This caught guy can also manage the island kingdom for himself. What's more, this guy has already surrendered, and the later management problems can be easier. So, Kronos rescued him from Albedo. As for the oath of the guy named Mobley in front of him, Kronos didn't care and didn't care. After all, as long as this guy has the slightest idea of trying to rebel again, he doesn't mind letting him disappear. At this time in the palace of the Kingdom of Brisbane. King Bliss. The pirates have broken through the defense line. Lord Doss was killed, and our ultimate weapon, the Bliss Cannon, has also been destroyed. Now the pirates have entered the city. We are indiscriminately attacking our soldiers, ministers and members of the royal family. Our army is no match for those pirates at all. Not even half an hour. Now we have lost a third of our personnel. At this rate, within an hour, our entire kingdom will be completely destroyed. Sitting on the throne, King Nabris heard the report of the soldiers below, and his face full of flesh was pale at the moment. After all, He has never seen such a scene since he took the throne from his father's hands, and he never thought that such a day would come. King Brisbane thought that as long as he continued to govern the country according to his father's original governance method, he only needed to eat, drink and have fun. There is no problem. But the scene where the whole country is being attacked by pirates is not there in the guidelines for national governance that my father taught me. Although King Brisbane doesn't know how to deal with such a situation. But King Brisbane knew an easier way to escape the problem. Advertisement. Just give up here, take the treasures in the palace, and let a group of soldiers protect themselves from here. As for the other soldiers, ministers or people, they are nothing but insignificant roles. The most important thing in a kingdom is the king of the kingdom. Only he King Brisbane is the most important. As long as he King Briss is alive, the kingdom of Briss will still exist. Hearing King Brisbane's request, the soldiers underneath looked embarrassed. How much of the treasure in the treasury has been shipped out? Hearing the words of this strange old man in front of him, King Bliss's temper also came up. Seeing King Bryce's attitude, the old man couldn't help but shook his head with a smile, and said leisurely. King Bryce, who was sitting in the cabin, saw the roof above his head disappear in the next moment, replaced by a dazzling sun and a blue sky. They are nothing but consumables of the kingdom, and only King Bliss is the only and most important thing in the kingdom. The original gorgeous ship has now been flattened by something unknown, and it has become a mess. But the reality has not responded with the guards as before. That's something that only belongs to me. I can't just leave these things to those bastard pirates. The next second, I heard a chaotic sound from outside the ship. Immediately jumped down from the chair, pointed at the nose of the old man in front of him and cursed in an angry voice. What's the matter? Guards, protect me. Are you just abandoning your own soldiers and ministers and preparing to run away? The soldiers under his command moved quickly, and in just a few minutes, they had already covered King Brisbane to board the prepared ship. Only then did King Bliss discover that all the soldiers and guards around him had fallen unconscious on the ground at this moment. Advertisement. Even if all his people and cities are gone, it doesn't matter. King Bliss, this subordinate thinks that we should flee as soon as possible. If we spend too much time on treasures, we may be discovered by pirates. I was still thinking about what you can do as a king, but now it seems that you have failed just as a human being. Back to King Brisbane. Now that there are not enough people, we have only shipped less than 1/10 of the treasure. Just when King Bryce wanted to continue the attack, the whole ship suddenly shook violently. In front of him was only an elderly man with a white beard behind his back. Immediately after that, there was the sound of a shattering wooden plank. What? Why is this so? Are you bastards not doing your best? I don't care what method you use. You have to get all my treasures on board. 1. The sudden change made King Bryce startled, squinting his eyes and shouting quickly. When King Briss heard the soldier's words, his face twitched and he walked over. King Bryce slapped the table angrily and roared at his soldiers. After a while, King Bliss recovered from the dazzling sunlight, Qian Li Jiao, and opened his eyes. After boarding the ship, King Bryce, who was sitting in the cabin, did not forget the time of the treasure, and asked the soldiers at his subordinates with a slap in the face. And even if King Bliss asks you to do so, our ships will not be able to hold so many treasures in the treasury. Ah, you are the king of this country, aren't you? Quick, bring me all the treasures in the treasury. King Bryce, who had figured out what to do, moved quickly, shouting and asking his soldiers to rush to take the treasure and prepare a boat to escape. Prepare a boat for me. You bastards, hurry up and protect me, as long as I live. The kingdom of Bliss will not be destroyed. What are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Advertisement. Chapter 171. Let you be the new king. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Such a bad attitude towards the elderly. The old man shook his head, although he still had a smile on his face, he couldn't hide his disappointment and said slowly. It seems that you are an extreme failure even as a human being. The old man who came to the boat was Bangu of the Kamui pirates. The rest of the island kingdom now has Conan, Gojo Satoru, Pen Six Paths and others in action. Bang Ji-yu happened to find out what was going on in the palace. As a king, he doesn't have any responsibility. When he encounters danger, he immediately abandons everything and wants to escape with treasure instead of resisting or trying to save anything. While this is indeed a viable option, it is also the most disgusting. Bang Ji-yu looks down on this kind of person the most. Bang Ji-yu shook his head heavily again, disappointment in his eyes. The right hand was raised and put on a stance. Even if you are the king of this country, but the way you act, even if I end you, Mr. Kronos should have no problem. You old thing. What nonsense are you talking about? Guard. Guard. Get up and kill this old thing for me. Hearing Bangu's words, King Bliss only felt extremely angry, clenched his fist and waved, shouting loudly to guard the soldiers. He is a king. When did someone say something about his failure in front of him like this? Guards. Don't pretend to be dead to 857. Get up and kill this hometown for me. Just as King Brisbane threw the fat on his body, jumped up and down angrily and shouted. Bangu finally moved too. Advertisement. With a sudden force, the deck was smashed in an instant. The whole person disappeared in place. A silver light passed by, and in the next instant, Bang Ji-yu appeared in front of King Nabris. One punch. King Bliss, who was still shouting loudly, was knocked out by Bangu before he could say anything. It flew straight upside down and smashed through the stern of the entire ship. King Bryce, who was alive and kicking a second ago, is now like a dead dog. His chest was sunken, he was spitting out blood, and he was embedded in the bottom of the boat with air in and out. Without taking a second look, Bang Ji-yu folded his fists. Then he turned and walked overboard, and saw some soldiers who had just brought the DAAA treasure. Yu opened his mouth and said, "The old man advises you to put down the treasures in your best hands now. Now these things belong to the Kamui pirates." The soldiers looked at the sudden appearance of Bang Ji-yu and couldn't help but look at each other, but they were unwilling to put down the treasure in their hands. Seeing these soldiers like this, Bangu didn't say much nonsense, but quietly exerted his strength. The original main body of the ship was still intact, and only the sound of click was heard, and the whole ship broke apart. One foot broke the boat, and Bang Ji-yu also jumped off the boat and landed in front of these soldiers, and said with a kind face, "If not, this ship will be your end." Just seeing that Bang Ji-yu was able to break through the entire huge ship with one foot, these soldiers were almost speechless. Is this something that humans can do? It broke the whole ship with one foot. Did he do all the other brothers who fell to the ground? Advertisement. Is this really an old man? Just before he had time to swallow a mouthful of saliva, he heard Bang Ji-yu say the most terrifying words in the most gentle tone. All the soldiers immediately put down the treasures in their hands, and did not dare to take a breath. By the way, your king is gone too, and now the director of this country belongs to Mr. Kronos, the captain of our Kamui pirates. So, all the treasures will be put back into the treasury, which already belongs to my captain, Mr. Kronos. Bang Ji-yu left these words and left directly. As for these soldiers, Bangu believes that if they want to live, they should be able to make the right choice. In other parts of Brisbane Kingdom, Konan, Gojo Satoru, Pen Six Paths, Jikuni Enichi, Uchiha Madara, Artoria, Hashirama are all in action to carry out the mission left by Kronos. All the members of the ship, except for Albedo who had been following Kronos' side and did not attack. There are also Asak, Populan, Vians, Kent and Ilya. In just an hour, Konan, Gojo Satoru, Pain Six Paths and others returned to Kronos one after another. Captain Kronos, according to what you said, half of the army and royal family in this kingdom have been resolved, and the other half has been completely controlled. We have also investigated the kingdom of Brisbane, and it is one of the countries that belong to the world government. As soon as he returned to Kronos' side, Conan spoke to Kronos to explain the current situation of the kingdom. Kronos nodded, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your hard work. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to care about people, Captain Kronos. I didn't expect it. Hearing Kronos' words, Gojo Satoru, the most nervous, leaned over and bumped Kronos with his shoulder while teasing. Kronos, Albedo next to him was the first to be upset. Gojo Satoru, you have some respect for Lord Kronos. Advertisement. Mr. Kronos. At this time, Bangu returned to Kronos as the last person, and said with a smile. Captain, I'm very sorry, I ended the king of this country on my own accord. Hearing Bangu's words, Kronos didn't feel anything, just smiled faintly. Kill it and kill it. It's just a king after all, it doesn't matter to Kronos whether he exists or not. Since the king who originally ruled this kingdom is gone, it's a big deal to replace it with another person. Anyway, as long as this kingdom belongs to his own territory. Exactly, I happen to have a man on my side. This person is the adjutant Mobley who surrendered to Albedo. From the very beginning, he had been kneeling beside Albedo and Kronos, not daring to move. Because although the other party didn't want to kill him, he didn't say what he could do, so he didn't dare to do anything at all. I remember you said your name was Mobley. Yes. Hearing Kronos' question, Mobley's heart beat violently, and he responded quickly. Then from now on, you are the new king of this kingdom. What? Suddenly hearing Kronos' words to make himself the new king, Mobley couldn't help but let out a sigh. These pirates who kill without blinking in front of them didn't take their own lives, and said they wanted to make themselves the new king. Is this a template for the protagonist of the Lucky Counterattack novel? Advertisement. Chapter 172 The Secret Meeting of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World. Former Marine G1 base, now the Supreme Commander's room at Marine Headquarters. A message about the Kamui pirates is on the desk. Akainu Sakazuki was sitting on a chair, biting hard on the cigar in his mouth, and took a deep breath. He let out a gloomy puff of smoke. He pinched the bridge of his nose with his right hand, trying to make himself calmer. But after pinching it for a while, Akainu felt that it was still of little use, and could not help but grab the information report in front of him again. Can't help but gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. Kamui pirates. It's these guys again. Kronos. 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 This guy can't stop for a wood. Shouting Kronos' name 3 times over and over again, the anger on Akainu's face couldn't be more so. Sakazuki, the Kingdom of Brisbane is an allied country that belongs to our world government. This time is different from the previous incident of the Fishmen Island in Kronos. After all, the Fishmen Island is not a member country of our government. We don't care what happens there. But the Kingdom of Brisbane is different. The Kamui pirates actually pulled our flag, destroyed the ruling government of the Kingdom of Brisbane, then replaced it with their pirate flag. This is intolerable to us. This is a provocation to our world government. If you let them continue to be so arrogant, this will have a great impact on our world government. A tall man wearing a weird mask, standing in front of Sakazuki at this time, said calmly. Are you Marines supposed to do something about it? Advertisement. Hearing this tall man wearing a mask in front of him, Akainu raised his eyes and stared at his eyes under the mask. Humph. You say these things lightly. The Battle of Marineford, Marine has been severely damaged, both soldiers and weapons are now in short supply, and even the manpower to repair Marineford is extremely tight. The world is not as peaceful as it used to be, how could Marine have the resources and energy to limit them? The more you talk about Akainu's anger, the more you throw away the news that the Kamui pirates have occupied the Kingdom of Bliss. Then he shoved the cigar into the ashtray beside him. Even the palms turned into lava, burning the entire cigar to ashes. Akainu stared angrily at the masked man in front of him and yelled angrily. Why don't you go to CPO? Feeling Akainu's intense anger, the masked man in front of him has no emotion at all. He still had an indifferent and icy look. Sakazuki, although you are the acting marshal now, don't be too arrogant. We're only responsible for protecting celestial dragons and doing things for celestial dragons, we don't care about anything else. And this time, it's not what we mean, it's what it means above. Hearing what the masked man in front of him said coldly, Akainu also understood the relationship. His face couldn't help becoming gloomy, he gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the masked man in front of him. Is it the 5 elders? At the summit of the Red Line, inside the sanctuary of the Holy Land Mariajoy. The 5 old men are gathering together at this time, checking the reward orders and various news placed on the table. Advertisement. And these 5 elders are the highest authority in the world, 5 elders. The world is getting more and more chaotic now. Whether it's the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, the various countries, or the dark forces hidden in the ground, they are all about to move now. Another old man with a cane and a flat hat spoke slowly. But soon, the old man with the mustache broke the silence. Now it has even begun to attack the allied nations of our world conquest. The guard at the door opened the door immediately after hearing it. I want to talk to you about the problems of this chaotic world. And that was Kronos, who was offered a reward of 3.355 billion Baileys. And this guy's strength is not an ordinary person, just the strength he showed in the Summit War. I am afraid that he can already be compared with those monsters, the four emperors. I'm here, the man said while taking off the cloak on his head. One of the bald-headed old men held the long knife in his hand, used the scabbard to be a little more ruthless, and clicked on a wanted notice on the table. Speaking of which, it should be time now, and that guy should be there too. The five elders were not surprised when they saw the person coming. The bald old man holding the knife was the first to speak. After the visitor finished speaking, the cloak was completely taken off, revealing the face that had been hidden underneath. He sat calmly on the sofa in front of the five old men. Especially this messed up bastard who's tossed the whole world up not long after he appeared. The other four old men didn't speak, and they all seemed to acquiesce to the old man's words. Advertisement. As soon as the old man with the mustache fell, there was a knock at the door of the main hall. Hearing this, an old man with pale blonde hair turned his head and glanced. What are you here to say? You must know that as you are, it is the opposite of us. I've asked the CPO people to talk to Marine, hoping they can put some restrictions on this Kronos. A man dressed in a cloak, covering his entire body, walked in. After the Summit War, this guy didn't stop. He immediately went to the Fishman Island and made it his own territory. We can't let him be so arrogant. Something has to be done. Otherwise, I'm afraid that person will be blamed. The originally stable world order seems to always become chaotic because of this guy's actions. For a time, the entire hall fell into a brief silence. Gee, this person is the red-haired Shanks who is one of the four emperors. 0. Hearing the bald old man's words, he didn't have any special reaction, he just said slowly. Before threatening, what a headache guy. Anyway, it's not all up to Marine, we've got to do something to get rid of this guy called Kronos early. Facing the five elders who are the most powerful people in the world in front of him, there is no movement. 0 asked for flowers. But looking at Marine's situation right now, they don't seem to have the extra power to deal with the Kronos guy. After a while, the old man with the mustache spoke again. Advertisement. Chapter 173 New members debut, Tornado. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Somewhere in the waters of New World, a huge ship with the appearance of a seraph in the bow and a whole body of silver is sailing on the sea. And the skull flag hanging on the mast of this silver ship shows that this is a pirate ship. The skull pattern of the ship is a blindfolded look with wings. This is the Kamui pirates who broke through the Kingdom of Brisbane, one of the world government's member states, and made it their territory not long ago. It's comfortable to change to a big boat. Asak and the others, who rarely get a break, are now in the lounge of the Kamui pirates' new ship. The facilities in the lounge are very complete, and there are all kinds of entertainment facilities such as bar counters and darts. I don't know where Captain Kronos found this ship, it feels like Captain Kronos conjured it out of thin air. Yeah, Captain Kronos is amazing. Poplarn and Kent, who were drinking 857 rum, couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. And this new silver ship is when Kronos was on the Fishman Island, got the ship from the system. Angel of Redemption. As for the old ship, it was hit by a cannon when it was in the Kingdom of Bliss. Although with the strength of Kronos and others, it is completely possible not to let that old ship suffer any attack. However, Kronos thought that he was going to change ships, so he might as well just be hit as a reason to attack the Kingdom of Bliss. It has been 3 days since I left the Kingdom of Bliss. Without much effort at all, Kronos and others directly controlled the entire kingdom. And the adjutant named Mobley who surrendered to Albedo was also arranged by Kronos to become the new King of Bliss. In less than a day, the flag of the Kingdom of Bliss and the flag of the world government originally on this island were all pulled out. In its place is the flag of the Kamui pirates. Advertisement. That Mobley was also trembling under the arrangement of Kronos, and he became the new King Bliss at a loss. And with the successful division of the territory, the news of the Kingdom of Bliss was spread out. In addition to occupying the Kingdom of Bliss and gaining 10,000 prestige points, there are still many scattered small prestige points that are growing. Ding! Congratulations to the great reputation of the host. Get the prestige value plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the great reputation of the host. Get the prestige value plus 30. News like these pop up every now and then in the system panel because now the newspapers have spread the word about what Kronos is doing all over the world. Moreover, all members of the Kamui pirates have also slightly increased the bounty amount. The current Kronos bounty has turned into 3.5 billion Baileys. As for the bounty amount of other members, the amount of bounty has also been slightly increased. The most important thing is that Albedo, Bangu, and Hashirama released their first bounty after leaving the Kingdom of Bliss. Albedo, with a reward of 200 million Bailey. Bangu, a reward of 345 million Baileys. Hashirama, a reward of 400 million Bailey. The amount of the first bounty, without exception, exceeded 200 million. Even if Albedo hadn't shown her true strength since she was summoned, she could be directly rewarded with a reward of 200 million. In fact, a large part of this is because of the name of the Kamui pirates. After all, the world government also knows that the guy who can appear in the Kamui pirates is a fuel-efficient lamp. It's just that this time I occupied the Kingdom of Bliss, but I couldn't get the extra holdings rewards given by the system like when I was on the Fishman Island. This can't help but make Kronos feel a little disappointed. But Kronos quickly recovered from his disappointment. At this point, Kronos was alone in the captain's cabin of the Angel of Redemption. Advertisement. Looking at the current properties panel. Open black lens bracket host close black lens bracket. Kronos. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 69,350. Abilities Renren fruit. Observation hockey, top armament hockey, top conquerors hockey, top. Convened members Conan, Wujogo, Jigyuyueni, Tiandao Pain, Animal Dao Pain, Human Dao Pain, Hell Dao Pain, Shira Dao Pain, Hungry Keto Pain, Uchiha Madara, Artoria, Bangu, Albedo, Senju Hashirama. Open black lens bracket holdings close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket entrance to prize pool close black lens bracket close double angle bracket close double angle bracket close black lens bracket. Seeing that he is now almost reaching the prestige value of 70,000, he can already call for another member. And now the prestige value is still growing slowly, just one breath, and now it has exceeded 70,000. Now that the prestige is enough, the next thing to do is to call new members. Open black lens bracket convening members 51,200, time close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, Kronos clicked the button to summon members. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the system sounded crisply in Kronos' mind. 0. Ding. Prestige value minus 51,200. Open black lens bracket congratulations to host for calling. One Punch World, members Tornado. Ding. Congratulations to member Dragon Roll for obtaining the blessing ability Observation Hockey, Armament Hockey. As before, the members gathered this time also received the blessing ability of the department. I just didn't expect that this time, the people who were summoned this time were from the same world as Bangu. After the call was successful, Kronos quickly glanced at the call-up button. I want to see if the prestige value will remain the same for the next time after this call. But this time, Kronos was disappointed. Advertisement. Because the prestige required to summon members on the button has doubled again. The prestige required to reconvene now has become 102,400. Kronos couldn't help but feel a pain at the sight of how much prestige the next call would cost. Even the muscles on his face began to twitch a little. At the same time, Kronos couldn't figure out what the hell was going on with the system. Why didn't the summons double the last time, and it doubled again this time? Could it be that the system got stuck last time? But Kronos didn't understand these things either, so he just stopped thinking about it. At this moment, a curly-haired girl wearing a dark green slit gown fell from the sky. It landed firmly on the deck of the Angel of Redemption. The other Conan, Gojo Satoru and the others who had already sensed it had already arrived on the deck ahead of time. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this time to be the S-ranked 00th trembling tornado. Seeing the girl on the deck, Bang Ji-yu couldn't help laughing. Although the tornado was summoned for the first time, the other members already knew of its existence. But Gojo Satoru, who had the most detached personality, was the first to introduce himself, which led the others to get to know each other with Tornado. After all, we will all be partners on the same boat from now on. The movement on the ship also attracted Asok and others, and now they have all appeared on the deck. Looking at the girl who looked like a child, Asok and the others did not even look down on the strength of this girl. After all, this must be a member of Captain Kronos. Even if this girl looks, it is indeed a little small. But this does not affect the idea of the 5 Asoks that this is another strong man. Advertisement. Chapter 174. A good way to deal with the Kamui pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And just like that, the Kamui pirates have one more member. A tornado who was good at superpowers and shutters. It didn't take long, and everyone on the boat quickly got used to the new members. In the days to come, the seraphs of the Kamui pirates sailed peacefully in the sea of the New World. It's been a month in a row and nothing special has happened. On the way, I met other pirate groups several times, except for a pirate group ship with no eyes, which was destroyed by the tornado alone. The other pirates quickly turned around and ran away after seeing the Kamui pirates' iconic skull flag on the seraphim from a distance. After all, the prestige of the Kamui pirates is not small in the sea now. Knowing the Kamui pirate picture, the guys on the boat are the guys with a bounty of over 100 million. Are these little pirates relying on the past and not being pure, because their brains are not good enough to put their teeth in the opposite side? No one wants their pirate career to end so suddenly. In addition to these pirates, the Kamui pirates also discovered a small kingdom during their voyage. Naturally, Kronos did not want to let it go, so he planted the flag of the Kamui pirates in his territory and divided it into his own territory. 30. Therefore, Kronos also adds 5,000 prestige. As for why this prestige value is not as good as half of Bliss Kingdom and the Fishman Island, Kronos pondered and speculated that the size of the kingdom was too small. But Kronos has no complaints about that either. Although he has only obtained 5,000 prestige points, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Anyway, this is also an easier way to gain prestige. In addition to the 5,000 prestige points gained by occupying this small kingdom, some persistent and scattered prestige points have also been increasing. Kronos guessed it was because of his current reputation. Advertisement. The news and intelligence about himself are still circulating in the world, and only then will these scattered prestige values continue to increase. Prestige. 36,890. Glancing at his current prestige, Kronos couldn't help shaking his head. Although the prestige value on the panel is still slowly increasing, it is still a long way from Kronos to meet the next summon. At this rate, I don't know when the next member call will be. But now there is no way. For now, only by expanding one's own territory, can one's prestige be increased a little more. Hiccup. Did you hear that the big pirate Kronos, the captain of the Kamui pirates, took his men and occupied another country? Really? Those guys are not good people. That's right. Didn't it report before that these guys forcibly created a bloody forest of human heads on the Fishman Island? And the kingdom of Brisbane. It's one of the countries that joined the world government. It didn't escape the claws of the Kamui pirates. I heard that a lot of people died. Yes, I've heard about this too. Moreover, the world government doesn't even dare to let a fart on this matter. In a tavern in the kingdom of Fagor, several men with drunk faces gathered around the table and discussed recent events while eating side dishes and drinking wine. Ha ha ha. That's it. Those soft bastards of the world government. When something happened to my own country, they didn't dare to take any action. After all, that guy Kronos is a ruthless character. All the members under his command are over 100 million guys. He is the 5th most vicious emperor at sea. This title is not a joke. But fortunately, he shouldn't be interested in us in a small country like us. In this case, our country can be quieter and more stable. The man at this table exudes the smell of alcohol, and you say it every word. Hearing these words, an explosive man at the next table couldn't help but join the discussion. Dude, what you said is wrong. I received news that these guys are big and small. 1. No matter what kind of kingdom it is, don't even think about being able to escape if he touches it. And the man at that table couldn't help laughing when he heard the exploding head. Then the sea is so big, our country will not be so unlucky to be hit by him, right? Advertisement. That's impossible to say. The explosive head couldn't help muttering when he heard the mocking words, and the whole tavern was also filled with a lively atmosphere. What they didn't know was that at this moment on the sea level not far from the Fagor kingdom, a giant silver ship appeared. And the double-winged blindfolded skull flag on the silver giant ship shows the identity of this giant ship. The soldiers in the observation deck on the coastline of the Fagor kingdom also quickly discovered the silver giant ship that appeared on the sea level not far away. Soldiers used monoculars to observe the sudden appearance of the ship. When he saw the conspicuous double-winged blindfolded skull symbol on the ship, he realized that it was a pirate ship. However, the soldier did not immediately recognize which pirate group the skull symbol represented. I just thought that the blindfolded skull logo was a little familiar. The soldier who dialed the phone bug just caught a glimpse of the old newspaper that fell on the ground. Hearing the soldier's report, the other side of the phone worm seemed to be frightened by the news, and confirmed it once in disbelief. It's true. It's the Kamui pirates. Are we going to attack? Your Majesty. The Kamui pirates have already appeared in the coastal waters of our country. He had also heard about what the Kamui pirates were doing in other kingdoms. Sir. Pirate ships appear in the sea. They are the ships of the Kamui pirates. Which pirate group belongs to that silver giant ship that suddenly appeared on the sea level? Is that the Kamui pirates? Hey, soldier at post 3. What's the matter? Because he has figured out a way. Therefore, King Fagor cannot be afraid of the arrival of the Kamui pirates. Advertisement. Looking at the noisy ministers and generals below, King Fagor slapped the chair handle heavily. When everyone heard the news, they couldn't help but start making noises, and the entire hall was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Although he is afraid, King Fagor is still thinking about countermeasures. He does not want to lose his throne, nor does he want to lose his life like this. In an instant, everyone was quiet. In the chaotic and noisy environment in the hall, after a few minutes of short thinking, King Fagor's pale face has finally eased. Are you crazy? They are the Kamui pirates. Can our military strength beat each other? After a while, the soldier regained his senses and reported the current situation to the phone bug. Now, in the palace hall of the Fagor kingdom, the generals and ministers who have been urgently summoned are already standing. How could they be here? The phone worm has already dialed, and a voice has already come from the other end asking for something. Everyone, I have an idea. Just when I wanted to contact my superiors through the phone bug, and I was preparing to be on alert for this sudden appearance of the pirate ship. It also happened to have a double-winged blindfolded skull logo, exactly the same as what he had just seen on that giant ship. A gust of sea breeze suddenly blew over, blowing an old newspaper on the table to the ground. It's just that he didn't expect that the Kamui pirates would really find their country. That's the Kamui pirates who have recently become famous and feared. What? Are you sure you read it right? And King Fagor, who was sitting at the top, was also pale. This is how to do awe. However, the soldiers who saw the old newspaper information have now fully recognized it. The generals and ministers in the hall were chatting for a while, expressing their opinions in a panic. In just a few minutes, the news of the Kamui pirates' appearance had already reached the king's side. Advertisement. Chapter 175 Weird Behavior of Fagor Kingdom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain Kronos, we found an island ahead of us, marked on the nautical chart. There should be the existence of a Fagor kingdom. I have asked Asok and the others to adjust the course of the Angel of Redemption and are now heading towards the island. Ilya, who was a navigator on the ship, was reporting to Kronos. Hearing Ilya's words, Kronos nodded and waved to Ilya to go back to her own business. Under the orders of Kronos, the voyage of the Angel of Redemption is now the closest to the country and the island, and it will go wherever it goes. Because Kronos now wants to quickly expand the territory to achieve the purpose of increasing prestige. Before discovering the kingdom of Fagor, under the guidance of Ilya, the navigator, a new island nation was discovered, and under the leadership of Kronos, it was successfully captured under its banner. As a result, Kronos also gained 8,000 prestige points. Prestige. 51,800. By now, Kronos' prestige value has returned to the figure of 50,000. But the prestige required for the next member call is still nearly half away. Now, Kronos has 4 territories under its banner: the Fishmen Island, the Kingdom of Brisbane, and 2 small countries. The Kingdom of Fagor, discovered now, will become the 5th territory of Kronos, if nothing else. Can I move my muscles again? Wuho Satoru stretched his waist and said lazily with a sigh of relief. Advertisement. I've run into opponents who are not very interesting recently. Uchiha Madara on the other side said with a light tut. But also, with the strength of the members of the Kamui pirates, dealing with these small countries is indeed a no-brainer. It's normal for Uchiha Madara to have such a boring attitude. I hope I can meet a more interesting kingdom this time. Gojo Satoru stretched his head and said with a smile on his face. It didn't take long for the Angel of Redemption to arrive at the coast of the Fagor Kingdom. But all this made everyone on the boat feel a little strange. Because in the kingdoms they encountered in the past, they would all launch an attack on the Angel of Redemption if they were only close to the sea. But this time, they have already reached the coastline and are about to dock, and the other party still has no response at all. Asok and others, who were all ready for battle, stood on the deck with puzzled expressions. What's the matter? Why haven't you been attacked yet? Shouldn't all the cannons, bows and arrows be greeted at this time? Just when everyone was surprised, Kent, who was on the observation deck, discovered the strangeness on the coast. Wait, there's a situation. They seem to have an army coming out of it. Now they're all on the coast. Looks like they're ready for battle. Hearing Kent's voice, Asok couldn't help smiling confidently, clenching his fists together. Ha ha. Although I don't know why they didn't attack from a distance first, but since they are ready for battle, then I can give the results of my recent training a try. After all, Asok and Bangu have been learning rock-shattering fist of flowing water hard recently. Kent used the telescope to observe the movements of the soldiers of the kingdom on the coast. But after seeing their movements through the telescope, Kent couldn't help but stunned for a moment before speaking. Advertisement. Wait, they seem a little weird. None of them are armed, and they have bunting. They seem to have rolled out a red carpet. They also pulled out a salute. Then he nodded and bowed to Kronos. The long red carpet was just laid out in front of them, as if it was specially prepared for the Kamui pirates, as if they were going. And the soldiers who were so neatly lined up were also reduced to a high level. A man in a crown hunched over and walked out from the other end of the red carpet with an apologetic, wretched smile. At the moment when everyone just landed, the soldiers in front of them were already divided into 2 neat rows. I, the king of the Fagor kingdom. Farashong III greets Captain Kronos, and hereby swears that our Fagor kingdom voluntarily becomes a vassal of the Kamui pirates. Don't attack first, stop the boat and see what the people of this kingdom want to do. There was no one behind him, and he came to Kronos and others alone. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared with a wretched smile and hearing what he said, Kronos no longer knew what to say. On the lower deck, Asok, who was still excited, heard Kant's description and couldn't help but sighed in confusion. The salute behind them also began to fire one by one. This is the first time Kronos has encountered such a situation. Oops. I didn't know that the Kamui pirates were coming. We were not well prepared, and we could only barely do what we are now. I hope everyone has a lot of it, don't blame it. With the explosion of the salute, countless streamers fell from the sky one after another. No one could figure out what the other party meant. It didn't take long before the Angel of Redemption reached the coast and broke down. Advertisement. I plan to designate them as my own territory and occupy it. Instead of attacking, the other party is pulling colorful flags to spread the red carpet. Regarding this situation, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ask in confusion. Welcome. Warm welcome. Welcome the Kamui pirates to the kingdom of Fagor. Hey, these guys. Are you sick? Everyone also jumped off the boat and stood on the beach. With the end of the salute, a man's voice sounded from the other end of the red carpet. Yes. What? While observing the situation of the other party, he said in surprise. The members of the Kamui pirates, who had been prepared for battle, were stunned in the face of the sudden situation in front of them. Kronos couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and after a while, he took a deep breath to slow down, and he couldn't help but secretly complain. Since going out to sea, I have never seen such a wise guy. And Conan, Gojo Satoru, Albedo, Pen Six Paths, Tornado and others were all confused about this. Upon Kronos' order, everyone complied. One left and one right stood on both sides of the red carpet. Why do they do such things instead of resisting? What's going on here? What's going on with this country? Advertisement. Chapter 176. The Mysterious Floating Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kronos and the others who were planning to use force to capture this kingdom. Seeing the unexpected situation in front of him now, he couldn't help but stay where he was. After all, who would have thought that the other party would do nothing, surrender directly as soon as he came up, and welcome him so solemnly? The wrinkles on King Fagor's face were almost squeezed together, and he looked at Kronos with a strong smile, but he was actually very uneasy in his heart. All of these actions are the only countermeasures that King Fagor thought of when he learned that the Kamui pirates appeared in the palace. Just surrender. Anyway, our side has no chance of winning against the Kamui pirates. Why don't you just skip the beating step? Don't give the opponent any chance to fight. Surrender directly and get straight to the point and tell the other party that he joins the other party and unconditionally becomes a vassal of its territory. In fact, there is also a little thought of King Fagor in this. After all, he was talking about being a vassal of the other party. There are many ways to join a country or place to join the other party to become the other party's territory. If you become a vassal state, you will be able to retain your right to rule the country to a great extent. As long as it is successful, then the Fagor kingdom will not have to suffer the destruction of the Kamui pirates, and will be able to keep its own kingship. It's a two-in-one thing. It's just that King Fagor doesn't know if this approach can be successful. So now I can only force the smile on my face to watch Kronos and the others' reactions nervously. Advertisement. But for a few seconds, King Fagor couldn't see any reaction from Kronos. This can't help but make King Fagor's heart even more nervous, and a lot of sweat has leaked from his back to wet his clothes. What he didn't know, however, was that Kronos and the others didn't react because they didn't know how to react to their behavior. Cough. Then I accept. However, Kronos quickly broke the strange atmosphere and spoke directly. Although the other party's behavior of surrendering without a fight was a bit unexpected. But that's not a bad thing. It would be nice to be able to subdue the enemy without fighting and easily divide a kingdom into one's own territory. It also saves a lot of effort. King Fagor breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Kronos agree. Then he straightened up ecstatically, and ordered to the minister not far behind him. Hurry up. Plant the Kamui pirates flag all over the country. Then have a banquet. Treat everyone of the Kamui pirates well. Don't neglect. The ministers who were instructed also hurriedly led the order to arrange the next affairs. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully occupying Fagor Kingdom, prestige value plus 8000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for owning the number of territories times 5, and getting the reward prestige value plus 25000. After agreeing to the request of King Fagor's vassal state, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. But what Kronos didn't expect was that he could get an extra 25,000 prestige rewards. It is estimated that this should belong to the same thing as an achievement task. As long as a certain number of territories are occupied, the system will give some rewards. Prestige. 82,300. Advertisement. Looking at the prestige he has now, this can't help but bring a satisfied smile to Kronos' face. It seems that the system will not treat itself badly. The Fagor kingdom moved very quickly, and it didn't take long to arrange the banquet. The entire island is also planted with the Kamui pirates' iconic double-winged blindfolded skull flag. And Kronos and his party spent a very lively banquet under the warm reception of the Fagor kingdom. Because of their warm hospitality, Kronos and the others stayed here for 2 more days. After all, their hospitality was so good, everyone was treated like a king. Even the ship's handymen, Asak, Populan, Vians, Kant, and Ilya, were treated the same, and they were all treated at the king level. In the past few days, I can't help but make the 5 of Asak's 5 people hooked. So that when they left, Asak and others still felt a little reluctant to part. When leaving the kingdom of Fagor, Kronos did not let the kingdom of Fagor suffer. After all, it was the first time I saw a guy who surrendered after meeting such an acquaintance. And the reception these days also makes Kronos have to say that it is quite good. So before leaving, Kronos directly gave King Phagor a box of treasures worth 500 million pele on the ship. Then just left. After all, money is now something Kronos has in hand. King Phagor was also terrified of the huge chest of treasures that Kronos had given him. So after King Phagor obtained this treasure, he directly ordered that a hall be built to preserve the worship. For no other reason than because it was a reward from Kronos. Advertisement. And Kronos, who had already left, could not have imagined that the treasure he left behind would be strictly protected by King Phagor and become a sacred church in the future. In the sky above the sea somewhere in the world, a huge and terrifying island is slowly moving forward. The fishermen who drove their boats to fish on the sea were shocked to see such a scene without exception. What's the matter? I don't have dazzling eyes. The bald man on a fishing boat looked at the scene in front of him and said in horror. Immediately afterwards, the island floated over their heads. The huge shadow also shrouded the entire fishing boat. The goatee man on the other side was also frightened by the sight in front of him. He sat on the boat and felt the pain of falling. He couldn't help opening his mouth and muttering. No dazzling. It's true. Islands. Islands fly in the sky. On this floating island, a reckless voice appeared on the island. Gia ha ha ha. Kronos. What a funny guy. In the center of the island, stands a tall man with a black inch cut. The man held the newspapers in his hands, looked at the news about Kronos in the newspapers, and kept laughing arrogantly. The dark eyes also flashed a burst of light. Gia ha ha ha. I'm very interested in this guy. Now this guy should be in the new world. This inch-headed man's laughter never stopped, he just stared at the contents of the newspaper. Then he raised his head suddenly, his black eyes burst into a burst of light, and he cast his eyes to the depths of the sea, and he couldn't help laughing again. Anyway, the guy above doesn't seem to like this guy too well, so just let me go and see this guy. Gia ha ha ha. Advertisement. Chapter 177. There are guests who have not entertained. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the calm sea, a giant silver ship sailed slowly with long waves dragging behind it. On the left side of the boat, several huge fishing rods were sticking out, and the fishing line with the hook was just hanging in the water. Carrot. I've got 1,000 Baileys, and I'll definitely catch a bigger fish than yours. Behind one of the fishing rods, Aok was holding the fishing rod when he bumped his shoulder against Conte beside him, and said narrowly. Hey, I don't believe it. I'm sure I'll catch it. Bigger than yours. The two laughed and joked with each other, and then turned to Jigyu Ueni, who had been fishing quietly beside him. Mr. Ueni, do you want to take a gamble too? Hearing the invitations of Aok and Kent, Jigyu Ueni didn't show any obvious expression on his face. Just smiled and rejected the two. Two people, I will avoid this kind of thing. After all, I am not good at fishing. For Jigyu Ueni's attitude, Aok and Kant have long been accustomed to it. After all, they have been together for so long, and they understand each other's habits to some extent. So the two of them stopped joking with Jiguiwan, and just smiled and looked at their fishing rods. This silver giant ship is the Kamui pirates' ship that has just left the kingdom of Phagor. Except for the few people fishing on the deck, the other members are now doing their own thing. Popran is on duty today, on the lookout of the Angel of Redemption. Gojo Satoru is propping up a beach chair on the deck, lying on it and basking in the sun leisurely. Bang Ji-yu was with Vians and Ilya were training. Tornado and Hashirama were watching their training and killing time. Advertisement. Others are similar, doing what they are interested in. Ah, caught, caught. Suddenly, Kent shouted excitedly. Because he saw the buoy on his fishing rod go up and down. While shouting, Kant hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod and quickly reeled in. But Carrant clearly felt a heavy force that prevented him from taking it back so satisfactorily. Feeling such power, Kant couldn't help shouting at Aok, who was beside him excitedly. Ha ha ha. Aok, I'm sure to win today no matter what. My fish. 50 or 60 pounds to say the least. Looking at Kant's smug face, Aok couldn't help showing a displeased look on his face. But he couldn't do anything, he could only stare at Kant's fishing line and curse in his mouth. Break, 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 break me. As if Asok's curse had come to pass, the fishing line of the fishing rod in Kant's hand was cut off in the next second. Seeing this situation, Asok couldn't help but be overjoyed, and booed Kant. Looks like someone can't beat my Bailey today. Kant looked at the fishing rod with a broken line in his hand in frustration, and saw the proud face of the villain beside him. Can't help but let Conte have the idea of wanting to beat him up. But just when Conte was about to strike, the originally calm sea surface suddenly swelled for some unknown reason. The Angel of Redemption, which was sailing smoothly, became wobbly. At this time, a huge dark shadow has also appeared under the seabed on the left side of the Angel of Redemption. There was not much time for everyone to react at all, and a behemoth had already emerged from the sea against the sea. The moment it emerged from the sea, this behemoth seemed to have encountered the Angel of Redemption. Advertisement. Let the Angel of Redemption almost roll over. Damn it. Huge sea kings. Under this violent shaking, Asok fell on the deck without standing still. Seeing the incomparably huge figure suddenly appearing on the sea surface, I couldn't help shouting in shock. Kent, who barely kept the guardrail from falling, also saw clearly the huge object that suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. A giant sea king with horns. The body just emerging from the sea is as big as nearly 20 Angels of Redemption. Although when we went to the Fishmen Island, everyone had already seen sea kings. But getting up close and personal with sea kings, this is the first time. The fishing line will break just now, also because of this sea kings. Just when the fins were about to hit the Angel of Redemption. However, before the horned sea kings reacted in horror, Jigyu Yuanyi's knife had already slashed its entire body. For it is like killing an ant for the pleasure of human beings. The huge sea kings also fell in response. In just 2 breaths, Jigyu Yuanyi has returned to the deck of the Angel of Redemption. Point 0. On the deck, Kronos' eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and he spoke lightly to the members of the ship. And just when everyone thought it was safe and sound. Seeing such a magnificent figure, Kent and Asok could not help but swallow their saliva. At this time, Kronos and others who felt the strangeness in the ship had also been driven out of the cabin for the first time. The sun blade in his hand has also been inserted into the scabbard. But fortunately there was a tornado, and under the action of its superpower, the Angel of Redemption was not affected by the huge waves. Advertisement. The huge body slapped directly on the sea, setting off an incomparably huge wave. Only a ding sound was heard, and the Japanese round knife was completely put into the scabbard by Jiguiwan. Asak and Kent on the side couldn't help cheering loudly. Jiguiwan has disappeared from Kent's side. Isn't this a shallow sea? How did the sea kings appear here? Jigyu Yuanyi's figure has moved. Exactly, we haven't had sea kings yet. Looks like it's time for a snack tonight. Wait a minute, we still have guests to entertain. 0. The fiery red blade was unsheathed, and a burst of fiery blazing light slashed across the fins of the huge sea kings. And this kind of thing is not the first time this horned sea kings has done. 0 for flowers 00. The kind that emerges from the water, the beggar that floats on the sea. Karent only felt a fiery wind blowing beside him. Too strong. Mr. Yuanyi. 3 to 5 and 2 to deal with such a big sea kings. Only now did Karent ease his mind, and then he loosened his tightly clasped hands, and got down from the fence. He couldn't help asking in doubt. After seeing that only 1 sea kings appeared, everyone was relieved. Then, the huge fin was cut off by Jiguiwan, and flew straight out, landing on the sea not far away. There was only a playful light flashing in those huge eyes, and then he directly raised 1 fin, ready to smash this human ship and sink it into the sea. But what it didn't expect was that the ants used for fun this time were stronger than it imagined. After all, apart from Asak, Populin, Kent, Vians and Ilya, who doesn't have the strength to kill sea kings in seconds? Unbeknownst to Karent, it was actually because the big fish he had just caught happened to be targeted by the foraging sea kings. Advertisement. Chapter 178 The Raid Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain Kronos. Could there be sea kings? Hearing Kronos' voice, Asok asked in confusion. Kronos shook his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and walked slowly to the side of the boat, looking at the sea that had just experienced a wave. Not sea kings, but what? You'll see in a minute. Just when everyone listened to Kronos' words, they were at a loss, and they managed to recover some of the calm sea surface and began to bubbling and tumbling. The crowd naturally saw the situation in front of them. They all raised their vigilance and looked at the strange sea coming. Kronos' voice just fell. Then I heard the sound of surging sea water. From the bubbling and surging sea surface, the shadows of 860 ships appeared one after another. Crash, crash. 6 coated warships emerged one after another from the bottom of the sea. As it emerged from the bottom of the sea, the film plated on the 6 warships also burst when it came into contact with the air. In addition to these 6 warships, 4 submarines have surfaced one after another under the sea. Kronos wasn't the least bit surprised to see these warships and submarines emerging from the bottom of the ocean. After all, Kronos was aware of their presence when fighting the giant sea kings. Advertisement. While their method of getting under the sea is extremely stealthy, Kronos' top observation hockey is not a vegetarian. Learn Whitebeard's tactics and come from underwater. Kronos said lightly, looking at the warships and submarines appearing from the water in front of him. However, there is still a major event above. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the clouds above. The next second, I saw a huge island suddenly emerge from the clouds. The speed was so fast that even the clouds in the clouds were pulled by the island, forming a wake that followed behind the island. The island that emerged from the clouds is now falling like a meteor in the direction of the Angel of Redemption. And in addition to this island, there are several relatively smaller islands behind it, and they also fell together. I'm going. What the hell is that? How could an island fall in the sky? Seeing such a scene, Asak, Kent, Poplin and others on the deck couldn't help but widen their eyes. Shout out in disbelief. Is that a meteorite? If it's a meteorite, it's too big, right? Just when a few people were shocked. In just one breath, the huge main island has already fallen. Smashed hard on the sea. The calm sea was directly smashed by waves several meters high. Just the impact of the waves has no effect on the Angel of Redemption. After all, there is a tornado on board. But the next few small islands are the real attack of the opponent. The small islands that follow are all heading towards the Angel of Redemption. Advertisement. If you don't do anything, just get hit by those small islands. Then the shipwreck and death must go without saying. Humph. How dare you attack Lord Kronos? How dare you? At this time, Albedo, who had been following Kronos, began to act. I saw a dazzling light flashing on its body. After all, the most unbearable thing for Albedo is that someone is disrespectful to Kronos. My name is Kabalu, formerly a member of CP9, now the captain of the Marine Scientific Research Armed Forces. A floating man of lion fruit ability. You can tell how angry Albedo is at this moment with the murderous intent exuding from her whole body. Gia ha ha 0.0 hectares. Hearing Albedo's angry roar, with terrifying killing intent, he swung his axe and hammer towards the oncoming small island. The inch-headed man opened his hands and gestured to himself as he spoke to Kronos. But Albedo, who was beside him, quit. Albedo tossed and turned in the air. Those small islands that were originally aimed at the Angel of Redemption were destroyed by Albedo. Gia ha 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 ha. It's just as rumored. It's just that the strength of his subordinates can be so powerful. You guys' actions on the sea seem to be a little too active, and the guys above me are very unhappy with you now. Everything that should have appeared has already appeared. The decks of the warships that emerged from the sea are now full of Marines, and some members of the CP organization in black suits. The original beautiful clothes disappeared. In its place was a full-armed black armor. And the moment the small island was struck by the axe and hammer. Advertisement. Anyone who dares to disrespect Lord Kronos. Unforgivable. I saw that the inch-headed man looked apologetic, then continued to speak with a grin. Gia ha 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 ha. The fifth most ruthless emperor on the throne, Kronos has heard it for a long time. I am quoted. Just when Albedo was about to attack, Kronos kept Albedo's anger away with his eyes. You bastard. Oh, first meeting. I forgot to introduce myself. Those submarines also laid some artificial floating islands on the sea, and on those artificial floating islands, there are now also standing full of guys who look like Shichibukai cocoon bears. And Kronos turned his attention to this man. I saw Albedo, who was wearing a black armor, jumped up from the boat and flew straight towards the small islands that fell. Only the inch-headed man who came out of the island laughed and said, "The broken pieces were not able to maintain the status quo, but just dispersed, they turned into fine dust and disappeared in the air. Just like an egg hitting a stone, it was easily smashed into pieces. Originally beautiful and moving, but now it has become like a devil." Kronos didn't interrupt, just let him continue talking, listening to the man with the short head on the island muttering to himself. The short staff in his hand also turned into a black long-handled axe in an instant. At this time, a man with an inch head came out of the island that fell to the sea, and said with a wild laugh, "I've wanted to see you for a long time, and I've always only learned about you through hearsay, and it happened that there was an order from above, so I have a reason to see you." And Albedo also held a short staff with a round head at some point in her hand. Albedo destroyed several small islands and fell back on the Angel of Redemption. Point 0. And the inch-headed man on the island continued to speak. Advertisement. Chapter 179 Wood Style. The Tree World is Born. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kronos listened quietly to the inch man in front of him introducing himself. It was also known that the name of the man in front of him was Kabalu. At the same time, Kronos felt a little strange in his heart when he saw the ability that this guy showed on the stage. Now, after listening to this guy's introduction, I also understand what is going on. No wonder I feel a little familiar when I see this guy's appearance. It turns out that his ability is the same as that of the golden lion Shiki called the Flying Pirate. But while solving a doubt, Kronos has another doubt in his heart. Logically speaking, the ability of a devil fruit can only exist in one person's body in the world. It is impossible for two people to have it at the same time. And if the ability needs to be replaced, it must be after the previous ability person dies. Let the fruit of this ability regenerate, and the next fruit ability will be able to inherit and appear. Kronos raised his head slightly, looking at Kabalu standing on the island. In other words, the ability of Nakaba 30 Lu is actually different from that of Golden Lion, but the ability is similar. You are the ability of the Golden Lion. A little doubt in my heart. Kronos asked Kabalu directly. I thought that the two sides were enemies, and the other party would not say anything to me, so I just treated it as a casual question. Who knew Kabalu couldn't help laughing when he heard Kronos mention Golden Lion's name. Advertisement. Then stared straight at Kronos and said in a weird tone. Golden Lion. The bastard who was beaten in East Blue. He. That's right. It's really his ability on me. The original plan was to let me get the ability of the Golden Lion guy and let him survive, but I didn't expect this guy to be able to persevere. 1. Our world government's scientific research strength is very strong. I saw Kabalu smirking a little crazy, while continuing to say. That guy Vegapunk is really a genius. He can actually think of the idea of transferring the ability of a power person to someone else. Such a crazy thing. To say he is also a lunatic. Just as Kabalu said with a sneer, suddenly the whole person was shocked. It seems that he woke up from the state of madness just now, and quickly covered his mouth and looked like he said the wrong thing. It's over. These things were all confidential just now. I accidentally told it. Seeing the appearance of this Kabalu in front of him, Kronos couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, and he couldn't help but secretly complain. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? But in this way, Kronos also probably understood the information revealed from his mouth. This guy's abilities really belong to the Golden Lion. But it was snatched from the Golden Lion by some means of the world government's scientific research department. And because of this, the Golden Lion, who used to be all-powerful on the sea, died in that experiment. This can't be done. How can you know such a confidential matter? I saw Nakabaru covering his mouth and speaking in a panic, interrupting Kronos' thoughts. Well, forget it. Since I've accidentally said something, there's nothing I can do. But, Kabalu muttered to himself. Suddenly the words changed, his tone became cold, and the panic look on his face all dissipated, replaced by a chill. Advertisement. It's like changing people. But, I just need to get rid of all of you guys. It should be fine if I say something. The 5 elders didn't say they wanted you alive anyway. Don't you want to end us? If you can, just try it out. Hearing Kronos' words, Kabalu's face also showed a confident and crazy smile. In front of them, they could only see the surrounding area of the Angel of Redemption covered with gunpowder. Wood style. The tree world will be born. Yes, Lord Kronos. Countless attacks hit the tree, but they failed to leave any traces on the tree. Under Hashirama's shot, he easily blocked the next round, and Cross said lightly. Hashirama also released the ninjutsu he just performed in an instant. After a round of heavy artillery coverage was over, the Marines who needed to reload also temporarily stopped their attacks. Seeing this overwhelming attack, Senju Hashirama couldn't help snorting coldly. Gia ha ha ha. Since you are so anxious to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Yes, Captain Kronos. Conan, Gojo Satoru, Pen 6 Paths, Tornado, Artoria, Uchiha Madara, Albedo and other crew members also started to fight back immediately. The crew of the ship responded in unison to Kronos' words. Humph. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, countless sturdy tree branches grew out of thin air from the Angel of Redemption. As for Asak, Populin, Vians, Kent and Ilya, they stayed on the ship and used the cannons on the Angel of Redemption to attack. Even if their attack finally made a small gap, it was filled by newly grown trees in the next second. And all these attacks point to the Angel of Redemption of the Kamui pirates. Cannons on warships, pacifist lasers, all attacked the Angel of Redemption at the same time. The trees protecting the Angel of Redemption disappeared in an instant. The action begins. Attack. However, when the smoke cleared, the Marines discovered that the tree guards wrapped around the 860 were not damaged at all. Kronos also jumped up from the ship, constantly creating a boundary wall in the air, and moved above it, quickly swept in the direction of Kabalu. For a time, the entire sky was covered by countless shells and lasers. Okay, now it's our turn to pay back. The hand quickly forms the seal, and the chakra energy also gathers quickly. After that, Kabalu took out a phone bug from his body, and after the signal was dialed, he said coldly. Marine, CP organization and pacifists who are already ready for battle on the side. And the Angel of Redemption and Kronos, who are protected by the tree shield, naturally have nothing. At the same time, they all received orders from Kabaru. And surrounded the Angel of Redemption, as if a tree shield was formed on the outer layer of the Angel of Redemption. The branches of the tree just wrapped the Angel of Redemption, and the cannonball and laser attack followed. With a smile on the corner of Kronos' mouth, he said to Kabalu lightly. Advertisement. Chapter 180. Just want to solve me like this. Who do you think I am? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Gia ha ha ha. Since you are so anxious to find death, then I will fulfill you. Kabalu raised his head, his eyes showed a crazy look, and his feet suddenly exerted force. The whole person burst out like a pitch-black bullet, heading straight for Kronos. Seeing Kabaru come forward with such a straightforward face, Kronos didn't underestimate each other either. The fruit power is activated, and a thick black mist slowly diffuses from Kronos' right hand. Until the entire right hand of Kronos was wrapped, it turned into a protective glove. Look at the distance between the two sides getting closer. Kronos also roughly estimated the time to face Kabalu next. He was about to swing his armored fist and attack Kabalu, who was about to rush in front of him. Seeing that the fist is about to hit Nakabaru's cheek, suddenly, a cone-shaped dirt pillar appeared on the ground below Kronos. Shot straight into Kronos' chest. Fortunately, Kronos' keen observation Haki noticed the moment the earth pillar appeared. But the stone pillar appeared so suddenly. Kronos can only barely create a space boundary wall on his side, and at the same time, take advantage of it to vacate. Kronos dodged the attack of the stone pillar. Such an unexpected trick. If you were an ordinary person, I am afraid that you would have been pierced through the intestines before you understand what happened. Gia ha ha ha. As expected of a big pirate with a reward of 3.4 billion. This will make you react. Advertisement. Seeing that the attack he secretly launched was so easily avoided by Kronos, Kabalu didn't feel discouraged, just laughed. But, I'm not just preparing this little gift for you. At the same time, Kabalu waved his hands violently. The ground on both sides of Kronos' body suddenly vibrated and swelled as he avoided the stone pillar and stood firm on the ground. In an instant, 2 earthen walls were built, surrounding Kronos. And that's exactly what Kabalu uses his lion fruit ability to control. Seeing Kronos sinking deep into his own dirt wall, Kabalu's face couldn't help showing a crazy look. Gia ha ha ha. This ability is convenient to use. Have you seen how powerful I am? Kronos. Seeing that the earth wall has been formed, there is no pause. Under the control of Kabalu, the earth wall that surrounded Kronos squeezed towards the Kronos in the middle at a very fast speed. In the face of the current situation, Kronos is now standing there, without any action. Just waiting quietly for the earth wall to squeeze towards you. The dirt wall directly engulfed Kronos in it, and Kronos never moved. In this way, it was squeezed and covered by the earth walls in all directions. The crazy smile on Kabaru's face couldn't help but get even more intense. Gia ha ha ha. What is the 5th Emperor? I haven't even touched the real thing yet. Didn't this guy just fall into my hands so easily? Let me tell you, those guys in Marine are all rubbish, and they said they want someone to help me. I want to be careful. What the strength of this Kronos should not be underestimated. Now the Kronos that Marine's guys are afraid of have turned into a puddle of flesh under my attack. Gia Haga. Just when Kabaru thinks he's done with Kronos, he's laughing smugly in place. Kabalu was surprised to find that there were cracks on the extruded earth wall. The next second, I saw that the earth wall that was tied together suddenly burst open. Countless rubble was also scattered and shot out. Advertisement. One of the blasted rubble even rubbed Kabalu's face and flew out. A light bloodstain was left on Kabalu's face. The figure of Kronos also appeared with the explosion of the earth wall. The legs kicked hard, and even stepped out of a deep pit on the ground. The black mist armor glove that was originally transformed from the right hand has now also become a black mist sword. In an instant, Kronos appeared in front of Kabalu. There was a burst of cold light in his eyes, and he stared coldly at Kabalu, who had not yet realized what was going on. Then he said lightly, "Are you a little too self-righteous? So you want to get rid of me?" While talking, at the same time, the black fog sword in the right hand swung violently. Kabalu felt the smell of death in an instant. At the same time, at the juncture of life and death, the instinctive desire to survive made Kabalu subconsciously react. The original 6 warships and 4 submarines, and now only 1 warship is still struggling to resist. And those Marine and CP group members and a large number of pacifists are now defeated and sunk at sea. It's a good response, so you've been dodged by you. Otherwise, it's not just your hand that's broken now. He fell to the ground, clutching his half-truncated arm, rolling on the ground madly in pain and screaming. Who do you think I am? Half of Kabalu's arm left him with blood, and it flew in midair for a while before falling to the ground. And the arrogant Kabaru was directly cut off because of this. But even so, he paid a price. Without thinking much, Kronos looked at the pained Kabalu who fell to the ground in front of him, and was ready to deal with it directly. The body quickly turned sideways and stretched out the arms at the same time. Advertisement. Then he waved and threw it towards the already injured Kabaru. However, just when Kronos' black flash gun was about to pierce Kabalu. Because Kronos can feel that Kabalu, who should be seriously injured at this time, doesn't know why. At this moment, a strong force erupted. Countless pieces of warships were scattered across the sea. U. And this layer of black mist can continuously corrode wounds, and even the strongest person can make the pain unbearable. The words in the mouth also became heavier with the tone of this knife. This black spear flashed a strange light and went towards Kabalu. Most of the warships and submarines at this moment have been destroyed. At this point, nothing but Kronos' battle with this Kabaru has come to an end. However, with the strengths of Conan, Gojo Satoru and Pain 6 Paths, it doesn't take long at all to wipe out the Marine and CP organization that came here, King Qian's. Skip the black light, only to hear Kabalu seem to have fallen into madness and let out a roar that resounds through the sky. Moreover, because it is a weapon created by the black mist. A layer of black mist will be attached to the wound cut by the black mist sword. Conan, Gojo Satoru, Pen 6 Paths, the sea battlefield on Albedo's side is also coming to an end. Standing not far away, Kronos had a solemn look on his face. Originally intended to kill him in one hit, Kronos didn't expect this guy to be able to escape. The whole person directly gave the child a cold sweat. The black fog long knife in his hand was transformed into a black long spear again. And the black flash gun that was supposed to pass through Kabalu strangely stopped in place, unable to move forward. Facing the sudden approach of Kronos, the black mist dagger wielded. Advertisement. Chapter 181 Cabal's Runaway, Fruit Awakening. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's the matter? Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara and others who were slaughtering the remnants of Marine, the CP organization, and the pacifists all turned to look at Kronos. Because they all sensed the strange energy emanating from Kronos. Countless ship debris that was originally floating on the sea also floated strangely at this moment because of this power. Even Konan, Gojo Satoru, Albedo and Uchiha Madara felt the same power. Lighten their bodies and float upwards. However, their strength is strong, and they can resist such buoyancy and stand firm on the boat. 5 people like Asak, Vians, Poprun, Kent and Ilya are not so good. They have already started to float up under the influence of this force. But fortunately, when they completely floated into the air, they each grabbed the mast, guardrail and other places of the Angel of Redemption. However, before Asak and the others felt at ease for a moment, the Angel of Redemption also began to float away from the water under the influence of this power. In addition to these objects that exist on the sea surface, even the sea water is starting to float upwards. And the source of all this is Kabalu, who now has a broken arm in front of Kronos. Chong only heard a crisp steel 860 iron sound. The black flash gun that was going to pierce Kabalu was bounced out and stuck on a stone not far away. Then it turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. This is Devil Fruit's ability awakened. Kronos looked at everything around Kabalu, who seemed to be in a madness at the moment, and frowned and said, "It can affect such a large area, and it can have such a strong energy. There is no doubt that Kabalu's fruit power is awakened. Although Kabalu's ability is said to be awakened, his whole person's appearance is not quite right." Advertisement. Kabalu, who bounced off the black flash gun, was opening his mouth wide, spitting out a slightly scarlet gas. The black mist left by the attack just now remains on Kabalu's broken arm, and it is still corroding. But now Kabalu doesn't seem to feel that he is injured at all, no longer screaming in pain. His open mouth left a drop of saliva, and his eyes stared blankly at Kronos. At the same time, he stretched out his broken right arm and slowly pointed at Kronos. This kind of situation can't help but feel a little weird. Seeing the strange situation, of Kabalu in front of him, Kronos couldn't help frowning. Immediately afterwards, I saw Kabalu's face move slightly, and a word came out of his mouth very clearly. The next moment, Kronos saw 2 lines of dark red blood and tears in Kabalu's godless eyes. At the same time, a strong buoyancy force has also affected Kronos. It made Kronos unable to stand still on the ground, so he floated. But Kronos can also create space walls. Quickly generate a space boundary wall above your head, blocking yourself without flying directly. With the existence of the space boundary wall, Kronos can therefore not be too affected by its buoyancy. Die, only to hear Kabaru repeating the same word over and over again. The buoyancy in this sea area has also become stronger and stronger, and the impact has become more and more shocking. A large piece of sea water seemed to have lost its gravity and was floating in the air. In addition to the sea water, there are countless ship debris, including marine, CP organization and pacifist body parts. Advertisement. They are all densely floating in the air. If you look at it from a distance, a semicircle with a diameter of almost 2 kilometers is now formed with Kabalu at the center. Within this semicircle are all objects that are affected by their abilities and float in the air. At this time, the Angel of Redemption was also floating above the sea because of Kabaru's ability. Even powerhouses like Bangu and Pen 6 Paths were forced to float without any special countermeasures. As this too exaggerated, it's so high. Even if there is sea water below, it's deadly if you fall. It's the first time I've seen such a scene. We'll be fine. This is the fruit power of Kronos. Chaos God Chaos form. Don't worry. I'm here. How could something happen to you? I only heard the tornado say a word. Immediately afterwards, the tornado waved his hand and moved the person who could not cope with this buoyancy back to the Angel of Redemption. Then, He just directly sent the Angel of Redemption out of the semicircle affected by buoyancy. And the sky is also filled with black clouds in a trance. The wisps of black mist also emanated from Kronos' body and wrapped around Kronos' body. Asak and others, who were hugging the mast or fence of the Angel of Redemption, were all shivering as they said. Then he opened his hands, and his dark green robes were constantly fluttering and waving. A black streamer appeared in Kronos' eyes, and the whole person's appearance seemed to have changed. The severed arm pointed at Kronos was also dropped at this time. On the other hand, Kronos silently looked at Kabalu without a word, the black mist surging from his body. Advertisement. And this time, under the full blessing of the form of Kronos Chaos God Chaos. Then a big hand waved. Only Kabaru roared, and the tornado formed with countless debris hit Kronos. The sea water and ship debris that floated in the sky due to it immediately gathered together and formed a tornado-like appearance. The black flash gun was bounced off just now. Seemingly sensing danger, Kabaru raised his head, his eyes were still blank, but he stared at Kronos coldly. Another black flash appears in Kronos' hands. Only after hearing it repeat it 2 or 3 times, Kabalu finally stopped. Kronos, who did not fly out with the help of the space boundary, looked at Kabalu in front of him, and decided in his heart not to let Kabalu go on like this. Countless lightning storms churned in the dark clouds. On Kronos' side, Kabalu is still repeating the word, dead, and his buoyancy is also increasing. At this time, the tornado silently appeared on the Angel of Redemption. Nakabaru is absolutely unstoppable. A thought force directly enveloped the Angel of Redemption. Is this a kind of psychic power? Speaking of which, my psychic power is also very strong. Directly cover this entire sea area. However, his power has not been lifted. Looking at all this in front of him calmly, it seems that the current situation has no impact on the tornado. As the black mist entangled more and more around Kronos, an inexplicable shock also emanated from Kronos. Advertisement. Chapter 182 Kabalu Falls, Aokiji appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There's no slack, just Kronos full swing. The black flasher gun flashing black lightning in his hand burst out. Go straight to Kabaru's chest. And Kabaru was under such a swift and violent blow against Kronos. I still want to use the fruit ability to stop it and bounce it like just now. But the black flash gun this time is completely different from the one just now. This is Kronos' full blow in the form of Chaos, the Chaos God. Without the slightest pause, the black flash gun went straight through Kabalu's left chest. Kabalu, who was shot with a single shot, fell directly into a pool of blood. However, Kabaru didn't die on the spot because of Kronos' blow. Instead, he was still holding his breath. But what makes Kronos odd is that Kabaru got such an injury. The whole person was still silent, and there was no movement, as if he didn't feel that he was attacked at all. One shot hit Kabalu, and Kronos immediately felt a lot less buoyancy on his body. But the surrounding buoyancy field and the tornado just created did not disappear because of Kabalu's fall. The status quo is still maintained, and it is only slightly weaker than when Kabalu hadn't fallen. Kronos walked up to the fallen Kabaru. Although the guy still has a faint breath and is not dead, Kronos can be sure that the guy is definitely unconscious. According to normal circumstances, if the demon fruit power loses consciousness or dies, then the things caused by his use of the power will also disappear along with it. Advertisement. For Kabalu lost consciousness, the scene created by his ability still exists. Kronos can't figure out why. However, Kronos didn't bother to dig any further. I originally thought that this guy had no ability, but I didn't expect to be able to make such a big scene. Kronos looked at Kabalu, who was lying in a pool of blood, and his breath became weaker and weaker, and couldn't help but tut. Without doing much, with the idea of weeding and eradicating the roots, Kronos directly used the black mist to conjure a sword. I want to end the life of this Kabalu directly. He waved the sword in his hand expressionlessly. In an instant, a chill suddenly appeared from a distance. A blue ice cube flew over. Directly open Kronos' black fog sword that was going to hit Kabalu. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Seeing this familiar ability, Kronos instantly knew who he was. When I was about to turn my head to look, I didn't know when, the ground was already full of ice cubes. Freeze Kronos' feet. And the cold ice is still spreading on Kronos. Alas. Kronos. I can't let you ruin that guy here. Sure enough, it's you. Aokiji. Seeing Aokiji appearing, Kronos said as expected. Just as Kronos was talking, Aokiji's ice cubes froze Kronos' entire body. And Aokiji also appeared in front of Kabalu in a pool of blood. Advertisement. Seeing such a serious strength on his body, Aokiji didn't say much but quickly used his ability to freeze Kabalu's wound with ice, so that Kabalu would not die due to excessive blood loss. After doing all this, two men in suits wearing masks rushed out from the grass on the side. Take the unconscious Kabaru from Aokiji's hands. Aokiji, are you here to deal with me too? All this was completed in just a few seconds, and the two men in suits wearing masks had already walked away with Kabalu. Kronos broke free from the ice. A thick black mist fluttered around Kronos, looking at Aokiji and asked slowly. Originally, I was going to act with this guy to deal with you. Aokiji looked solemn as he saw Kronos break free from the ice. But this guy is a little out of control, he will bring someone to find you first. When I arrived here, I didn't expect this guy to be defeated by you. Saying that, Aokiji shook his head helplessly. Kronos' eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Aokiji and continued. Then why did you show up to save this guy? 0 for flowers 00. Anyway, all your partners and men who can help are gone. Isn't it a great risk if you come out alone? Hearing Kronos' question, Aokiji smiled helplessly. Ah la la, there's no way anyone can make me promise Mr. Vegapunk, I can't let his important experimental body be destroyed. Is that guy actually such an important experimental subject? Kronos couldn't help but say after hearing Aokiji's words, I should have killed that guy earlier. But Aokiji shrugged. Well, there is no regret medicine in the world. Advertisement. Okay, Kronos, don't ask any more questions, we'll see you again later. Then, I saw Aokiji reaching out to Kronos. Point 0. Bloody pheasant mouth. A bird-shaped block of ice radiated a bleak chill straight to Kronos. Facing the oncoming giant ice cube, Kronos ripped a space rift straight out of space. And the ice cube was swallowed directly by the void that Kronos broke open. When the ice cubes disappeared, Kronos saw that Aokiji had run away now. It seems that from the beginning, this guy Aokiji has no intention of fighting himself. The only goal of showing up is to save Nakabaru. After the goal is achieved, Aokiji will naturally not be stupid enough to single out all the members of the Kamui pirates. As a pirate, and Marine is the opposite, Kronos will naturally not hesitate to each other. Kronos didn't say much, and with a violent force on his legs, he chased in the direction of Aokiji. At the same time, Kronos also threw a cloud of black mist directly in the direction of Aokiji. Sensing Kronos' attack, Aokiji raised his hand quickly. An ice wall just appeared behind Aokiji, blocking the black mist thrown by Kronos. There was no expression on Kronos' face when he saw his attack being blocked so easily. After all, Kronos didn't expect the little black fog to do any damage to Admiral. Kronos is just trying to hinder Aokiji's pace with these attacks. And Kronos' black fog attack did successfully hinder Aokiji's escape speed. 0. Advertisement. Chapter 183 Battle with Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After a few rounds of chasing, Kronos has caught up with Aokiji. At the same time, a space boundary wall was generated in front of Aokiji. Seeing that Aokiji was about to hit the space boundary wall, Aokiji seemed to notice something. A side jump quickly avoided the space boundary wall. Kronos didn't expect to knock Aokiji over with a single space wall. But it is precisely because of this space barrier that Kronos has completely caught up with Aokiji. Black atomizing knife. Kronos appeared behind Aokiji, and the black knife slashed directly at Aokiji. Aokiji naturally won't sit still. An ice wall instantly appeared in front of Kronos, 863 inches, blocking the black knife that Kronos was about to swing. At the same time, Aokiji jumped back quickly, and elementized his body during the jump. Alas, it's really dangerous. After finishing the elementalization, Aokiji's face was covered with frost, and he said with bursts of cold air in his mouth. Kronos, who slashed the ice wall with a knife, looked at Aokiji who escaped, and threw the black knife in his hand. The two stood not far away, facing each other. Looking at Kronos standing in front of him, Aokiji realizes that it is not so easy for him to leave here now. Advertisement. All I can do now is to fight head on and find an opportunity to leave. But if you can, Aokiji doesn't want to fight Kronos. After all, I have seen the strength of this guy. Originally, if he and Kabaru acted together, the two of them should have no problem dealing with Kronos. But I didn't expect Kabalu to have such a strong self-confidence, and he went straight to Kronos with someone. This has led to the situation that is now beyond the plan. Kronos, why don't you stop here? Let's stop. And this operation, the loss of our marine is serious enough. Aokiji opened his mouth and wondered if he could use words as a breakthrough. Aokiji, you are Marine Admiral. You should understand that we are not playing some kind of marine pirate game, right? Hearing Aokiji's words, Kronos just took a few steps forward and said it. You are Marine, I am a pirate. We are opposites. Besides, if you are ready to take my life, you should be prepared to be taken. Hearing Kronos' words, Aokiji understood that it was impossible to avoid this battle with words. The frost on his face became more and more, and Aokiji's face became faintly hazy. Advertisement. Kronos held the black fog long sword in his hand and looked at Aokiji in front of him. The next second, Kronos was the first to move. Seeing Kronos disappear in place, Aokiji reacts quickly. Kronos appeared beside Aokiji in an instant, and the long black mist sword in his hand slashed out. Aokiji's hand also formed an ice blade exuding cold air, which quickly blocked Kronos' attack. Although he was blocked by Aokiji, Kronos will not give Aokiji a chance to breathe. The attack in his hand has not stopped, and it is attacking continuously and quickly. And Aokiji can only wave the ice blade in his hand to constantly block or dodge. But the constant close combat with Kronos made Aokiji a little overwhelmed. Because the weird black mist emanating from Kronos is constantly consuming Aokiji's physical strength. Although it's only a little bit, Aokiji can definitely feel that those black mists are constantly absorbing something from his body. As the master of black mist, Kronos doesn't know anything about being able to absorb the opponent's stamina. 0. After all, this Chaos God Chaos form, except for the one on top, this is only the second time Kronos has used this form. During Summit War, Black Mist did not have this ability. Neither Garp nor Akainu, who fought Kronos personally, didn't realize that Black Mist has this kind of power. Advertisement. And although this black fog can absorb the opponent's physical strength, it does not feed it back to Kronos. Therefore, Kronos naturally has no chance to discover this little ability of Black Mist. Feeling the loss of physical strength, Aokiji secretly thought that it was not good. After all, this kind of battle is one way and the other, and you are the one who loses it. If you keep fighting like this, you will definitely lose. Aokiji dodged and avoided another blow from Kronos. A huge ice block was quickly created above Kronos' head, and it was smashed towards Kronos with icy cold air. Kronos, who instantly posted 0.0 and discovered the existence of ice cubes, also responded immediately. With a wave of one hand, a space boundary cage will firmly grasp the ice cube. Immediately afterwards, I saw Kronos' right hand slammed. The huge ice cubes turned into fine pieces of ice in an instant and fell down. Facing the scene in front of him, Aokiji was not surprised. After all, this was just a trick to delay Kronos. Just as Kronos freed his hand to handle the ice, Aokiji had already jumped aside. Bending down, an incomparable chill emanated from his body. Ice Age. Advertisement. Chapter 184 Aokiji's Backhand. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ice Age. When I heard Aokiji growl, the chill on my body exploded. A biting cold wind blew, and a burst of white light flashed, and gradually spread outward with Aokiji as the center. In just one breath, Aokiji froze the entire island that Kabaru had brought in. In the face of Aokiji's attack, Kronos was not careless. At the moment when the ice cubes spread, Kronos transformed the black fog into armor to protect himself. Wearing the black fog armor, Kronos felt that the black fog seemed to be different from before, but Kronos couldn't find out what was different. But Kronos can't handle that much right now. Feel the cold around you. There was even a thin layer of frost on Kronos' face. And because of the drop in temperature, Kronos felt that the movement of his body was starting to be affected. But all this is still within the controllable range of 30. After the Ice Age was used, the temperature of the entire island dropped rapidly. In this environment, Aokiji's abilities can also be used better. And that's exactly what Aokiji is for. Continuously generate sharp icicles around Kronos, and control them to stab at Kronos. Advertisement. But these attacks were nothing more than petty pranks for Kronos. A space boundary wall can block it all. For such a situation, Aokiji's heart is also very clear. But Aokiji didn't even think about defeating Kronos or something like that with these little tricks. And not to mention that Aokiji alone is impossible to beat Kronos. If you fight Kronos in close quarters, you will be drained by the strange black mist. Aokiji is naturally unwilling to fall into such a state, and can only use such a long-range attack. Want to run away? Aokiji. Protect yourself in it. Instead, it turned into a cloud of white ice mist. Then see if you can get out of here. Kronos easily blocked another round of Aokiji's ice picks and couldn't help speaking. As with the ice pick before, Kronos raised blocks of space walls around his body. Fortunately, without the effects of the ice fog, Kronos' observation hockey returned to normal. Advertisement. As more and more ice tips smashed around Kronos. Sure enough, just as Kronos had guessed, Aokiji had escaped with the cover of the ice fog. Just like the ice of its fruit power, Aokiji spoke extremely calmly. Like the previous icicles, this icicle is still unable to cause any damage to Kronos. It is precisely because of the existence of these ice fogs that Kronos' vision has also been restricted. But I was surprised to find that this ice fog still has the ability to block observation hockey. And under Kronos' relaunched observation hockey probe. In the face of Aokiji's petty attack, Kronos quickly sensed Aokiji's intentions. Even if Kronos has a top-notch observation hockey, he can only barely detect a little distance outside under this icy fog. Hearing Aokiji's words, Kronos' dark eyes flashed for a while. At this time, Kronos realized why Aokiji kept attacking himself with these painless means. 863. Aokiji didn't have time to escape that far. Immediately afterwards, it shot towards Kronos like a bullet. Immediately afterwards, I saw the crystal-clear ice clouds scattered and turned into small ice tips. Advertisement. Hey, Kronos, I know your strength and mine, and I can't beat you alone. There's no problem with retreating temporarily, right? Aokiji did not continue to speak, but his face was still solemn. The icy fog has become more and more intense, and it has already wrapped Kronos in it. Kronos also found traces of Aokiji. The ice picks in front are all to paralyze themselves, and now these ice tips that can turn into thick ice fog when they hit the ground are the back ones. Just as the two were talking, a crystal-clear ice cloud gathered in the sky at an unknown time. However, I suddenly found that these falling ice tips were not broken into ice chips as expected. Consume some of Kronos' stamina, keep a certain distance from Kronos, and see if you can find a chance to escape. Just when Kronos wanted to complain that Aokiji was always attacking himself with these innocuous means. Kronos didn't even have to think about it, he knew that this thing was made by Aokiji. Hearing Kronos' slightly stimulating words, Aokiji didn't have any mood swings. Unable to see beyond the icy fog, Kronos was about to probe with observation hockey. He quickly jumped out of the thick ice fog against the ice tip that was still falling. Advertisement. Chapter 185 Death's Counterattack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Finally got away from Kronos. At this time, there was still no trace of joy on Aokiji's face. The body has become elementalized, just jumping wildly and moving fast on the ground. Because Aokiji knew that Kronos, who was temporarily trapped by the ice fog, would react quickly. And will find yourself. Before escaping from the island, there is still the possibility of being caught up by Kronos. And the means just now can't be used again. After all, Kronos has already seen it once, and it's definitely not so easy to be fooled the second time. So, there is only one chance to escape. Kronos, who came out of the ice fog, used the powerful observation hockey to find the approximate location of Aokiji in an instant. Without further ado, Kronos doesn't plan to spend any more time with Aokiji this time. Sensing the general direction of Aokiji's escape, Kronos ripped a crack in the air. A space channel was quickly created by Kronos. Without wasting a single second, Kronos stepped directly into the dark space passage. At this time, Aokiji, who was struggling to escape, was shocked to find that several familiar cracks appeared in the air not far from the road in front of him. This crack, Aokiji saw during Summit War. Advertisement. This is the crack in the space channel that appeared when Kronos and others appeared in Summit War. Did you react so quickly? Aokiji couldn't help but cursed, and immediately released a thick layer of ice mist at the crack in the space. At the same time, several spear guns have also changed around the body. When the fissure in that space was getting bigger and was about to form a channel, Aokiji also noticed Kronos, who was about to come out of the channel. 2 spears. Without the slightest hesitation, Aokiji threw out the ice spears that were conjured up beside him. Kronos, who had just passed through the void passage, saw the ice fog at the entrance of the passage as soon as he came out. Kronos, who had seen this ice fog just once, immediately became vigilant. Immediately afterward, 3 spears flashed silver and passed through the icy fog, heading straight for Kronos. The black mist on Kronos, who had been on guard for a long time, turned into a shield in an instant. Block the sudden spear gun. After that, Kronos didn't stop, just blocked in front of him with a black fog shield, and rushed towards the ice fog. In the blink of an eye, Kronos burst out of the ice fog. Seeing Kronos chasing after him, Aokiji's face was full of bitterness at the moment. Sorry. Looks like you have to stay here. Kronos, who broke through the ice fog, spoke slowly. Advertisement. Since you can't go away, then let me leave some scars for you. Aokiji, who has realized that he has not left the possibility, can't help showing a broken look. Without any hesitation, he resolutely faced Kronos and exhausted all his abilities. In an instant, the environment around Aokiji instantly became absolute zero. Such a low temperature is something Aokiji has never achieved before. No creature can resist such a low temperature. And the ice cubes generated below absolute zero are far stronger and harder than any ice cubes ever made by Aokiji. But, all this comes at a price. This is all done by Aokiji's ability to use his life to activate Devil Fruit. And Kronos, who is closest to Aokiji, is the first to be hit by the cold of Aokiji. Even with the protection of his armor, Kronos can't resist Aokiji's desperate attack. The limbs of the body gradually became stiff due to the cold, and Kronos also felt that his consciousness and heartbeat were also slowed down. And now Kronos is freezing. And this ice cube frozen on Kronos' body, Kronos has no way to shatter it. Feeling the power of absolute zero, Kronos knew that Aokiji couldn't be allowed to go on like this. Extending his stiff right hand, Kronos condensed a black flasher gun in the air with black mist. And Aokiji, who is standing opposite Kronos, has no way to resist the frozen world he created because of too much consumption at the moment. Advertisement. There is no way to have any action. Because of using this ability at the cost of life, blood is constantly flowing from the corners of Aokiji's mouth, and it freezes into red ice cubes around his mouth. Can only barely stand in front of Kronos, gasping for breath. Seeing the black flash gun condensed by the black mist of Kronos, Aokiji couldn't help showing a faint smile. Ha! Kronos. It's useless. It's useless even if you want to kill me now. Even if I die, you will be frozen here. This ability will not disappear because of my death. Also, even if you don't do it, I'm going to die. Qian Wang Hao. Allah, but I can trap you here with my death, it seems not bad. Rain. Although Kronos could see Aokiji's lips moving, he seemed to be saying something. But Aokiji's voice is just too faint right now, plus the frozen chunks have spread to Kronos' ears. So Kronos didn't hear what Aokiji was saying at all. Now Kronos only wants to kill Aokiji, so that Aokiji's freezing ability disappears, and he can break free from this freezing. It was only when he was about to be completely frozen that Kronos reluctantly waved his extremely stiff right hand. The spear flashing black lightning also pierced instantly. Passed through Aokiji's body. Marine Admiral, Aokiji Kuzan, dead. Advertisement. Chapter 186 Akainu Fury, the frozen world around Kronos. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's been a while since Summit War ended. After the baptism of battle, Marineford, which was reduced to a devastated ruin, has almost recovered under the reconstruction work of Marine. But now it is no longer the island where Marine's headquarters are stationed. Under the operation of the new Marshal Akainu, the Marine headquarters has now been relocated to the original Marine G1 branch. Marineford naturally became home to the new Marine G1 branch. At this time, at the new Marine headquarters, a man with a Vice Admiral epaulet on his shoulder burst into the Marshal's office with a panicked face. It's not good. Marshal Akainu. The big thing is bad. He even forgot to knock on the door, muttering in his mouth, pushed open the door and broke in directly. Akainu, who was working on documents, was interrupted by the sudden intrusion of Vice Admiral, and a look of anger appeared on his face. My fellow, did you knock on the door before you came in? However, Akainu didn't really have an attack, just said a simple sentence. Then he asked the flustered Vice Admiral, what's so panic? As a Marine, isn't calmness the most basic quality? This Vice Admiral didn't care about the rebuke in Akainu's words, just a look of grief, and quickly spoke to Akainu. Aokiji Admiral he sacrificed. Advertisement. Hear what this Vice Admiral has to say. Akainu stood up straight from the chair and slammed his right hand on the table. It took a palm print directly on the smooth desktop. Some can't believe it. What did you say? The veins on Akainu's forehead also burst out. Seeing this scene, Vice Admiral who reported the news also felt Akainu's anger at this time. And that Vice Admiral continues to report other news. Nearly all members of the Kronos siege plan were wiped out. In this operation, only Marine Scientific Research Armed Forces Chief Kabalu was brought back by 2 CP organization members. But Kabalu was also seriously injured, unconscious, and is still in emergency rescue. Hearing Vice Admiral report everything, Akainu's face was covered with haze. Although he and Aokiji don't deal very much with that guy on weekdays. But no matter what, that guy is always his colleague who has worked with him for many years. Moreover, Aokiji, who is Admiral, is also the highest combat power of the world government. Sacrificed in the current situation of serious shortage of manpower. And this is the main reason why Akainu is the most angry. The 5 elders. I've long been against this operation. Akainu gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Advertisement. Then he took a long breath, adjusted his emotions, and calmed himself down as much as possible. Akainu opened his eyes again. To let Marine lose an admiral in vain at a time like this. At the same time, Akainu also set his sights on the wanted list at the corner of the table. And the portrait on this wanted list is the culprit behind all this, now the captain of the Kamui pirates, Kronos. After reporting everything, Vice Admiral was silent. But I didn't realize that, in Akainu's eyes, it was full of anger at this moment. And Akainu's heart couldn't help but curse in anger. It's all this guy. Ever since this guy appeared, the world hasn't stopped for a moment. In the new world, it is now an ice, snow, an extremely cold island. The island is blowing a violent snowstorm. And at the center of all this, there are 2 strange ice sculptures standing at the moment. The cold wind brought a piece of cold frost and whistled past. And these 2 ice sculptures are Kronos and Marine Admiral Aokiji who have experienced a great battle. At this point, Kronos has been completely frozen in the ice, unable to move. Before being completely frozen, Kronos also threw a black flash gun at Aokiji. Kill it. However, the result was not as Kronos expected, to be able to remove this. Kronos was completely frozen in ice like this. Advertisement. In addition to the frozen body, even the blood organs in Kronos' body were slowed down because of the freezing. The brain's ability to think is also slowly slowing down. Now Kronos is in this ice block, as if forced into hibernation. The Kamui pirates, who found that the battle was over, had already found a place where the climate was obviously different. Ha chu. It's too cold here. Gojo Satoru sneezed, and he couldn't help shivering, then he quickly wrapped his coat tightly and said. And now Conan, Gojo Satoru, Pen 6 Paths, Albedo, Hashirama and others are not far from the frozen Kronos. How to get Captain Kronos out? Conan looked at Kronos not far away, and asked the crowd indifferently. And everyone was silent, and for the time being, they couldn't think of any good countermeasures. Because now they can't even get close to Kronos. The closer you are to Kronos, the lower the temperature and the stronger the freezing cold. Now where they can stand is the closest they can get to Kronos. If they try to go any further, their bodies will start freezing too. It can be said that within a certain range near Kronos, it is already a frozen area that no one can enter. And the position they are in now is not something that ordinary people can afford. Just like a sack, Kant, Populin and other 5 people can only stay on the boat outside the island now. After all, with their ordinary bodies, they can't even get close to the ice and snow world outside this island. Advertisement. Chapter 187 Frozen Kronos. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How about I try to telekinesis Kronos out of it? Tornado looked at the crowd, and after a little thought, he said. As for the proposal of Tornado, everyone agreed with it after hearing it. After all, this is one of the few things that doesn't require anyone to get close to it, and it's a way to pull Kronos out of it. When the decision was made, the tornado was launched directly, its superpower. The powerful thought force moved towards the frozen area, probing. However, what happened next caught the tornado by surprise. Can't help but make Tornado frown, with a solemn look on his face. Because with the deepening of mind power, the tornado was discovered. This frozen area can not only freeze people or things, it even seems to be able to affect the ethereal things like psychic power. It's just that compared to people or objects, mind power will be less affected. So the tornado increased the strength of the thought force, and the smooth arms seemed to have blue veins faintly bulging. However, the result was not as expected. Right now, Tornado, with all his strength, could only enter the distance from Kronos, and he couldn't go any further when he was still 1 meter away. Advertisement. How about it? Seeing Tornado's dignified expression, Conan and Wujo couldn't help asking with concern. He was unable to get his mind power close to Kronos' Tornado, so he had to give up this method. Looking at the concerned eyes of everyone, Tornado could only helplessly shake his head. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "No way. This frozen area is too weird, and my mind can't penetrate Kronos." Hearing the Dragon Roll's answer, everyone was inevitably a little disappointed. Albedo seemed most anxious about such a result. What should I do? If Lord Kronos is not rescued quickly, will Lord Kronos' life be in danger? He could only stare at the Kronos ice cube in the center of the frozen area, and Albedo now wished he could rush in so that Kronos could be rescued. But because of the existence of this frozen area, as long as Albedo really wants to try to enter. Like Kronos, it will be frozen into a block of ice and unable to move. At this time, Pain Tiandao, who had not spoken, walked out. I saw it slowly stretched out his right hand and aimed it in Kronos' direction. Pain Tiandao stared at Kronos with a pair of gray-purple eyes. The chakra on the body also began to surge rapidly. Conan also said lightly to Gojo Satoru's question. Advertisement. But I only saw Pain Tiandao stretched out his right hand and sucked a cloud of cold ice fog in the frozen area. It seems that Captain Kronos should also try it out on his own, so it seems that there should be no problem with the life of Captain Kronos. Outside the frozen area, Conan, Gojo Satoru and the others are constantly watching all this. I can't bring Kronos out either. I saw Kronos, who was frozen in ice and unable to move. 0 for flowers 00. Frozen Kronos is now in a state of slumber. Just inhaled this mass of cold ice mist in Pain Tiandao's hand. This black fog should be one of Captain Kronos' abilities. It only took less than 10 minutes to see the original figure of Kronos in the ice cube, completely wrapped in black mist. 0. Pain Tiandao's right hand was instantly frozen with a layer of ice by the ice fog. Only then did everyone react, and they all looked at Kronos, who was frozen into ice cubes. Attentive Arturia, but at this time found the strangeness of Kronos in the ice. Wait a minute and see Captain Kronos. He was enveloped in wisps of black mist. Although the flow is very slow, it is really flowing. Advertisement. Seeing the situation on Kronos, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but ask. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, everyone who was originally anxious also put down a little. However, Albedo couldn't save Kronos, and could only stomp on the spot in anger. The speed of the black mist is also getting faster and faster. It actually stepped on the ground abruptly and stepped out of a big hole. Seeing such a result, albedo became more restless. And these black mists were able to flow slowly over Kronos' body without being affected by the frozen area. Can't think and can't act. The black mist on his body is also running in an unconscious state. Move your lips slightly and spit out a few words. However, the actual Kronos in the ice was not as good as everyone outside had guessed. After mobilizing chakra and shattering the ice cubes in his hand, Pain Tiandao could only shake his head. Here Arturia's reminder. As the black mist slowly flowed, the black mist on Kronos gradually became more and more inside the ice cube. But just when everyone was anxious about it, I saw Pain Tiandao's pair of Rinnegan pupils suddenly shrink. Heaven is like everything. Advertisement. Chapter 188 Strange Form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As the black fog increases and the flow quickens, the Kronos moment in the ice cube is also quietly undergoing some strange changes. As for this change, Conan, Gojo Satoru, Albedo and the others in the periphery of the frozen area did not notice anything. After all, in their eyes, the current Kronos is just. It was surrounded by black mist. Since Captain Kronos has taken action, he should be able to come out soon. Seeing it as a thicker black mist, Conan couldn't help but speak. For Conan's remarks, everyone agreed, without any doubts. And at this moment, K-863, Lonos, who was wrapped in black mist in the ice cubes. Consciousness also began to slowly return. Although consciousness has returned, Kronos is not fully awake. The whole person's mind seems to have fallen into a chaotic chaos. There is no way to concentrate on one thing. In my mind, only fragmentary scenes flashed constantly. The world's largest swordsman Mahawk, Erika and little Hina in that familiar tavern. Bubbles that float on the islands of Sabayati. Advertisement. Sea Kings in the Dark and Silent Sea. Marine HQ in Summit War. The wine I drank at a tavern. Encountered characters or something keeps popping up in Kronos' mind. Not under Kronos' control. Messy and irregular. Just when Kronos was caught in such a strange state, the black mist that enveloped Kronos began to flow and grow. And fell into the black fog. Lono's right hand suddenly began to fade. It didn't take long for Kronos' right hand to be seen, turning black like a mist again. Starting from the right hand, Kronos' entire body gradually underwent such changes. It didn't take long for Kronos to turn black. But not only the color has changed, Kronos' entire body has also changed. Without anyone noticing, Kronos' body started to crumble. However, Kronos' body did not dissipate. But after it collapsed into countless pieces, under the slow creep of the black mist. Putting it back together again. Because Kronos is an eerie black fog state. Advertisement. And the reassembled Lorlos has changed into another appearance. After a violent surge of black fog. And everyone who saw what Kronos looked like now couldn't help but stunned. And this danger is emanating from Kronos, who is now dark and chaotic. Only then did he tilt his head, revealing a curious look. But in the eyes of Conan, Gojo Satoru and the others, it's not so much that Kronos' body is like a black mist. Point 0. After a while, Kronos, who turned into darkness and chaos, seemed to notice Conan, Gojo Satoru, and Albedo and the others on the periphery of the frozen area. Kronos' figure is also completely revealed. This is Captain Kronos. What's the matter? Rather, Kronos looks more like a creature that wants to emerge from chaos. However, it seems that Kronos is in a different state now. 0.1 inches. After breaking the ice cube, I saw the black mist, which shrank violently, and drilled directly back into Kronos' body. 0.0 Everyone can get any emotion from their face. At this time, Conan, Gojo Satoru and Pain Six Paths all felt extreme danger in an instant. Kronos, who is already dark and chaotic, can only have a rough outline of his facial features. And now Kronos like this, even if he is still in this frozen area, doesn't seem to be affected by any more. And when Pain Tiandao said this, other people also realized the abnormality in Kronos. Advertisement. Directly break through the ice cubes that are freezing Kronos. But got no response from Kronos. Lord Kronos. Albedo tentatively shouted at Kronos. After all, everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of confusion from Kronos. The expressionless face slowly turned over, quietly watching Conan, Gojo Satoru and the others. In Conan, Gojo Satoru, In the periphery of the frozen area, they saw the black mist in the ice burst violently. Then, the black mist that originally enveloped Kronos suddenly moved violently. It didn't turn into ice foam, and it didn't evaporate and dissipate, it just disappeared so strangely. Hearing Wu Diaowu's guess, Pain Tiandao, who was on the side, was keenly aware of the difference. Kronos, who is like darkness and chaos, is just standing there quietly, with his head slightly raised, as if he is thinking about something. Although it still retains the appearance of a human, Kronos' entire body, whether it is limbs or torso, has now turned into a black mist. Is this the new form of Lord Kronos? Gojo Satoru stretched his chin and looked at Kronos' current appearance. But Kronos didn't move after breaking through the ice, just stood there silently. The ice cubes that were smashed by the black mist disappeared mysteriously near Kronos. With the ice cubes and black fog gone, until the whole person faces Conan, Gojo Satoru and others. Advertisement. Chapter 189 The Aftermath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No. Captain Kronos is not in a good state. Get out of the way. Feel the chilling sense of danger emanating from Kronos. And it is a terrifying feeling that can make people feel close to death. The cold-haired Hashirama hurriedly said loudly to the others beside him. At the same time, he made a back jump, quickly jumped away, and opened a certain distance with Kronos. With chakra running on your body, you are ready to deal with everything at any time. Hearing Hashirama's reminder, I also felt the dangerous feeling emanating from Kronos. They all retreated quickly. Albedo, who cares most about Kronos, can only clench her silver teeth and withdraw like the others. Faced with the movement of everyone pulling back, Kronos, who was in a state of darkness and chaos, did not make a quick move to keep up. Instead, he just tilted his head, still showing a look of doubt. Lift 30 feet and slowly walk towards the crowd. Although Kronos in the dark chaos state did not make any major movements at this time. But in the face of such Kronos, everyone couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and treated them nervously as if they were facing a big enemy. Advertisement. Hashirama, Madara, Pen 6 Paths and others run their chakra and are ready to respond. Tornado, Albedo, Gojo Satoru, and the others are all almost ready. Although everyone is ready to take action, no one is actually willing to take action and fight Kronos. Even if there is something wrong with Kronos now, it seems to be indistinguishable from me. Kronos slowly walked in the direction of everyone. It's slow, but every time you see Kronos take another step, everyone feels more oppressed. Seemingly aware that his speed was a little too slow, Kronos, who was in a state of darkness and chaos, couldn't help but glance down at his feet. It seems that after thinking for a while, I understand something. He raised his head and ran straight away. And the running speed is not too slow. In the eyes of everyone, Kronos is like a black eerie lightning. With the black mist floating on his body, he rushed towards the crowd extremely quickly. Wood style. The tree world is born. Seeing Kronos rush out of the frozen area like this, attacking everyone. Hashirama's hands move quickly, and chakra is instantly mobilized. In an instant, countless trees grew up from this permafrost. Formed a wall of trees in an attempt to stop Kronos' attack. Advertisement. At the same time, Hashirama also grew a few sturdy trees towards the body of Kronos in the dark chaos state, trying to trap Kronos temporarily. The rapidly growing tree wall did succeed in holding back Kronos' progress. Kronos, who discovered the existence of the wooden wall, could not help but stop and observe curiously. At the same time, the sturdy trees growing out of Hashirama also successfully wrapped around Kronos in the dark and chaotic state. However, just when everyone thought that they had successfully trapped Kronos temporarily, they were relieved. That dark chaotic state Kronos has the whole body as if there is no entity. Go straight through the siege of the trees and get out easily. Seeing Kronos passing through the trees, he turned his head and looked around. Seems to be looking for something. Finally, I set my sights on Hashirama, who displayed wood style. I saw the dark and chaotic Kronos stomped on his feet. A cloud of black smoke was left on the spot, and the whole person rushed towards Hashirama like an arrow. And dark chaos Kronos is extremely fast. Even the owner of Rinnegan's Pen Tiandao can't see Kronos clearly. When everyone reacted, the dark chaos Kronos had appeared in front of Hashirama. The jet black right hand grabbed directly at Hashirama's face. Damn it! Hashirama could only shout secretly when he realized that Kronos was already in front of him. Advertisement. And under such a close observation, looking at the dark palms that are constantly grabbing towards him, Hashirama felt like he saw chaos in the endless darkness, chaos. At the same time, Hashirama has never felt the threat of death as deeply as he does now. Just as Kronos' right hand was about to touch Hashirama, 867 Kronos suddenly stopped. A second later, everyone saw that the black mist on Kronos dissipated directly. The weird body also faded from the black appearance and changed back to the normal body of Kronos. Haven't waited for everyone to react. Kronos, who returned to normal, closed his eyes and fell directly on Hashirama's body. Feeling the aftermath of the catastrophe, Hashirama is holding Kronos in a coma. All he can do is gasp for breath. The violent heartbeat and the cold sweat on his forehead all explain Hashirama's mood just now. Who? Hashirama couldn't help but feel scared for what happened just now. I don't know what it would be like to be caught by the right hand of Captain Kronos in that weird state. But Hashirama didn't want to experience it for himself, because instinct told him the danger was beyond imagination. If it wasn't that Captain Kronos just got out of that state, it's hard to say whether he still exists or not. Advertisement. Chapter 190 Kronos in a coma. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He tried his best to calm his beating heart, and adjusted his breathing. It's alright guys, Captain Kronos passed out. Hashirama checked the situation of Kronos, and after confirming the state of Kronos, he breathed a sigh of relief and told everyone. Kronos-sama. At this time, Albedo was the first to pounce and took Kronos from Hashirama. Lord Kronos is just fine. After checking Kronos' situation for himself and confirming that Kronos was in a coma and had no injuries, Albedo was truly relieved. Then he hugged Kronos in his soft arms fiercely, with a distressed look on his face. It's just that Kronos, who is now in a coma, can't feel it. Hashirama, are you okay? Everyone also gathered around Hashirama. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand and pulled Hashirama up, who was sitting on the ground, and asked with concern. Hearing Uchiha Madara's concern, Hashirama responded with a forced wry smile. It's okay, I can't die. I just felt an unprecedented fear of death from the captain. Upon receiving Hashirama's answer, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile back. Turning his head to look at Kronos, who was in a coma in Albedo's arms at this time, he said. Advertisement. I didn't expect the captain to still be in such a state of panic. Get out of here first. Let's get Captain Kronos back to the ship first. Conan spoke to the crowd at the right time. Hearing Conan's words, everyone agreed. After all, this place is freezing because of Aokiji. If it weren't for Kronos being in it, I'm afraid no one would want to be here. Now that Kronos has been rescued from the frozen area, there is no need for everyone to stay here. After all, Pain raised his hand and summoned the Yagasaki. Lifting the unconscious Kronos on the back of the 8 Chinooks, everyone returned to the direction of the Angel of Redemption. Deep underground in one of Marine's secret bases. Go out. Since Aokiji Admiral desperately rescued the experimental target, then I can't let his life be wasted like this. The damage is so severe. His heartbeat and breathing are already extremely weak. Drive Vegapunk. There's no way we've done our best to bring him back alive. And Vegapunk also looked at Kabalu and couldn't help sighing heavily. Advertisement. Hearing Vegapunk's words, the 2 members of the CP organization did not dare to say anything, and immediately withdrew from the laboratory. In the laboratory, a man in a white coat, mask and glasses looked at the seriously injured man lying on the operating table in front of him and shook his head and sighed. Now Kabalu is completely relying on a breathing mask and various instruments to breathe. Vegapunk's mood couldn't help but get extremely complicated. At the same time, he also recalled what he told Aokiji before the mission to be careful not to let Kabalu die. Saying that, Vegapunk looked at Kabalu, who was lying on the operating table breathing weakly. Hearing this sentence, Vegapunk couldn't help being silent, and after a while, he spoke slowly. Although Vegapunk usually stays in the lab, he hasn't met Aokiji many times. The right arm is missing, there is a penetrating wound on the left chest, and the internal organs are seriously damaged. The man in the white coat counted the wounds on Kabalu's body. Therefore, We also sacrificed Aokiji Admiral's life. Without a doubt, this is one of Marine's research labs. And the man lying on the operating table is Kabalu, who fought against Kronos not long ago. The results of the experiment are obvious. Although this guy has acquired powerful abilities, his personality has become eccentric. It seems that IQ also has an effect. Advertisement. It didn't take long for Vegapunk to accept the news of Aokiji's sacrifice. I'm afraid that as soon as the various instruments attached to it are removed, Kabalu will die instantly. But Vegapunk can feel that Aokiji is an excellent person from the few interactions that have to be dealt with because of government tasks. It's a pity, a good person. However, as a scientist, Vegapunk, Sanity Yang Qian Zhao's far has the upper hand. It's full of weird and gigantic instruments everywhere. If I hadn't said this to Aokiji, Aokiji wouldn't have paid such a painful price. As that's so, Aokiji. In addition to these, there are many strangely shaped machines and weapons in this place. Hearing his complaints, the members of the CP organization behind him in black suits and sunglasses could only speak helplessly. He sighed secretly, and then said weakly, "You shouldn't have let him go out to fight so early. Obviously not the full body of the experiment. From time to time, you can also see jars like petri dishes, which are filled with dark green liquid, and the liquid is also soaked with the corpse of a lion or a wolf. I'll let this guy live. What the hell are the five elders thinking?" Advertisement. Chapter 191 Kronos Awakens. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Holy Land Mariajoy. Aokiji is dead. A masked man in a black suit reported the news to the five elders in front of him. Oh, I see. The five elders who heard the news showed no expression. And the man in the black suit with the mask, after reporting the situation, disappeared in front of the five elders. Is it worth sacrificing an admiral without affecting Kronos? The bald man holding a large sword closed his eyes and asked. It's just a marine, what's the point of that? On the other side, the blond man with his arms folded opened his mouth and said. But we didn't want such a result. The old man on crutches who was sitting beside them heard the words of the two and joined in. We wouldn't have organized this operation if it wasn't for the celestial dragons in Mariajoy who have always had a strong opinion of Kronos and have been putting pressure on the government. Originally just wanted Aokiji and that experiment, to stop 870 Kronos and cause them some trouble, to make a show of celestial dragons and get out. Advertisement. But it backfired, the actual sum was different from what was expected. On the other side, the goatee old man who had been silent also spoke up. Forget it, since the matter has already happened, there is nothing to discuss about this matter. Hearing the old man with the goatee say this, everyone stopped discussing. After a short silence, the bald old man holding the long knife spoke again. By the way, what about the proposal for coloring red hair? Hearing the bald old man raise this topic, the other four invariably looked at the bald old man. After a while, the old man with the pillars turned his mouth and spoke. The redhead proposal is a good one, but I don't think it's necessary right now. And our DAAA, world government has our own dignity, so let's put aside the red-haired proposal. Hearing the words of the old man on crutches, the other three were silent, as if they agreed with the old man on crutches. Okay, since everyone thinks so, then don't worry about the red hair side. New World Grand Line. The Angel of Redemption of the Kamui Pirates is currently sailing in a certain sea. Days have passed since the battle in which Marine raided. Kronos, who was brought back by Conan, Gojo Satoru and others, also woke up from the coma at this moment. Advertisement. Here Gojo Satoru and them describe what happened on the island at that time. Kronos wasn't the least bit impressed. The memory is only when it is frozen by Aokiji's ability and cannot escape. As he fell into a coma, Kronos only vaguely remembered that he seemed to have fallen into chaos. Countless scattered memory fragments and things are constantly playing back in my mind. Other than that, Kronos didn't have any impressions until he woke up on the boat. For Conan and Gojo Satoru, the others described the state to themselves at that time. Kronos is also confused. The entire body turned into a form like chaotic darkness. It can even make Hashirama feel an absolute death threat. And this also made Kronos have a little doubt about his own fruit ability. Could it be that the chaos form he used during the Summit War was not a complete form? But Kronos just guessed so. Kronos wasn't sure he could control this new form. In case when the time comes, after using this form, it looks like it was on the island. If there is any serious and irreversible consequence if the enemy is indistinguishable, that would be bad. Advertisement. So Kronos didn't immediately try to use this form. After the battle from Marine's raid, Kronos found that his prestige didn't grow much. It's just an increase of 500. At this time, Kronos also realized that the world government did not seem to have announced the news of the battle. For a whole week, Kronos could not find any reports of the fight in the newspapers. Kronos also understood why the battle had so little prestige. Prestige. 85,600. Almost a month has passed, and Kronos' prestige has been stopped at around 80,000. Through a few bits and pieces of increasing prestige, Kronos now has around 85,000 prestige points. The prestige value of being able to recruit new members to join is still a lot worse. But Kronos hasn't been in a hurry for a while now. After all, he already has so many powerful partners by his side. A few more partners will only add to the icing on the cake and become stronger for one's own pirate group. For now, Kronos was more concerned with his eccentric dark chaos form. If it is said that the form of master can be controlled, then one's own strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Advertisement. Chapter 192 Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Some uninhabited island in the New World. The Angel of Redemption of the Kamui pirates was docked on the coast at this time. And everyone on the boat has already landed on the island at this moment, and set up a bonfire on the shore, preparing for the banquet. It didn't take long, under the preparation of Asak, viands and others. The banquet on the beach is ready. Where's Captain Kronos? After getting ready for the banquet, Asak greeted the others on the boat, but after greeting him, he couldn't find Kronos, so he couldn't help asking with some doubts. Captain Kronos, he's probably off to the other side of the island to practice new moves. Hearing Asak's doubts, Gojo Satoru had already grabbed a skewer of meat at this time, stuffed it into his mouth, and muttered while eating. Let me call Lord Kronos over. Albedo, who had been sitting quietly all along, stood up and said. As for Kronos on the other side of the island, black mist is constantly being released at the moment, and then trying to get back. Constantly trying, but has not satisfied Kronos with the results. After trying again, it still didn't happen as expected. Advertisement. Kronos was a little discouraged. The current Kronos is thinking about trying to use the dark chaos form at that time. Even if it only used a little power of that form at that time. You can also understand what's going on. Then it's better to master it. But now that so many days have passed, no matter how Kronos tries, there is no way to use that dark chaos form again. I haven't even found a way to trigger it, let alone master it. Kronos can't help frowning as he thinks back on everything at the time. Is it possible that the trigger condition must be frozen in ice cubes? Kronos shook his head, throwing the idea out of the way, which was unlikely anyway. As for the dark chaos form that has never been used, Kronos can only put it aside for the time being. As the route progressed, an island appeared at the end of the sea horizon. At this moment, Ilya, who was on duty, was on the observation deck, carefully checking the nautical chart on her hand and comparing it with the eternal pointer on her hand. Diamandi, you always have to make more friends on the sea. After all, there are many ways to have friends, don't you think? Buddha Buddha Buddha. Lord Kronos, the banquet is ready, please go back and enjoy. Advertisement. He said to the man in a pink feather coat who was sitting on a reclining chair in the palace. Dover, a group of uninvited guests have arrived. Doflamingo, who had been reading a book on the reclining chair without any reaction, seemed to be interested all of a sudden. Doflamingo got up from the recliner and said with a smile. But Doflamingo disagreed with the words of the man in the red cape. Albedo looked at Kronos with starry eyes, and said softly. Dover, it's better to be cautious, this guy is a dangerous guy with a bounty of 3.4 billion. Seeing Albedo's appearance, Kronos couldn't help but smile, nodded, and went back with Albedo. Soon, Elijah determined the information of the island that appeared at the end of the sea horizon. Since you have said this, then I don't have any opinion, I have listened to you too much. 0. It's the Kamui pirates, the Kronos gang. Buddha, I've long wanted to have an in-depth exchange with this guy. Another week has passed, and the Kamui Pirates Angel of Redemption is constantly fluttering and sailing in the waves. Dressrosa, Shichibukai Heavenly Yakusha Doflamingo site. After confirming that the information was correct, Ilya shouted loudly. Advertisement. Let me see. But from what Kronos did at Summit War, and what he did around the world. Buddha, Kronos. Captain Kronos, found the island, Shichibukai Doflamingo's territory. 1. As for Kronos, Doflamingo met him once at Summit War, though not in depth. Hearing Doflamingo say this, the man in the red cape beside him spoke cautiously to Doflamingo. Zero asked for flowers 00. And at this moment, in the palace at the highest point of Dressrosa. Point 0. Everything this guy has done so far has been to my liking, so maybe I'll get along well with him. Just when Kronos was distressed, Albedo had already arrived at Kronos' side. Hearing Doflamingo say this, Diamandi no longer refuted anything, but just smiled at Doflamingo. All made Doflamingo feel great interest in Kronos. A man wearing a red cloak with 2 red face lines appeared in the palace. Advertisement. Chapter 193 Doflamingo's Invitation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Oh, yes. This is Doflamingo's place. On the Angel of Redemption, Kronos also came out of the captain's cabin after hearing Ilya's voice. But that's not a big deal for Kronos. So Kronos didn't show anything special either. Just look at the island at the sea level indifferently. Now that I have encountered one of Shichibukai's Doflamingo's territory, Lonos will naturally not let it go. Immediately, the Angel of Redemption was heading towards Dressrosa at full speed. It didn't take long for the Angel of Redemption to sail off the coast of Dressrosa. 870. Kronos was standing on the bow, just as he was about to give the order to speak. From the sky came the sound of a propeller. Looking at the sound, a half-large black spot was slowly flying towards the Angel of Redemption from the sky. As the black spot got closer, everyone could see clearly what the flying black spot was. A buck-toothed man with a huge body turned like a propeller on his head, carrying a long-haired girl in a purple maid outfit on his back. Advertisement. In a strange flying position, it quickly flew over the Angel of Redemption. Then circled around the Angel of Redemption, circling at a slow speed. Kronos recognized at a glance, these 2 people are Buffalo and Baby 5 of the Doflamingo family. Hello, everyone from Kamui High Group, our name is Young Master, and I want to meet you. If you don't mind, please go to the highest palace in Dressrosa, where our young master is waiting for you. After Baby 5 said these words, Buffalo didn't stop at all. Carrying Baby 5, he turned and flew away. Hearing what Baby 5 said, Albedo, who was behind Kronos, immediately felt unhappy. These guys are so rude, how dare they be so disrespectful to Lord Kronos? If you want to meet, your young master should take the initiative to come over. How dare we, Lord Kronos, find you in person? Directly, Albedo gritted her teeth angrily, her beautiful face was also deformed a little by her anger. Lord Kronos, I'm going to kill them. Make them pay for this rudeness. Just when Albedo was about to rush out, Kronos reached out and stopped Albedo. Albedo, don't be impulsive yet. Since the other party has sent an invitation, we don't need to show face so much, let's go see him. Hearing Kronos' words, Albedo, who was originally angry, could only force herself to calm down. Advertisement. In the face of Doflamingo's invitation, Kronos was also curious about what this guy wanted to meet and say to him. Therefore, Kronos, who originally wanted to do it directly, changed his mind. Take a good look at what's in this Doflamingo's gourd. As for the other party's invitation to let him into their palace, Kronos didn't want to walk right over. So a tornado was called. Tornado, use your mind power to drive the boat over and stop directly on top of their palace. After receiving the tornado instructed by Kronos, he nodded, and then activated a powerful mind power. Under the wrapping of the tornado's psychic power, the Angel of Redemption slowly rose and left the sea. After rising into the air, the Angel of Redemption slowly flew towards Dressrosa. At this time, the residents in Dressrosa saw a huge silver ship slowly flying from the sea and entering the territory of Dressrosa. I don't have dazzling eyes. What is that? Is that a ship? How can something like this fly in the sky? The people standing on the street looked up, and the giant silver ship said in awe, .0. Is there a sign on it? Advertisement. It looks like a pirate flag. And some sharp-eyed people discovered the difference of this silver giant ship. Wait a minute, on that flag, I remember it was the Kamui pirates' flag. Immediately afterwards, someone panicked and discovered that this ship is nothing but the ship of the Kamui pirates, who have recently become notorious in the world. Hearing the news of the Kamui pirates, the people below fell into panic and riots. Kronos aboard the ship didn't care about the riots in Dressrosa below. The Angel of Redemption just slowly flew 0.0 toward the highest palace in Dressrosa. Conan, Gojo Go, Pen 6 Paths, Hashirama, Jikuni Yuichi, Artoria, Madara, Bangu, Albedo and Tornado and others. At this time, they were all lined up, standing behind Kronos. The 5 others, including Basak and Populin, also stood aside. An inexplicable sense of oppression also emanated from the Angel of Redemption. In the palace hall, Doflamingo also noticed the actions of Kronos and others. Can't help but laugh out loud. Buddha, is it like giving me a slap in the face at the beginning? It's really worthy of Kronos. It doesn't surprise me at all that he can do such a thing. Advertisement. Chapter 194, Doflamingo's Proposal. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under the control of the tornado mind power, the Angel of Redemption stopped steadily on the square in front of the palace. Doflamingo and his family Cadres, also at this time, had already walked out of the palace. And Kronos and Conan, Gojo Satoru and the others, also got off the Angel of Redemption together. Doflamingo, wearing pink sunglasses, strode, laughing as he greeted Kronos. Buddha, Kronos, you really have a knack for doing things, and you even parked the boat directly at the gate of my palace. Albedo beside Kronos, seeing Doflamingo's arrogant appearance, couldn't help showing a sullen look on his face. But because of Kronos, Albedo didn't have an attack. When Kronos heard what Doflamingo said, he didn't feel anything, but said lightly with a smile on his face. The boat stops for 30 minutes. I just saw that your position here is wide enough, so I simply parked the boat here. I think you should have no opinion. Hearing Kronos' words, Doflamingo's eyebrows twitched slightly, but in the end there was no expression on his face. In the hearts of the Cadres behind Doflamingo, there is constant slander about this. No matter what the boat stops, it doesn't stop, but no one has ever parked the boat on land, and it has stopped directly at the door of someone else's house. Buddha, as my guests, as long as you don't touch my bottom line, it doesn't matter how happy you are, Doflamingo said with open hands. Advertisement. That's good. Kronos smiled back when Doflamingo said that. Okay, why don't you come in with me and talk? There is no reason to let the guests stand at the door and talk, Buddha. Then Doflamingo waved his hand, motioning for his men to prepare for the banquet, while talking to Kronos. After that, Kronos and his group entered the palace with Doflamingo. Everyone entered a hall, and in such a short period of time, the banquet for Kronos and his party was ready. Without being polite, Kronos and his party all found a seat and sat down. And Doflamingo is sitting on the main seat. Doflamingo, I don't think you invited us here, you just wanted to invite us to a banquet. Seeing that Kronos seemed interested, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing again, and then extended a finger. Doflamingo should also reveal his goal. Klo, who was full of food and drink just now, did not lose his head. After all, he still remembered that this was invited by Doflamingo. I invite you to come. Naturally it will not be as simple as holding a banquet. Doflamingo, who was sitting in the main seat, supported his head with one hand, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and he couldn't help but say with a smile. Advertisement. What about my proposal? Let's work together and stand at the top of this world. Buddha. The happy atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant. Don't worry about whether there will be any conspiracy at this banquet. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already darkened, and the banquet was drawing to a close. Looking at the happy scene in the hall. Okay. Then we're welcome. Kronos responded after hearing Doflamingo's words. Buddha, my proposal is very simple, that is, cooperation. Putting down the glass in his hand, Kronos slowly raised his head and looked at Doflamingo, who was sitting in the main seat. There is only a mess left in the hall at the moment, there are leftover meals, bowls and wine barrels everywhere. Now that the banquet is coming to an end, everyone is well fed. And if you want to expand your territory and rule the world, you need war, and if you need war, you need weapons. Hearing Kronos' words, the originally noisy hall became quiet for a while. Buddha, Kronos, dealing with smart people is peace of mind. Now that they were in the banquet, everyone in Kronos enjoyed the banquet to the fullest. Advertisement. I know all about you. Since the end of the Summit War chaos, you have been active. It seems that you are annexing other countries to expand your own territory, right? Things like the Fishman Island, the Kingdom of Fagor are your masterpieces. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo got off the main seat and walked up to Kronos. I just have a proposal, and I want to tell you about it. When Doflamingo finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing again. Oh, what proposal? While talking, Doflamingo showed a rebellious expression. During this banquet, the two parties in the hall actually seemed to be enjoying themselves happily. Ha ha ha. Everyone from the Kamui pirates, don't worry about the food and drink, just eat it openly. The so-called rites before the soldiers, now that the rites are over, the next thing should be the soldiers. And after this, you should not stop, I think you should want to rule the world. Looking at Doflamingo in front of him, Kronos narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what exactly Doflamingo was trying to do. Then, with the entrance of the dancers and the dishes, the banquet used to entertain the people of Kronos also began. And I just can provide you with these things. Advertisement. Chapter 195 Surrender or Die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How's it going, Kronos? Let's work together. I saw Doflamingo open his hands and talk to Kronos with a reckless expression. After listening to Doflamingo's proposal, Kronos finally understood Doflamingo's purpose. Kronos, however, wasn't too impressed with Doflamingo's proposal. At this time, Albedo stood by the side, looking at Doflamingo with a look of anger and anger. You lowly human. What qualifications do you have to discuss cooperation with our Lord Kronos? If you are sincere, then you should submit to our Lord Kronos. Bow down to Lord Kronos. Hear Albedo's contemptuous and disrespectful words. Doflamingo's brows furrowed, and a burst of anger haki was revealed. The hall that was full of joy just now suddenly became tense, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Hey, Albedo, what you said is a bit too heavy, you should step back first. At this time, Kronos broke the tense atmosphere and let Albedo retreat behind him. Then, with a smile on his face, he spoke to Doflamingo. Advertisement. I'm sorry, my crew member has such a temper, I can't stop it, please don't take offense. Seeing Kronos say these calming words, the tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed a little. Doflamingo frowned, and the expression on his face softened a little at this time. After all, Kronos said so, and it doesn't seem like it's completely out of the question now. Therefore, there is no need for Doflaming's name to turn his face over this trivial matter. However, what Kronos said next made the atmosphere in this hall tense again. However, I still agree with what my crew member said. I saw Kronos speak with an expressionless face. That is between you and me, there is no cooperation at all, and I am not too interested in your proposal. To rule this world, it's enough to have me and my crew. The weapons you mentioned are all dispensable things for us. Hearing Kronos' words, Doflamingo fell silent again. However, Kronos, who heard these words, said with a slight smile. It's all influenced by Doflamingo and Kronos Conqueror's haki shock. The only people who can still stand within this range are Doflamingo and his Cadres, and Kronos and his party. The two conquerors haki collided with each other. Advertisement. In addition to the servants and handymen in the palace, the residents of the residential area close to the palace. And for Kronos' remarks, Doflamingo's anger has reached its peak. Then it seems that we have nothing to talk about later. Excessive. I don't think it's too much. At least I'll give you a chance to choose. How are you? Have you made up your mind? Doflamingo. No more words were said. The collision between conquerors haki ended, and Doflamingo, who was slightly inferior to Kronos, said coldly. His face was already full of visible anger, and haki all over his body involuntarily radiated out. Not to be outdone, Kronos also has its own conqueror's hockey turned on. At the same time, the anger in Doflamingo's heart became more intense. When Kronos heard Doflamingo's words, he looked disapproving. Hear that from Kronos, the captain. Hehehehehehe. Doflamingo has also understood that there is no point in continuing this talk. Advertisement. Under the collision of this conqueror's hockey, it directly affects the area outside the palace. Actually, there was nothing to talk about from the beginning. Hearing Kronos say this, Doflamingo froze for a moment. Then there was a sneer. Seeing Doflamingo speak so coldly, Kronos shrugged and shook his head. Kronos, don't go too far. Conqueror's hockey, which contained anger, was suddenly released. Now there are two ways for you, either surrender to me or die. Almost fainted with foaming at the mouth. I accept Qian Zhao's that you are very strong, and I am not your opponent, but the rabbit will bite if you are in a hurry. Break up. We don't want to go yet. HMPH, then it seems we have to break up. Doflamingo said coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Kronos said slowly, and at the same time an extremely powerful sense of oppression also emanated from Kronos. So, if you really want to cooperate, then the only way is to surrender to me. Doflamingo's anger had reached its peak when he heard Kronos' pressing question. Advertisement. Chapter 196 Fighting at the Touch of a Button. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Buddha, who do you think I am? Want me to surrender to you? Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh angrily, his eyes staring coldly at Kronos through his sunglasses. The Cadres behind Doflamingo couldn't stand it anymore. Go on, Dover. We've got nothing to say to them. Diamante said. That's it. Pinch. I said Dover. It's not our style to endure like this. 1. On the other hand, Torpal said with a displeased expression on his face. Seeing Doflamingo's attitude, Kronos also knew there was no need to continue. Then he spoke to Conan, Gojo Satoru, Albedo, Hashirama and the others behind him indifferently. It seems that there is nothing to talk about, so let's do it, there is no need to keep a single one. Yes, Captain Kronos. Yes, Lord Kronos. With Kronos' affirmation, Conan, Gojo Satoru, and Albedo all showed faint smiles. After all, they had waited a long time for this order from Kronos. Looking at the situation in front of 870, Doflamingo can't take it anymore. In an instant, the battle has begun. Advertisement. And at the beginning of the battle, the dancing girl in purple, who had been hiding behind Doflamingo, secretly left the place of right and wrong while taking advantage of the chaos on the field. The keen Kronos naturally noticed the departure of the purple-clothed dancer. But Kronos didn't stop it, and let the dancer leave safely. Because Kronos recognized that the dancing girl in purple was the previous princess of Dressrosa, named Violet. As for why Violet was allowed to leave, it was because Kronos had other plans. Kronos. Doflamingo looked angry and shouted angrily at Kronos. At the same time, I saw its palm stretched back, and then the palm was pushed out and aimed at Kronos. Dozens of thin, almost transparent lines sprayed out from Doflamingo's palm. Super Strike Whip. Afterwards, I saw these dozens of thin wires quickly intertwined together, forming a thick and sharp column. Quickly stab at Kronos. Just as the pole was about to pierce Kronos, a thick tree sprang up from the ground. Directly blocked Doflamingo's attack. I saw Hashirama instantly appear in front of Kronos, with a faint smile on his face, looking at Doflamingo and said softly. But this only made Hashirama feel a little surprised. Advertisement. And these silk threads, with Doflamingo's waving, turned into a spider web in the air. Wood-style wood dragon technique. 1. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo spotted Hashirama. Let me give you a gift back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hashirama was a little surprised. Doflamingo snorted coldly, and at the same time opened his left hand and waved it at Hashirama. As Hashirama's seal ended, the ground suddenly rumbled, and a huge wooden dragon suddenly appeared behind Hashirama. Humph. Let me kill you, this guy first. Seeing Doflamingo's attack, Hashirama took it easy, and chakra mobilized his hands to seal. Hashirama, who easily took down Doflamingo's attack, smiled and turned to Kronos. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Doflamingo threw a multicolored thread in anger. Immediately, Doflamingo could only target Hashirama. Humph. Get out of here. This kind of guy doesn't need Captain Kronos. You can take action, Captain, just watch it. These guys can be handed over to us. However, Doflamingo was unable to take a shot at Kronos because of the presence of Hashirama in front of him. Towards the Hashirama becomes shrouded in the past. Advertisement. Doflamingo also understands that he won't be able to touch Kronos without killing this guy. As he spoke, Hashirama's hands were closed, and chakra began to flow on his body. How could you ever get your hands on Captain Kronos? Seeing Kronos like this, Doflamingo couldn't help but feel even more angry. But what is unexpected is that the silk cobwebs wielded by Doflamingo directly cut the trees growing in Hashirama into pieces of wood. But I heard Hashirama speak. Several sturdy trees rose from the ground and rushed directly to the fallen spider web. Hearing Hashirama's words, Kronos was happy too, nodded and let them go. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in place, and Doflamingo's sharp cobweb finally failed. However, the attack was still blocked by the trees growing out of Hashirama. As the cobweb attack was about to fall, Hashirama did not panic. Seeing a miss, Hashirama's figure disappeared. Doflamingo's observation hockey instantly unfolded, looking for Hashirama's figure. Oh, these thin lines can be so sharp. And Kronos himself was sitting at the banquet table that had not finished eating food and drinking wine, and went to the theater. DAAA. You can see a lot of silk threads emanating from Doflamingo's left palm. Quickly turn around. Let you see and see, my best trick. 1. Advertisement. Chapter 197 Wood Style Wood Dragon Technique. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A huge wooden dragon grew out of the ground, almost as tall as a palace. Seeing the appearance of this huge wooden dragon, Doflamingo raised his hand and changed countless threads. Afterwards, dozens of thick white ropes formed and surrounded the giant wooden dragon. HMPH, it's just a dragon made of wood. Look at me, just trap him. Doflamingo said. Those dozens of thick white ropes have been tied to the giant wooden dragon. And slapped to death. Doflamingo is also confident. Under these thick white ropes, even if it is a real dragon, it may not be able to escape, get away. But the next scene did not successfully bind the wooden dragon as Doflamingo imagined. Advertisement. I saw the huge wooden dragon, just twisting a few times, it broke all the dozens of thick ropes made by Doflamingo. I'm sorry, it seems that my wooden dragon is stronger than a real dragon. Hashirama smiled faintly, and at the same time controlled the huge wooden dragon, heading straight for Doflamingo. While Doflamingo was shocked, he saw a huge wooden dragon that had already deceived himself in front of him. Immediately, Doflamingo jumped back, trying to avoid the attack of this huge wooden dragon. But before Doflamingo escapes Morong's attack range, a few small branches quietly appeared at Doflamingo's next foothold. As soon as he stood firm on the ground, those few twigs quickly spread and wrapped around Doflamingo's body. Tangled Doflamingo to death. What? When did this come out? Doflamingo couldn't help scolding when he found a few twigs wrapped around his body. Advertisement. At the same time, quickly throw out the silk thread and cut off all the branches on the body. However, no matter how fast Doflamingo was, it took several seconds for Doflamingo to clean up the branches on his body. And because of these few seconds, the huge wooden dragon controlled by Hashirama has completely arrived in front of Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo could react, the giant wooden dragon was in an instant. Wrap Doflamingo around your body. Dover. Little Lord. Seeing that Doflamingo's figure was entangled by the giant dragon and disappeared, his Cadres couldn't help shouting in a hurry. Zero ask for flowers oh. Just when these Cadres wanted to rush forward to help Doflamingo, a voice interrupted them. Advertisement. Oh, are you still in the mood to care about others? Gojo Satoru stood still, looked at the Doflamingo Cadres in front of him, and said leisurely. What nonsense are you talking to them? Lord Kronos has already said it anyway, there is no need to spare their lives. Albedo on the side, already wearing black armor, said with a look of contempt. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing Albedo, Gojo Satoru and the others standing in front of him, Diamante couldn't help scolding angrily. At the same time, he drew a long sword from his waist and charged directly at Albedo. Seeing Diamante's movement, Albedo wearing black armor slowly took a step. Gojo Satoru, leave this guy to me to deal with. I want him to take a good look. I don't know the consequences of offending Lord Kronos. Seeing Albedo say this, Gojo Satoru spread his hands, saying that he would never interfere with Zero. Advertisement. Chapter 198 Kill the two Cadres in seconds. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And Toripal, who was beside Diamante before, saw Diamante come forward to fight. He also set his target on Gojo Satoru. Pinch. Then I'll clean up your kid first. I saw Toripal, throwing out a large piece of mucus from his body, and covering it towards Gojo Satoru. With the ability of Toripal's sticky fruit, as long as it is touched by its slime, Gojo Satoru can be immobilized. Aware of Toripal's attack, Gojo Satoru raised his head with a helpless expression on his face. 873, I was thinking that I don't need to make a move, but now it seems that I can't do it without making a move. As he said that, he jumped back quickly and avoided all the large pieces of mucus in Toripal. At the same time, he also took off the black eye patch that he had been wearing on his face, revealing the pair of extremely beautiful eyes underneath. The technique is reversed. Hey, advertisement. I saw Gojo Satoru raised his hand, stretched out only his index and middle fingers, and looked at Toripal with a smile. Immediately afterwards, a powerful force erupted from Wuho Satoru's hand. It even scraped a deep ravine out of the ground. PFF'd. In an instant, I saw that Toripal flung a lump of mucus and was directly knocked out. When everyone reacted, Toripal had already smashed through a corner of the palace. Spilled slime all around. And Toripal was lying in the ruins at the moment, covered in blood, and lost consciousness. Toripal. Seeing Toripal, defeated so easily by the opponent, and now lying in the ruins, I don't know whether to live or die, Diamante couldn't help shouting. Where are you looking? You filthy worm. Albedo, who was wearing black armor in front of Diamante, couldn't help but exclaim. Advertisement. Distraction can kill you. Albedo raised the black axe in his hand with a blank expression, and attacked Diamante. Feeling the strong murderous aura from Albedo's algorithm, Diamante didn't have the heart to care about other things, and hurriedly waved his sword to resist. However, at the moment when the long sword in Diamante's hand and Albedo's long axe touched, Diamante was horrified to find that the long sword in his hand collapsed and shattered into powder in an instant, and disappeared in his hand. What's going on here? What kind of fruit power are you? Looking at the long sword that disappeared from his hand for some reason, Diamante said in shock. And Albedo just gave Diamante a cold look. Without explaining anything to Diamante, he swung the second blow at Diamante. Losing her weapon, and Albedo's attack was about to fall in front of her, Diamante could only hurriedly wave her cloak in front of her. At the same time, let the cloak change back to the material of steel. And in the next second, Diamante's steel cloak disappeared. Advertisement. For this situation, Diamante was completely confused, with a look of shock and confusion on his face. In fact, all of this is due to the effect of the world-class item Hell Abyss in Albedo's hands. It can specifically cause damage to any item that is not a living body. But Albedo didn't give Diamante much time to think. Instead of killing Diamante with an axe, he smashed Diamante with the shield in his left hand. Before Diamante could react, Albedo's shield smashed into Diamante's face. With just one blow, 0.0 Diamante lost the ability to move. However, Albedo didn't intend to let Diamante go, and continued to use her shield on Diamante, smashing it down with a frenzied face. Even though Diamante had completely lost her breath and died, Albedo did not stop her attack. It didn't take long for Diamante to turn into a puddle of mud under Albedo's hands, and the scene seemed a little bloody. However, this behavior is also in line with Albedo's title of Pure White Devil. Advertisement. Chapter 199. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Diamante. Toripal. Seeing the instant fiasco of the two Cadres, the other members of the Doflamingo family couldn't help but change their faces. A tall man, made a shrill funny voice. You guys, what happened to Diamante and Toripal? Hearing the voice of this tall man, Gojo Satoru, Conan and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Wuho Satoru, Conan and the others in front of them, they didn't answer their own words, but instead laughed because 30 was their own voice. This can't help but make this man even more angry. The most intolerable thing is the sound of others laughing at him. You guys, die for me. Advertisement. And this tall man is one of the top leaders of the Doflamingo family, Pica. I saw him roar with a sharp voice, jumped, and the whole person directly merged into the stones on the ground. With Pica integrated into the ground stones, the entire palace heights shook violently. Whoa, the movement this guy made is quite big. Seeing the scene in front of him, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but speak. As the palace heights shook, the ground began to deform. Everyone who stepped on it only felt that the ground seemed to have life now, and it was constantly surging. Immediately afterwards, I saw the stones on the ground converge wildly towards the place where Pica had just merged in. The place where Pica was integrated before, also appeared a huge stone statue prototype. And as more and more stones gather, the prototype of the stone statue becomes bigger and bigger, and it becomes more and more specific. Advertisement. In just a few breaths, the palace heights disappeared, replaced by a huge stone statue of a giant. And this giant stone statue, as if alive, can move at will. Give me death. Only Pica's sharp voice with endless anger came from the giant stone statue. The huge stone statue also waved its arms and roared towards Conan, Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, Albedo and others. This huge fist seems to want to crush Conan, Gojo Satoru and the others into mashed flesh. Seeing that the fist of the giant stone statue was about to fall, Conan and Gojo Satoru did not show a trace of panic. Uchiha Madara, who had never made a move, stood up at this time. Looking at the huge stone statue, I couldn't help sneering. HMPH, let me meet you. Strange voice guy. I saw Uchiha Madara with his hands on his chest, standing indifferently in front of the stone giant. Advertisement. Chakra flows on the body, followed by a violent burst of chakra. A huge blue figure suddenly appeared, wrapping Uchiha Madara in 873. And this is Uchiha Madara's full body Susanoo. Facing the full blow of the Pica stone giant, Uchiha Madara just slowly raised his hand and swung a blow. Then I saw Pica's golem and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and ran into them directly. In the next second, I saw that the stone giant waved his arm, when he met Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Like sand, it was directly torn to shreds by Susanoo. It turned into a burst of rubble and fell from the sky. As that's so, I thought it would make me feel a little more interesting. Uchiha Madara in Susanoo smashed the opponent's arm with one blow, and said with a look of disdain. Advertisement. Chapter 200 The Spread of the Battle, the Panicked People of Dressrosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the residential area of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Most of the residents are almost ready to rest. Of course, there are also people who are reveling in the hotel. During the day, the residents saw the arrival of the Kamui pirates and caused a panic. However, they saw that the silver giant ship of the Kamui pirates flew over their heads and landed on the high ground of the palace, and there was no movement. After a period of time, the residents were relieved. I thought the arrival of the Kamui pirates would bring disaster to our country. In a certain tavern in the city, people were discussing about the Kamui pirates during the day. Hey, stop joking, the king of our country is Shichibukai. The Kamui pirates have to give some face, naturally they won't attack us. 1 inch. Advertisement. A man raised his glass and said with a smile. And a bearded old man on the other side said slowly with a worried look on his face. But those guys from the Kamui pirates, they don't look like they would give Shichibukai face. Exclamation mark. After all, in the Summit War that shocked the world, the Kamui pirates did not take Marine and the Four Emperors Whitebeard seriously. 1. Hearing the worried words of the old man, the man holding the wine glass just laughed and put a hand on the old man's shoulder. Ha ha ha. Don't think too much, old man. Don't you think there's nothing wrong now? According to the usual reports, the Kamui pirates should start attacking our country. But so far we are still fine, nothing has happened. However, just as the man's voice fell, the ground suddenly began to vibrate violently, and there was also a roar from the air. The sudden change made everyone panic. Advertisement. What's the matter? What happened suddenly? Is it an earthquake? Hurry up and get out. Everyone crowded around and ran desperately towards the door of the tavern. Other Tresrosa residents also noticed the shaking, and they all hurried to the outside of the house. However, when they ran out of the house, what caught their eyes was the palace heights that had disappeared. It was replaced by a huge stone giant, and a giant virtual image exuding blue light. Seeing such a situation, even the most sluggish person has already reacted to what is going on. It must be the Kamui pirates who came during the day and fought against the Doflamingo family. Seeing such a situation, the man who said nothing in the tavern just now collapsed to the ground in fright. The Kamui pirates finally got their hands on it. Advertisement. It's over. Is our country going to end? But among the panicked crowd, no one noticed that there was a one-legged toy guard quietly observing everything in the palace heights in a dark alley. But no one could see any expression on his toy face. Go back to the palace heights and get hit by Susano of Uchiha Madara, who knocked off an arm of the stone giant. Qian Zhaohao, at this moment, he is constantly absorbing the rocks on the ground, and recreated the blasted arm. Pica in the golem, with bloodshot eyes, stared at Uchiha Madara in Susano. It's just blowing off one of my arms, so what? I can continuously replenish the rocks and repair the damaged areas. If you just thought you could beat me by destroying my golem, that would be naive. Ridge. Advertisement.